X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just in arrogance when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You see now, watch me right now, punch your things now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello. God, I'm white today. I forgot to adjust my camera, my bad. 1 second, chat. Let me decrease my gain from literally maxed out. That'll probably help. Maybe having it not literally maxed would be best. Just maybe, potentially. That would be a good idea. Hey everybody, how you doing today? Hey there, Perry Icefire. What's up, Astronaut Lad 172? Good to see ya. Joker 456. What's up? SSW Braydew. Good to see ya. Rosie Star, how are ya? Bazooka Horse, welcome back. Good to see ya. I should reset the dono goal for today because I'm just now realizing that it's still from last streams. There we go. Hey there, Just a Transistor. Alex Wooten. Wingo, good to see you. I need to remod you. Remind me to do that towards the end of stream, okay? Like before I wrap up, before I end stream, just remind me to do that so I don't forget, okay? The Domino Effect, good to see you. War Penguin, hello. Moment of Sanity, good to see you. You got some news. Drop in chat. Make sure to, not at me, but, include my name so I see it lit up. Oh, there it is. What's up, Summerstar? Good to see you. Fidel Cato, good name. Ectoplasm, I think I said hi to you, maybe. Barely Brian, 91, what's up? Viper, how are you? Stella, how are you doing? Galaxy Bomb, what's up? Moment of Sanity said, Xanderall, I have a friend's video on his experience with Andy Pants and a new video from me on SRS Shadow Raven Studios, featuring threats of violence towards an archive channel and a lost video where he makes weak claims of me being a groomer. I'm still not 100% convinced that Shadow Raven Studios isn't a troll. Because, like, he's in a group whose 3-letter acronym is CUM. The Confederacy of United Modders, CUM. And his name is Shadow Raven Studios, which is SRS, or Sexual Reassignment Surgery, as it's generally, you know, that's the acronym most people would associate with that acronym. So it's weird that CUM and Sexual Reassignment Surgery are things that he chooses to associate his brand with. It feels like it has to be a troll, right? He's dead ass. I've had first-hand combos. I have too. I've debated him. I still don't know. Because I know some really skilled trolls who would go all in on playing a character this ridiculous and like the butt of the joke themselves, butt of the joke constantly. I know people who would do that and who would be that dedicated. Although then again, if the lolly stuff is true, then there's no trolling to that. That's just posting that, which is not a meme or a joke. Xanderhall, been watching for ages now. First time tuning into a live stream because I want to watch your take on the Actman debate. Hell yeah, welcome. Hopefully you stick around. Bruh, dude is a chaser and a groomer coomer. I like that, groomer coomer. We need to start using that more to describe particular weirdo conservatives online. A groomer coomer. God damn. It's so perfect. It rolls off the tongue well as well. God damn. Yeah, what's this about Actman? Oh, you don't know. The insane anti-woke guy who accused Actman of being woke because he actually talks about games and the content of those games and the quality of those games when, you know, recommending it to people, or not recommending it to people, but not talking about the race of characters, their sexuality, their gender, not really caring. Apparently that's woke now, which is just, we're getting into, I think, the fall of the anti-woke movement. If they're going in this direction and they're not going to reverse course hard and fast, I think we're entering another, like, 2018 to 2019 era. We'll see, though. Am I the only person who doesn't know who Actman is? Just a big gaming YouTuber. If you're not into gaming, chances are you wouldn't know him, but he's very large in that space and pretty well respected. He's just a big YouTuber in general. Xanderhall, did you see that Elon might get sued by his stock investors of Tesla and Twitter for on purpose losing money and might be sued by the SEC? I actually am aware, Delancer. That's what I'm going to be talking about today. And on top of that, did you know that he's buckling to the request of the Brazilian Supreme Court? Something he swore he would not do. Are you guys also aware that Tesla is now the lowest stock and the fastest dropping in value stock in the entire S&P 500, dragging that shit down? I didn't even know Tesla was a part of it. I would have never invested in the S&P 500 if I knew that Tesla was in it. Now it's like dragging the entire index fund down. It's insane. Tesla has the early bird syndrome. Tesla has hype, and that's it. And apparently, like, some of the most cucked, but also I feel bad for them because many of them are actually just workers who had faith in his... You gotta understand, there are people who are bought into the Elon Musk hype, not because they, like, were just ideologically aligned to him or they thought he was like Iron Man. They also thought that they were going to be on the ground floor as employees of a company that would eventually become like the biggest ever, like the next big thing, and that their loyalty and their hard work early on, even without making much of a profit, even without providing the pay, resources, like proper hours and safe work environment that a worker should be expected, they loyally worked hard, hoping that it was going to pay off for them and that Elon Musk would have this loyalty in exchange for theirs, because they helped to build up the company even when it was, you know, literally basically a volunteer project. And they got laid off. They got laid off. There are a good few Elon Musk simps that are people like that who are either still bought in or who are just too proud to admit they got fucked. I looked it up, and apparently Tesla's stock price hasn't gone down since what it was 365 days ago. That is definitely not true. The headlines right now are all about how Tesla stock is free-falling. Also, I think I've just checked and saw it was free-falling earlier. Unfortunately, Assassin's Creed Shadows is pushed back to February. Oh, no, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of companies that are kind of in a bad place right now. Ubisoft is actually in that boat as well, and they're the Assassin's Creed company. They're about to actually go broke, which does not line up well with the whole Assassin's Creed Shadows thing, and everyone saying go woke, go broke. Ubisoft sucks, LMFAO. I feel like it's easy to say that now, but then once the studio, like, the publisher gets shut down and all the studios that they own end up going defunct, and, like, thousands, if not tens, maybe, like, close to 10,000 different game developers or people in the game industry all go without work, and it's like this big flood of game developers on Twitter talking about the great layoff that was Ubisoft shutting down. Everyone's gonna be like, damn, okay, well, maybe that it's not good for these big studios, or sorry, these big publishers to go belly up. Because then all the studios under them go belly up, and if they're lucky, they get bought out by another publisher, but that doesn't always happen. No, Ubisoft hasn't shut down, but it may shut down. We'll see. At the very least, they're going to have some massive layoffs soon. It's going to be big. It's going to be huge. I just went from Mirror's Edge to COD Modern Warfare 3 OG, and then finally into Halo 3, all while blasting pop punk. Please put me back in 2008, or put me down, please. Man, you long for the aughts, don't ya? I mean, 2008 was cool and all, but I think 2011 to 2013 were, like, peak childhood for me. That was when I feel like all the things that I was into the most were at their cultural peak. I also had, like, the perfect amount of free time and the lowest amount of responsibility. You really can't beat, like, that area when it comes to my childhood if I were to rank it. I would say, like, 2010 to 2013, actually. I'd say we're pretty peak. Pretty top tier. I was also in middle school, Chris, but, like, I mean, the only type of bullying I ever dealt with was, like, at most, like, ribbing and teasing. Because if anyone ever laid hands on me, I was down to fight. I was so down to fight. I'd taken classes to learn how to fight. And so no one, thankfully, ever got me into a situation where I was expelled. But I got ribbed a fair amount, you know, just a fair amount of, like, words said my way. But I'm not gonna, like, throw hands over words. No one really is in school. At least if they're well adjusted, I guess. There were some kids who might throw hands over something that someone said to them, and, you know, at my school, but yeah. What do you mean sequel, Summerstar? What? Hey buddy, I hope you have been well, been watching your anti-incel videos, and with all due respect, I think you don't really do too well debunking incel ideology or the black pill. I would actually say that that's an unpopular opinion in my community. A lot of people seem to believe that I do quite a good job at it. That you comment that suggests to me that you agree with the black pill and incel ideology, but you are shaky enough in those beliefs that you're here commenting in a not necessarily toxic way. And so that suggests to me that I actually do a good job because you're here right now. That's the trailer. It aired today? Huh. I'll check out the trailer. I don't know if I'll watch it on stream because I want to keep the stream a little more streamlined and focused, but thank you. Jesus, ride the rails. I don't think Black Pill is something to debunk because it's so far-fetched from reality. I mean, it's more so something to laugh and make fun of, but occasionally I like to get real and be like, okay, but listen, if you're feeling hopeless and lost, like, you need to understand that this is coming from a deeper sense of need or longing for something more, right? So Xanderhall, from Season 3, I watched the premiere, and my god. I'm pretty sure my mom's watching the stream right now, so I'm not going to say anything, because she'll get so upset if I spoil that show for her. I got her into it, and it might be her favorite show now. I don't know where it ranks with Death Note, but yeah, I don't want to spoil it for her. She'll get real upset. I'll get some angry texts, like, what the fuck? You spoiled From... And she's got a really bad memory, too, so she forgot certain elements of Season 2, like 2 or 3 episodes of the show, just blank from her mind. And I referenced a really... We reference it a lot in relation to From, little wriggly things. And she was like, I don't know about that. And I was like, Mom, you so know about that. We watched those episodes together. And she was like, I don't remember that. I'm like, Are you okay? Like, are you all right? Like, is your brain okay? Because you're not... That's a lot to forget. But she insists she has no idea, and I have fully cognizant memories of us watching those episodes. So I guess we're just rewatching those episodes before we can move to Season 3. I found out about it by overhearing my dad watching TV, and I was like, hold up, did that commercial just say everybody still hates Chris? Is that the name of the show? That's fucking wild. Is it going to be about him in, like, God, I mean, he was in middle school in the first show, I think. He might have been in high school towards the end. Is it going to be him in college or as an adult? I don't know if it would be as good if it's about him as an adult, because so much of the, like... God, is it going to be the same cast? But they're all adults, like, and older now. I don't know. I don't know if it works. I don't know if it works. I'll watch the trailer on my own time, but I don't know if you can really do a sequel. Did Zan read my dono message? I think I was the first dono of the day. No, I haven't read the donos just yet, but thank you, Kamina Sethna, in advance. I appreciate it. Your internet's dying? I'm sorry to hear about that. Yeah, the King of the Hill reboot sounds really exciting, actually. I'm hyped for it. I really, really hope it doesn't dip into, like, cheap... Well, I tell you what, Bobby, have you heard about these LGBTQIA plus people? What is this wokeness happening nowadays? Why can't white people just be proud of being white? You know, like, I hope it... I don't feel like it will, but there is a deep fear in me that it'll end up going that way. You know what I mean? Nah, the characters are Democrats? No, they're not. What are you talking about? Hank is a Republican. The whole family, for the most part, is Republican besides a few examples, and there are some characters that aren't Republicans, but they live in fucking Texas. The majority of the cast and the creators of the show are Republicans. Yeah, Hank voted for Reagan. Bobby, what the hell is a femboy? It takes half a bottle of scotch in me to do, but I can do a Killer Hank Hill as I discovered last weekend. Nice, Spice X. I like that. Yeah, I feel like if I got really I feel like if I got really stoned or really drunk, I could do a better impression because all my misgivings would be kind of melted away, and I'd just be able to lean fully into it with no shame, and I'd end up, like, performing better at the impression, you know? I could picture Bobby being a Dem when he grew up. Yeah, I think Bobby almost certainly is going to be, like, a modern-day woke liberal. Or they flip it, and Bobby is, like, confused by, like, Gen Z wokeness, you know? Bobby, what the hell is a transgender? Nazan, I think Hank wanted to vote for Reagan, but he missed his chance. At least that's what I remember. Someone has to double check. Ah, my bad. My bad. My King of the Hill anime lore is not caught up. As we all know, King of the Hill is one of the most top-tier anime ever produced by America. We call it American anime. Has Xanderhall talked about the first episode of From Season 3? I just got here. I saw it, but as I explained before, all I can say is, holy fucking shit, dude. Wow. And that's it. And also, my theory was wrong. Did you hear about Maryland? They arrested a neo-Nazi who was planning to blow up power stations. Jesus Christ. No, I didn't hear about that. Maybe I'll end up covering it today or tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see how much time we have. What I'll probably do when it comes to... Alright. What I'll probably do when it comes to From... Hear me out, guys. So we're currently watch partying shows that release on a week-by-week basis. Right? And we're starting to catch up. So in the area of From, we've got one episode of From to watch. And that goes hard. That's pretty hype. But I feel like if we're going to do a watch party, it should be more than one episode of a show. And if we're going to do a watch party, it should just be a set show. So people can... The Harris office got shot up to... No way. No, hold on. We might have to cover that. But as I was saying, I want to keep the shows that we're watching, like, specific to one watch party, so people don't, you know, not show up for one watch party and then miss a show they would have shown up for. Because we don't necessarily know if we're going to move the watch party to something else after, right? It's just cleaner, right? It feels better for me. So what I'm thinking is that we'll strategically delay watch parties for certain shows to keep everything in an ideal order. So the next watch party will be, I think, is it Wednesday? I think it's Wednesday, right? Yeah, it's Wednesday. So tomorrow, we'll do another watch party, and it's going to be the next 3 episodes of Rings of Power Season 2. Now, tonight, the second of the next 3 episodes will come out. And so that'll give us a week until another 3 are out for us to do another watch party. But next week... what I'm thinking we do is watch Legend of Korra. I think we should do Legend of Korra next week. And we can do it in the PV Discord. That could be fun. I think we do Season 2, at the start of Season 2 of Legend of Korra next week. And then the week after that, we will have 3 episodes of From out and can do, like, a proper watch party of the premiere. Or, if you guys vote on it, we could do From tomorrow, and then Rings of Power after From. Like, immediately after From. We could do that. If you guys just want to, like, stay caught up. I already knew that Korra was gay, but if I didn't, then you would have spoiled that for me, Chris. I just said that we were going to start Season 2. But yeah, I'm very familiar. I know why. I've heard about the shipping. That's like the only thing I knew about Avatar was like shipping memes kind of like drifting by occasionally. What did I miss? Everything, Patchy. I'm actually ending stream right now. Well, everybody, thank you so much for watching. Just joking. Jesus Christ, Perry Icefire. I assume Harris is okay. Did anyone get hurt? No, that's good. Wait, Xanderhall, before you end stream... No, don't worry, I'm not ending stream. That was a joke. That was a joke. I simply was jesting, my friends. I was simply jesting. Alright, really quickly, I'm going to read some of the very kind and generous donos you guys have already sent in before we hop into segments, but while I read these donos, if you want to help and support the stream for completely free, And even if you've already donated, consider dropping a like if you haven't already. Every thumbs up over on the stream or my videos or anything I upload on YouTube is literally twisting the arm of the algorithm into pushing me out to more new people who might not have watched me before and might not be subscribed. So it really does help a lot, totally free, takes like half a second, so if you haven't hit like yet, please consider it. It really does mean a lot. Thank you to everyone who has, by the way. And thank you to Pepper T21 for the $5 donation. Thank you. Said a new strategy game called Era History Untold is getting shit for having too many female leaders, having leaders considered non-binary, such as Joan of Arc, and having Sappho, the lesbian Greek poet. I mean, multiple of those people are historical figures, but on top of that, I'm pretty sure, I didn't know Joan of Arc was non-binary. Maybe there's some, like, history there I don't know that makes that basically really obvious, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, thank you for the $5, Pepper T21. I really do appreciate that. Very kind of you. It means a lot. Oh, and another $5 from Pepper T21. Thank you so much. Very kind. Said, King of the Hill is anime, and then sent a link. Let's see this. Yeah, no, King of the Hill is anime. Wait, did you guys think I was joking? Oh, God. Oh, I hate this fucking browser. Not even browser, the, yeah, I guess it's the browser. I hate it. Seattle anarchists go hard with zines. This one I just opened is 60 pages. Blessed is the flame, an introduction to concentration camp, resistance, and anarchos nihilism. Dude, I am not ever going near the Seattle anarchist sphere, okay? Lefties in Seattle are just a different breed, okay? They're goblins, all right? They're weird. Next thing I know, I'm gonna walk out my front door and just get like attacked by Antifa. Anyway, let's watch this. This should explain that King of the Hill. Oh yeah, this is about how in Japan there is an argument about whether or not you're supposed to watch King of the Hill with sub or dub. Because if you watch it with the sub, you get like the cultural you know, sort of associations, right? You know, like how in the Japanese dub, Boomhauer is fully understandable. You know, you lose out on that entire running joke of his character being that one, like, southern guy that you can't really understand, but you kind of just do for some reason. Like, if you grow up in the South, you can fucking understand that shit, man. You know, it's just how it is, dude. You know, it's just how it is, man. You know, like, you can just kind of, like, get a feel for it. You lose out on that in the dub. So they have an argument about that over in Japan, apparently.
There's a debate among Japanese people as to whether it's better to watch the dubbed or subbed version of King of the Hill. King of the Hill is a cultural experience. Unlike other American cartoons, King of the Hill is much more grounded and features characters you might run into in real life. A medium-rare steak-eating propane salesman, a gun-loving chain-smoking conspiracy theorist, a Texas Ranger you can barely understand, and a socially awkward teenager trying to make his way in the world. And this is where the Japanese debate begins. In the subbed version, meaning the original voices with Japanese subtitles, you get a true feeling for the Americana in the show. You can hear the accents, the intonations, and the subtleties of the English language.
If we're gonna get through this, you cannot ask me questions like that.
My bad.
But you lose all that in the dubbed version, meaning Japanese voice actors performing the lines. They also change things, like Hank Hill's signature blah is changed to the Japanese eh, and in the dubbed
That just doesn't work, man. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. The Hank Hill blah noise is literally the audible version of like the spine tingling feeling you get when you're freaked out by something.
version, you can fully understand everything Boomhauer says.
Yo, tabako nante yamero yo.
So most Japanese people view the subbed version as the best way to watch the show. Fun
So true. So true. Very true. Zan, nice Boomhauer impression. It's the Florida man in you. I mean, it's never been hard because that's just how you talk when you really don't give a fuck about sounding in any way, shape, or form coherent if you're from the South. You start talking like this. Way faster if you're trying to get something out quick and just go back to what you were doing. Ironically, people who talk like that from the South tend to be the people who really don't like talking much and just want to be done speaking so they can go back to whatever they were doing while not saying a word at all. Never thought about it like that? Yeah, that's what it is. Zan, Karl Marx versus Henry Ford, epic rap battles of history, please. Jesus. We're not watching epic rap battles of history right now. I'm sorry. Unfortunate for you guys, I know. Anyway, thank you for the $5, Pepper T21. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Just a Transistor. Thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Princess Christanoke. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very generous. It means a lot. Thank you. Said, I think it's about time we update the site's Xander God emote with the Xancord version and add the Xan MW emote to the site. 1 monther. Oh, thank you for telling me how much that is. That makes it a lot easier. I'll steal your copy of Minecraft if you don't watch it. Good one. No, you can't, though. I got my fucking Minecraft account behind 20 layers of encryption. Good luck, buddy. Anyway, I do appreciate the tier 1 gifted sub. Thank you. And yeah, I do want to update that emote. I actually intend to do so. We need Zan mewing as an emote? Yeah. I feel like the only downside is that I'm so tired all the time, apparently. Somehow, I don't get enough sleep, even though I go to bed pretty early and wake up pretty, like, early as well. But, you know, the sun's up a little bit when I wake up, so it's not like I'm waking up before the sun rises. It's not like I'm getting too little sleep. But I've always got rings under my eyes, and you can always see how, like, tired I feel, frankly. I don't know why. Maybe I've got, like, a vitamin deficiency or something. Maybe I need to, like, take a vitamin supplement. It'll make me feel awake. You'd be surprised, but that kind of stuff can have that effect. I'm sorry, Popcorn is Life, love ya. I think you're just getting mogged by me, and you're kind of mad about it. I think that my looks maxing has surpassed yours, and I mog you, and you're just kind of jealous. It's okay, though. It's okay to get mogged. Like, I get mogged sometimes. What is mog? It's just, don't worry about it. You're just getting mogged, alright? Like, I get mogged sometimes, you know, everybody gets mogged eventually, but, you know, you gotta be chill, and you can't take it too hard when someone mogs you. What do you mean? Don't worry. If you haven't watched the Actman vs. Andy Pants gaming debate, I haven't, then all I can say is you're going to have your opinion on Actman improved. Okay, interesting. Interesting. For those who don't know, mogging someone means to, like, look better than them and to, like, be more attractive than them, basically. So it's just like, you would walk up to someone, and you would just go... And then they would do that back at you, and if you look better than them, if you've got better form than them, if you basically just outscore them with your sexual marketplace value, as the incels say, then you've mogged them. No, war stays mogging, Professional Autist. Like, war mogs you. No, Popcorn is Life, I don't think you have been. Indeed. I thought mogging was some sort of weird look. No, mogging is to do that, yeah. Vape Addict says what? I am a vape addict. And you're probably like a popcorn addict or something. What are you talking about? Your profile picture is popcorn. You're addicted to corn that has been popped, covered in salt and butter, okay? We all have our addictions, alright? You don't give me shit for mine. I still mog you. Don't be mad about it. I can quit popcorn whenever I want. Yeah, sure you can, okay? But listen, you can't take it so personally when you get mogged, alright? Everybody gets mogged. You got mogged by me today, and I'll get mogged by someone else eventually, but it won't be you. But you know... Until 30 seconds ago, I thought mogging was mean mugging. You mean mean mugging, but sexy? No, it's mogging. That's mewing. Mewing is the act of doing this. That's mewing, right? But then mogging is when you mew and you look better than someone else, you are mogging them. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the donos so far. And then Kaylee, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very based. Very pog. Thank you for the $5 dues that should translate to. Correct me if I'm wrong. It says, hi Zen, I was wondering what your opinion on Deadlock was if you have one. Not really much of any. I think that's a DC character, but that is genuinely the most I know about them. And I might be wrong. And if I am, then that will really go to show how much I don't know. Thank you for the $5, Kaylee. Thank you. And then oh yeah, I read that one just then. Thank you, thank you. And then Pepper T21, thank you for the additional $5 donation. How kind of you. You guys have been extremely generous so far today. Thank you, thank you. Saying, watch party tomorrow. Yes. Also here, have a mem. Okay, I'll check out this mem. I am placing blocks and shit cause I'm in fucking Minecraft.
Steve!
You are not Steve.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not. I played the game, brother. Steve is a black guy.
I am black. I'm Jack Black.
No. He's right behind me, isn't he?
Whoa! What kind of wacky and incredible world have we found ourselves in?
Bah, I'm a sheep, but not just any sheep.
Of course. You're a blocky sheep.
Nah, I'm a freaky sheep. Come on over here, Jason Momoa. Let me show you a real King of Atlantis.
Yo, let's get out of here,
Yeah.
guys. Let's go. Creeper? Oh, man.
So we back in the mine.
They gotta sing that, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, the movie is called Minecraft. There is going to be mining. Now sing the song. So we back in the... With feeling!
Boy, this place sure gives me the creeps.
He's right behind me, isn't he? You know what's gonna happen. Guys? He's right behind me, isn't he? The Minecraft movie looks awful and it won't add inches to your cock. Good Rucka reference. Swinging your pickaxe side to side, indeed. Aw man, Creeper. What else? Fallen Kingdom. Minecraft, PewDiePie, Dream, MrBeast, Roblox. What? Subscribe, Gen Zers. I said the words you like. Diggy Diggy Hole. No, the Gen Zers don't know what Diggy Diggy Hole is, dude. Like, you gotta... If I was standing in an auditorium full of, like, 12 to 14-year-olds on a stage with a microphone, and I simply said, I am a dwarf, and I'm digging... and put my, like, the mic out to the audience to see if any of them knew what to say. Not a damn one of them would. Not a damn one of them would. Knowing that reference at this point, unless it's, like, just knowing a deep-cut Minecraft reference, you gotta be, like, 20-something to get the reference at this point. Like, if you grew up watching Yogscast, you're an old fuck like me. You're at least, like, 20. I'm 25, so you're probably older. Maybe a little younger. What's 9 plus 10? 21? I know what Diggy Diggy Hole is, and I'm a Zoomer. There's no way you watched the Yogscast. There's no way you've gone back and watched, like, 7-year-old classic Yogscast Let's Plays and know the lore. I was there. I was there, Gandalf. I was there when the strength of men failed. When the Yogscast... Shadow of Israfel world corrupted and they stopped uploading episodes. How do I craft this again? Yeah. Do not quote Narnia at me when I'm quoting Tolkien, Benny Chu. Do not even try. Do not put that, like, low tier, like, ground beef bullshit, that, like, American cheese product, next to my, like, dry-aged Gouda, that is Tolkien, okay? That is sacrilege. By the way, got my Skyrim mod list working. It's held together with duct tape and prayers, but it works. Nice! You know, all the best mod packs are always held together by prayers, for the most part. Prayers make good glue when it comes to tech. Somehow, if you will it hard enough, tech will just magically work when it probably shouldn't. And then sometimes it just doesn't work when it should. There's obviously a different side to that coin, you know? Oh, I'm going to be talking about that, Popcorn. Don't worry. My brother, Diggy Diggy Hole, got the full dwarf metal treatment. It's going to be known beyond even Yogscast. Yeah, that's true. There was a really known metal band, or a couple metal bands that did covers of it, to be fair. But, like, even then, that's still a pretty niche. I would say that's more niche than the following it would have gotten through Minecraft, you know? So like I said, I think my point still stands that, like, you're not going to find, like, a 12-year-old who knows Diggy Diggy Hole like you could in 2013 or 14, where if you walked around, like, a big crowd of 12-year-olds and said, I am a dwarf, and they'd all finish your sentence, like, in a chant, proudly. Nowadays, it'd just be a silent auditorium with crickets. Because they've grown. Unfortunately, the Yogscast is not the top of the totem pole online anymore, which is kind of a sad reality when you consider what we're going to be going over later. Tobuscus, the Fallen Titan. Yeah, Tobuscus definitely deserved his downfall, don't get me wrong. Yeah, he definitely deserved his downfall. He got validly canceled, and now he makes conservative car rants, which I find quite funny. Aren't 12-year-olds Gen Alpha, or am I miscalculating? Zoomer still means, like, young person. Boomer is always going to mean old person until a new word replaces that. And Zoomer is going to continue to mean young person. Because there is no way to, like, make Gen Alpha into, like, an Oomer. In the same way you can with Boomer, Zoomer, you know. Yo, Balth, how you doing? Mewing? Always mewing. That doesn't work? No, it does. Yeah, no, it does. I'm mewing? Good. Good. Keep looks maxing, chat. Stop! Stop! They're already dead! Zan, are you locked in? The face I make when I lock in? I fucking hate the Gen Alpha brain rot shit. You're still here. You're still vibing. You're still mogging. Xander Hall, yo, did you see the pic of the ultimate Mewer I sent you? Yeah, I saw that. That went hard. I am the Alpha and the Omegma. The Omegma. Holy shit. Omegma. Oh, that goes beyond Sigma. The Omegma. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the Sigma and the Beta, the giver of the gamer girl bathwater of life. True. I'm an Omegma male, guys. Y'all don't even know. I just joined and this man starts mewing. Okay, okay. Alright. Enough lollygagging. That is literally how the dude's face is, IRL. Yeah. There are some people who are absolutely looks maxed. He mogs me, for sure. Like I said, everyone gets mogged. Even I do. Alright, where shall we start today? Alright, if we start with the Actman debate, I've got a proposition for how we could do the Actman debate. I'm curious what you guys think. Since it's like watching a video, and I have a tendency to, when just sitting here and reacting to the videos, pausing a ridiculous amount and turning it into a 4-hour thing, the debate seems to be a bit long. So would you guys want me to cover the debate while picturing it in, and playing Minecraft on a server my friends put together, which I've been doing some create stuff on. I've made myself a create drill machine. So I'd basically be running that create drill machine while we watch the debate. Would that be good with you guys? Does that sound like a good idea? I'm curious. Yes, do it that way. I love create. That sounds fine, yeah. Hell yeah, sounds good. Sounds pretty skibbity. Yes, Minecraft, create. Hell yeah, I love that mod. Okay, yes, hell yeah, let's do it, Zan. Yes, okay, Pug. Then very quickly I'll get that open, and I'll also get the debate open, so we're all ready for this. The Actman. I believe he uploaded it himself, and hilariously, in the title, it said something like, comments enabled, which implies to me that comments were disabled before. Oh, did he take it down? Is it gone now? The heck? He may have taken it down? Oh no, it's here. It's on Actman TV. Actman debates Andy Pants Gaming, comments enabled. I guess he ended up disabling the comments, Andy Pants did, which gives you a bit of an idea of how this ended up going, huh? Zan, before you do that, I would like to say I was referring to Deadlock, new Valve game, not the DC character, not important, but there was some confusion. Oh, I really don't know anything about that game as well. But I'm glad I was able to catch your message. Thank you, Kaylee. It got copyright struck by the non-Actman guy? No, it's still up. It's just a different channel. We're okay. He sent a copyright strike on Actman's second channel? Okay, so he actually did. He did send a copyright strike. What a cuck boy, dude. Holy shit. The sad thing, too, is you know that Andy Pants Gaming's fans support that because they're, like, the average conservative content viewer is bought so much into the grift that they think the standards they lambast anyone else for breaking or not meeting, they don't ever expect anyone among their own to meet those standards they hold. Generally, people on the left, too. The strike got taken off by YouTube. That's good to know. Yeah, I figured it wasn't going to be a big problem considering Actman is like a big YouTuber, you know what I mean? I need a reminder of who Andy Pants is. We'll get a reminder in a moment. I'm getting the segment set up right now, so it's not quite. We're not quite starting at this moment, and I always start out with a little bit of background for my segments. You guys know that. I don't just immediately jump in. Y'all know how it is. Holy crap! Thank you. Kamina Sethna, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. It means a lot. Thank you, thank you. Says, Kamina stands with Kamala. Hell yeah. I appreciate the $5. It means a lot. Yeah, we are all white dudes and white dudettes for Kamala. We should get some shirts that say that, by the way. I feel like even the women that watch me should wear the shirts that say white dudes for Kamala, because then it's even funnier. Like, not even a shred of irony. Just fully into it. You know what else we know? We know what to do when you say action. That is true. I do know. You do know what to do when I say action. That's true. You're not wrong. That's a good point. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, that is true. Here, really quickly, let me update the dono goal, and then I'm going to hop on my my buddy's server, and I'm going to show you guys the drilling machine I made with Create, and I'll get us started on the little dig project I want to do, and then, I mean, from there, we're really just going to be reacting to the video while I run my mining machine, because it's basically a vehicle. You'll see it in a moment. Hopefully, there's no lag because I'm streaming. What was the drama with you a while ago? You could be referring to anything, but every drama that is claiming I am bad is stupid, and always fizzles out, and everyone's like, man, well, I guess Zan was alright after all. So, there you go. Okay. Where the fuck? Alright, I'll move this water bottle down next to me so I have some space on my desk, because my desk is criminally small, unfortunately. And now that my frames have stabilized, I will... Actually, I need to keep it on screen cap like this, otherwise it's, you're not going to be able to see the picture-in-picture. But this here is my mining machine. And I know it might look a little confusing at first. How is this a mining machine? This is how. The whole front of it is 5x5 drills. And so you sit inside this compartment. It's got tons of chests to collect up everything it mines up. It drives forward, picking up every track that goes behind it. So it circulates it through the system and places it back. You can see there's some deployers. Actually, if I go inside, it's better to show off if I go inside. You can see there's a deployer down there that places track, or places stone if it needs to. Like, it'll place deep slate if any is needed. And then these tracks will be placed right after it. And then the next block underneath there, if you can see, is a furnace minecart that is connected to a deployer that basically powers this whole thing. Now, I could have made this like a train. I could have made it anything. But yeah, this is actually a tunnel bore. It's like what Elon made, only this is for mining and doing actual useful things. And to... Well, I might have some stuff in the chest. Let me check before we start our mining expedition really fast. Okay, nothing in here. Cool, cool. Very good, very good. I'm going to pick this up really fast. Oh. Yeah? Yeah, that's how we're doing this? Oh, yeah, I forgot. It's not lag. It's just, you have to place this and then flip a switch to make this all into a vehicle. And then once it's a vehicle, you right-click. And now I have the whole minecart contraption, as it's called, in my inventory. The only downside is I have to manually carry this around. I can't just, like, place that down and immediately use it. There is a little bit of setup required. But all things considered, this is pretty top tier. Love you, Zan. I'm back. The fuck are those textures? What do you mean, the fuck are those textures? This isn't my mod pack, by the way. This is a friend's mod pack they made and invited me to the server for because our friend group is on here. We got a lot of people here. Xander Hall did a little mining off camera. I did a little mining off camera, just a little bit, you know, just a little bit of mining off camera. The reminder, this is a server, okay? And we also have heavy machinery to help us with this. Although, Ethan, in making this mod pack, also made everything rarer. Like, every ore is a lot rarer. That's why you'll see so few around and why we'll get such low yield compared to vanilla. But here is some of the areas that we have cleared out already. Also, for some reason, I'm so low health right now. It's kind of cringe. Is this vanilla or modded? What's it look like? Does this look vanilla? Does this item, the arcane debris, look vanilla? I'm curious. I want you to figure that out with your own deductive skills. So we're gonna move. Oh, we're getting a cave in. We get little rocks falling from the ceiling every once in a while when you get deep enough. It's just another factor of difficulty underground. So yeah, this should be a clear way. It is pretty bad if this thing ends up hitting. If this thing ends up hitting. 1 second. Here roughly. If this thing ends up hitting lava or water, so we want to prevent that. So first you want to place a minecart rail, and then you want to place this cart assembler. And this is an important step, otherwise mobs that, especially like silverfish, which you can mine into, will knock it off track, and it'll place tracks and like veer off to the side and get all fucked up. You want to hold right click and select lock rotation so it can't be turned. So now no matter what, it is only able to go straight and place rails straight. That's pretty useful. And then all I have to do is place down the contraption. You can see it immediately mines the next layer of blocks, so I don't even have to be that, You can lock rotation. With that, you can, yeah. It's part of, like, setting up, trains and stuff, making whole, like, multi-block train systems. So now that this thing is... I hear creatures. Oh. Now that this thing is, placed, what I have to do is get the key, as I call it, the lever. Place that there. Flip it. And it immediately places down some rail, but it needs more. The one mistake I made is I actually did not carry enough rail with me. so I'm gonna have to help it a little bit. Normally I wouldn't have to do this, but, oh, what the heck? I think this was, from a uncleaned up run before, so that's kind of convenient. I can place it, I think, from here. This is a little inconvenient. This is for all my mistake, by the way, because I wasn't prepared. There we go. Now, we can start the machine, and the simple way of starting it is I usually get about 8 coal. That way, if I have to pick this thing up, the fuel that gets deleted when you pick it up doesn't end up being much. A couple months ago, I saw my first silverfish. Think they're scary. Thank God we killed it quick. Oh, in real life, yeah. Now all you have to do is add fuel, and it'll run for as long as you've got the fuel for. So let's see this. Oh, yeah, it's mining. So I'm placing all of that. Nice. And there we go. Look at this thing go. It is a fully automated mining machine. Obviously, I do need to get in it to make sure it doesn't, like, fill up. I have to, like, get rid of the garbage blocks it's picking up and make room for the good stuff. But you can see this thing is picking up the rails that it places. Oh, we just uncovered diamond. Probably picked up the top half of that vein. And on top of that, I just kind of follow behind. And I placed... What did that? Okay. And I placed torches behind it because this place will quickly fill up with mobs, and you don't want that. Ethan made this mod pack really hard, so arguably even silverfish are kind of a threat. Oh, and here they come. And you'll run into a lot of them while mining. And the machine liberates them from their little stony prisons. Okay, I think that's all of them. Alright, let's grab this diamond, and then I'm gonna hop in the machine, and we're gonna start the Actman segment. Because now you know what this whole thing is about and what I'm doing. There'll be no questions, and I won't get distracted by people. Well, I can ignore the people in chat who try to ask me what this is whenever we're doing the segment, because I know it's gonna happen. Now there's people who will be able to explain it. Alright. Nice. Okay. You should put a brass deployer somewhere on it and have it set to only drop cobbled deep slate so it can exhaust junk blocks. That would be pretty neat. That actually is pretty smart, honestly. I might consider doing that. Xander Hall, Netflix swiped The Amazing Digital Circus, the new Glitch Productions show after Murder Drones. Okay, I don't know what that is, but alright. Zan, need to heal? Yes, I will in a moment. 1 second. The healing system is a little interesting in this mod pack as well. Alright. Let me get this segment started. Alright. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. If you've been watching me for a while, then you know that I have a particular interest in this weird trend of grifters on YouTube. People who really don't believe in anything or have any actual ideas, but use their platforms and use their acumen in growing an online space to push an ideology on people and cater to people who already hold it just to make money. That's what it generally seems like, first and foremost. Maybe they sometimes believe this stuff, but for the most part, it's just the anti-woke grift stuff. I've gone deep into how it's dumb, how it's hypocritical, how at a time, the start of this movement was actually unrecognizable from how it is today. It originally started as a movement centered around the idea of keeping games apolitical. But the idea was that the left was attacking gaming, claiming it needed to be more woke, quote-unquote. And if you wanted there to be woke games, then just go make your own games, was the go-to response. But a few years ago, I would actually say by now it's been like 5, maybe 6 now. About 6 years ago, maybe, there was kind of a big shift in that space. Less focused on just telling people to stop giving a hard time to devs, let them make good art, and more focused on pushing whatever ideology they believe. And if they were conservative, this meant that games that appeared to champion progressive values, such as games that, you know, say featured gay characters or something, they were the target of attack. And that has been the meta for the right online for a while now, especially as games, well, or I should say woke people, make their own games, as so as for so long suggested. There's a bit of a flip side to this, though. When your entire focus of making content is on shit-talking things and calling them woke, or occasionally praising something as anti-woke because, you know, it's popular, making a lot of money, eventually you're going to find yourself at odds with people who are genuine. And someone in the space who, while I don't agree with everything they say, I do still think they're 100% genuine, is the Actman. And this ended up happening in full swing the other day, when a YouTuber named Andy Pants Gaming, a very mask-off, far-right YouTuber who makes, like, anti-woke gaming content, usually hyper-analyzing the race of every single character in the game, he ended up making a video accusing the Actman of being woke. You know, the dread accusation of wokeness, you know, how dare he be woke? It's like, he gives it the same gravity as exposing someone for being, like, an actual, like, child groomer or something, you know what I mean? Like, oh, he's actually woke and progressive, and, he's trying to hide it. It's like, why? Like, I thought, like, what? It's very bizarre stuff, you know, it's all conspiracy brain nonsense. But he made this video about the Actman, really laid into him. Mind you, the Actman is a very well-respected, very well-liked YouTuber, so the idea of coming after him and calling him a woke, beta, soy boy, a bunch of other stuff he called him too in that video, not really gonna fly with most people, and I have no doubt he got a lot of shit, even if he was able to farm some clout off of people who are frustrated with the Actman for not being more on board with the right-wing politics, you know? Well, here's where things get interesting. Apparently, Actman challenged, or maybe it was Andy Pants Gaming who challenged Actman. I actually don't know the exact order of operations with that. But one of them challenged the other to a debate. Maybe it was a mutual offer. And both agreed. And the debate happened a few days ago. I actually have not seen it yet. I'm totally blind on this. Oh, it was Andy Pants who challenged him? Thank you for the clarification. I have not seen this yet. I'm totally blind on this, but very excited to see it myself, considering these are some... one person is a very large YouTuber that I actually don't... Well, not agreeing with everything he says, I do respect, and that being Actman. While the other is a completely soulless husk of a grifter. I've never seen Actman debate before as well, so that's a whole other kind of aspect to this that has me interested in how this is going to go. I've heard people reference it. Oh, one sec, chat. I've heard people reference it, but I have not seen this yet myself. So for full clarification, this is a blind watch through of the debate. Sorry, I'm also playing Minecraft in the background here, which you're going to see in a second as well, since it'll be good to have some background footage for the footage of the debate. Also because it's an hour long, and we don't want to get caught up in stun locks constantly. But yeah, as I said before, I've not seen this debate yet. I've heard it hyped up a lot. People have been saying it's funny, and I've heard that the consensus is that Actman won. And if Actman won, then that is a good scenario in my mind, and I'm excited to see how this went down. I've never seen Actman debate before, as I said before. I don't know if he's a good debater. He's a generally good speaker. I say generally, like, there's caveats. No, I'd say he's a really, really good speaker. Like, Actman is really good at putting on an intonation and tone and is speaking in a way that's, like, likable and also entertaining at the same time, which is surprisingly hard to pull off, believe it or not. That's why a lot of YouTubers who just lean fully into entertaining with their style of speaking end up being annoying to most adult viewers or viewers above 13 years old in some cases. He's really good at being entertaining sounding without being annoying and actually being likable. And I've never heard him debate, but his public speaking is good. So I definitely am not surprised that his debate skills are apparently pretty good as well. I heard at one point he actually did research and, like, brings up receipts against Andy Pants, which is pretty top tier. I don't know, like, how extensive that ends up being or how impressive it ends up being in the moment, but I definitely heard that, so I'm excited to see how this ends up going. And with all that said, I've got Actman's version of the debate with Andy Pants up right now. And the reason why I have the Actman's version up is because it has comments enabled. So one thing I do know about this is that apparently Andy Pants TV's version of this debate has comments disabled, and on top of that, he deletes shitloads of negative comments on the debate. And, you know, I think that's a good sign of how this went for the Actman, which is probably very well. The consensus seems to be that he won. Andy Pants seems to even be acting like Actman won, so I'm gonna stop edging myself on finally watching this and just hop right on into it. Let's do this shit.
Up everybody, this is the Actman here, and recently I did a debate with the YouTuber Andy Pants Gaming. Now, some of you may be familiar with him, some of you won't be, but I did a debate.
Apparently, Andy Pants Gaming is so embarrassed he's also been deleting and re-uploading the debate erratically. Is it to, like, clear out the dislikes? Does he think that eventually he'll be able to, like, balance out the viewership on the video with, and get it high, but also reduce a lot of the dislikes from people coming to dislike the video? Is that his plan here? I don't even know what angle he's at. Kind of quiet, Zan? The video is quiet? Okay. Thank you for letting me know. I actually really appreciate that. Good call. I always love when you guys give me feedback on the audio.
On his channel, and...
Oh, you know why it's so quiet? For some reason, picture-in-picture is disabling one of the best YouTube features, which is videos automatically pausing in another tab when you unpause or play a video in another tab. So you don't have two things playing at once and have to go digging around like I just did to find what was already playing. Anyway, this should be better.
Because he's been deleting comments, or sorry, disabling comments, enabling comments, disabling them again, disabling the live replay chat, unlisting the stream, republicizing it. He's just flip-flopping on all of this, and just for the sake of authenticity, transparency, I'm reposting the entire debate here. I hop on the call at about 6.5 minutes in, so 6.5 minutes after whatever this introduction ends. But that 6.5 minutes might be important context to get an idea of what his attitude and vibe was prior to the debate, and, you know, see how he's handled things after. To give you some context, this guy was the one who made a video called Woke YouTubers, in which he alleged that I was a gay communist.
Dude, what was so funny about that video to me as well is that, you know, in his mind, his goal was to be like, you know, you can't trust Actman. He's bought out by the woke Activision people. He won't call out this forced diversity in media. You can only trust me to be a real objective, anti-woke, anti-agenda content game reviewer guy. You know that, like, Andy Pants' objective was really just to try and convince viewers that they should watch him instead of Actman for their gaming content, by trying to hurt Actman's credibility. And, I mean, you know it appealed to some portion of Actman's audience who are triggered by the fact that, like, he'll occasionally criticize somewhat, like, woke, quote-unquote, things, or things that we tend to associate with wokeness or whatever. But he's certainly not, like, a staunch conservative, and he doesn't lean into, like, claiming there's some kind of agenda or conspiracy afoot, something that a lot of the conservative fans of Actman probably want him to do. So I'm sure he got support from those people, but outside of that, I'm sure this Andy Pants guy is getting fucking annihilated. Roasted to hell.
Shilling for the woke agenda or something with no evidence behind it. And so,
as I've watched their content on a consistent basis, I've realized these dudes are so deep in the gay communist agenda they can't even criticize it anymore. Actman is indeed good at playing an act. He's good at appearing natural and looking like he's riffing. The reality is he's reading a careful script that has definitely been run by his handlers at Activision and Bungie and other DEI departments.
I came on to debate him about various things.
You know what I just realized about how that guy talks? He does have kind of like a relatively soothing voice in a sense. Like a voice that sounds like it's coming from a person who does research and knows what they're talking about. And he even speaks and uses words that sound on a surface level like they mean something. But now, like, look beyond, like, the surface level. What is a DEI department? Like, he's just talking in a way that is an attempt to sound like he knows anything at all whatsoever, but in reality, he's just yapping. He's literally just yapping. There's no DEI departments. That's not a thing. The department that has all the minorities. You know that these people are still, like, running with the idea that, I think it's Delta, or maybe it's American Airlines. I don't know which one they claim. One of those, like, big airlines here in America is apparently hiring pilots solely based on race. Like, they're just finding, if you listen to these, like, Nazi 4chaners, apparently, like, Delta is going out and, like, walking down the streets of, like, fucking Detroit or something, finding random women of color and then saying, you're a pilot now. Your job is to ferry people across the sky to different locations. Like, that is the way that the Nazis are talking about this supposed, like, Delta DEI shit. I really need to do a whole segment solely on that conspiracy, because it's really weird. It's really insane. And it's popular, too. Like, it's one of those conspiracies that kind of went unchallenged for way too long, and now it's just believed. You know, it's like, it would be like if we didn't fully challenge Pizzagate, and to this day, like, more than half the country, or around half the country, genuinely, left or right, believed that Pizzagate was real. You know what I mean? That, like, there was actually some kind of sex trafficking thing in that pizzeria's basement. Even the quartering pushback on the claim? Wow, that's surprising. He's really shameless, too. Anyway.
Not really sure what was going to happen, but things did not go the way Andy wanted, and because he is not being transparent and he is trying to hide things from his audience and from my audience, I feel it necessary to post the stream in its entirety here. So feel free to go down to the comments and roast the fuck out of me, make fun of me. I encourage it. I always try to welcome criticism, and, you know, it helps me get better as a person and as a content creator. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. I don't always handle things the best way, of course, but I'm not...
I used to occasionally go through my comments, and if there were people that were just being toxic, because that's like, for the most part, when you get a negative comment on YouTube, it's either someone being, like, very annoyingly obtuse, like, God, what's a good example? Oh, yeah. One of the negative comments I got on my newest video today was that I'm supposedly wrong about, uh-oh. Oh. Well, I need to make a new one. Shit. That's really bad. That's the first time that's happened. My being distracted by streaming made me somehow lose a core item to getting that whole thing going, so I gotta go back up to the surface and make a new one. I'm just gonna kill myself to get back, because we got keep inventory on. Actually, no, I don't want to destroy my armor. Fuck, dude. Where's my card assembler? It's gone, dude. Aw, man, that's so bad. Did I leave it behind? No, but I picked it up. Ah, that fucking blows, dude. I have to go make a full new one. It's probably just gone. Like, probably landed in some lava or something somehow. That's so strange. Anyway, back to it.
I'm not gonna silence you down in the comments, so go talk shit about me, say whatever you want.
Oh, I got interrupted, by the way. Sorry about that. So basically, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I was getting shit in the comments today in my newest upload because apparently I was wrong about Node Jumper being a sports podcast. Oh, there it is. We do still have it. Cool. I guess I just forgot to break it. Apparently I was wrong about Node Jumper being a sports podcast. I'd heard about it in relation to sports, so I just kind of assumed that. I've never seen it before, so I guess my bad. But, like, I kid you not, when I get negative comments, more than half the time it's shit like that. It's like, if someone can find, no matter how irrelevant to, like, anyone's life or the point in the video, if they can find something that's, like, even the smallest misspeak or mistake, they'll call it out and use it as a basis to leave, like, a snarky comment. And I used to go through and, like, ban people like that from just commenting on my videos. 'Cause it's like, oh, you're kind of an annoying cunt. Get out of here. But I stopped doing that partially because as I've gotten bigger, it's kind of unreasonable to keep up with all of it. But yeah, man, Andy Pants must be fucking molding to be still on top of that thing. You know that video he made against Actman had to have been some, like, petty attempt to yoink audience from him. With the whole, like, you can't trust him. He's bought out by woke DEI departments narrative.
About the debate, and because Andy's not offering that on his channel. So 6.5 minutes after this is when I jump in to debate. And that runs until the very end. So watch, make up your own mind, and
let's see it, Actman.
What's going on, boys? About to get Actman in here in a second. Hang on one second. Trying to figure out why my icon's not showing up. Oh, there it is. What's going on, boys? About to get Actman in here in a second. Looks like we're streaming. I'm stoked about this. So I'm going to send him the link.
There's something really disingenuous about Andy Pants's, like, mannerisms and the way he speaks. I'm not the only one who's picking up on it, right? Like, doesn't it just feel like he's fake? Like, he accused Actman of playing an act, but doesn't Andy Pants come off as, like, super, like, fake? There's really no other way to describe it than fake. It just sounds fake. Okay, we should... Yeah, went right over that. We're fine. Small hazard avoided.
Link right now. Let's see if he joins. All right, Actman has the link. Let's.
How
see
much
if
you want to bet
he,
this guy's gonna talk a bunch of shit before the debate?
Let's see if he joins. Just waiting on him.
He's gonna talk a bunch of shit before the debate. That's gonna look really bad.
My country is
hindsight,
LGBT free. Good. That's a good country right there. Act.
My country is LGBTQ free. Good, that's a good country right there. Probably referring to, like, fucking Saudi Arabia or Russia. Almost certainly. I mean, there are other countries, too, that could be referring to. You know, it could be, like... I don't know. There's plenty of countries that are not friendly with gay people. I don't know why my brain is blanking right now, though.
Man, how can I use this for content? Exactly. Hopefully it's mutually beneficial. He can use me for content. I can use him for content. It's fine. Do you guys want to ping him on Twitter? Maybe.
Is he trying to, like, already get into, like, nice mode even before? Like, even after what he said about Actman being, like, a soy beta bought out by, what was it, Activision DEI department? Like... Also, apparently, the claim is that they're gay. I saw that as well.
We ping him on his server because he's not. He has the link now. I'm just sitting here waiting on him. He's not clicking on it. Waiting on you, Actman.
God, this guy is obnoxious.
Guys, is he gonna pussy out?
Oh my god.
Is he gonna puss out? Because...
Guys, is he gonna pussy out? Is he gonna puss out, guys? Guys, he's like 20 seconds late. Guys, is he gonna puss out? Bro. Guys, I think he's gonna puss out.
Leftists are pussies? Is Actman gonna run away because leftists are cowards?
It's been like 30 seconds and he goes on some sort of like, well, I guess he hasn't show up. It hasn't even been a minute, bro. Dude, I think every conservative I've ever debated that's also a streamer has done this exact thing. Where if it takes like 20 seconds after the time to like get into the call, they start saying, well, it looks like they didn't show up. Oh man, leftists are cowards. They can't debate. Meanwhile, this guy is having to just clear out his comments because he can't handle people's criticism about how he performed here.
Okay, he's typing me a message. Let's see what he has to say. I got a cold. He got COVID. StreamYard ain't picking up my camera for some reason.
I think he's joking
trying
there.
to fix it. Okay. All right, dude. All right, if anybody All right, if anybody wants to join the stream and talk to me or ask me a question while we wait on Actman, then shoot me a message on Discord right now. Because Actman says that he's having technical difficulties, which I'm sure is 100% legit. All right.
Literally starts accusing him of lying about having tech difficulties because you know he's scared of this debate. You know he is. You know he's fucking scared, dude. There's no way he's not. You know who else did this? The Quartering, when I debated him. For those that don't know, I slaughtered the Quartering in a debate for like a good maybe 10 minutes before my, at the time, PC started to shit out on me. And it was like the kind of problems I've never had again to this day, and I still don't know what caused it. The only thing that fixed it was restarting my computer, and it only took like 5 seconds to restart. My computer restarts fast, and I like messaged the Quartering like, hey, stay here. I can't hear you, and I can't load anything like web page wise. My stream is still up. I have no idea what's going on here. I'm gonna try restarting my PC and get the stream back up. Don't go anywhere. And I'm gone for less than 2 minutes. And when I get back, the Quartering is gone and claiming victory and that I ran away from the debate. I then proceed to say, hey, come back. My PC is restarted, like I told you I needed to. And he's like, no, I won that debate. And it's like, listen, I get that you're a millionaire who can afford, like, top-tier hardware that never crashes or fucks up. But, like, you can't just claim victory because you left after I said, hold on a sec, I'll BRB. Yeah, this is the Quartering. This was back, like, in my first months of streaming, too. This is, like, 2019, if I were to put a year on it, if you're looking, like, for when to look back to. Yeah. Pretty cringe stuff. And then after the fact, he ended up coming into a WoW stream that I did. Because he didn't want there to be any people there to see him do this, obviously. He came into a WoW stream I did and claimed that he won and that I ran away once again after a week of promising for us to reschedule the remainder of the debate and then actually pussing out at the last minute and ghosting me. And only ever contacting me months later when I was streaming WoW, and he claimed victory then and that I ran away. It was one of the most scummy experiences I've had when it comes to debating and arguing with conservatives, where it's just like, okay, so you're really just shameless in that way. And I notice Andy Pants is going down the same route of like, he's not here after 20 seconds. I win. Oh my god, is he pussing it? It's just the same type of fakeness, you know what I mean? The Quartering and Andy Pants seem very similar.
Right. Until Actman gets in here, I'm gonna I'm gonna have some random people come in here while we wait for Actman.
Why? Oh god, are we gonna hear one of this dude's fans speak? How much you want to bet we're gonna hear some like nasally incel in a sec? Who's he bringing in?
Dude, how's it going? I'm surprised the Actman hasn't joined yet.
Yeah, dude, just sitting here waiting on him.
Wait, is that Shadow Raven Studios? What the fuck? Wait, chat. That sounds like Shadow Raven Studios. Listen to him.
Dude, you're the guy who was playing Fortnite yesterday. Who you sounded like a 12-year-old hopped up on high C.
No, dude, that wasn't me. I didn't have the fucking anime profile picture.
Oh, never mind. Okay, I'm missing.
Dude, no, I was the one who talked about what females fucking play in the gaming industry. Which is Match 3 and CS and fucking sim games. I also forgot to mention another one, and I think this is important to mention, is fucking mobile games. Do you know how big the mobile game market is?
Dude, it's funded by women. They're all playing Candy Crush, I think.
Dude, why do you think they bought fucking... I think you actually mentioned this in a video. Why do you think Microsoft bought Activision Blizzard? They bought it for fucking Candy Crush.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like...
Dude, like, isn't it just validating to know these are the people that are, like, screaming at you, calling you slurs, claiming you're woke or gay or whatever because you don't hate minorities on social media? Isn't it, like, validating to know that these are the people you're dealing with? Oh my god. Genuinely beyond parody to me. I don't know how there's no self-awareness. I don't know how you can be so unself-aware? It's astonishing to me. It really is.
They could give less of a shit about like the smaller games, which sucks because like, and I saw your video.
He just kicked the guy? I think he just kicked the guy. Oh, because Actman's there. That's hilarious.
Boys. The man himself.
Yeah. I love that. Doesn't give a shit about
Actman,
those
I have one
weirdos
question
that
just
follow
to start
him.
off. In the words of the African prince, why are you gay?
Why are you gay? Who says I'm gay?
You're not gay. It's just that you were supporting.
You didn't follow through with the line, bro. Come on, man.
You were supporting Leon mods that were gay, and you were anti-Ashley mods, and I was wondering why you did that.
Huh?
Wait. I think that's a reference to Resident Evil 4. And I've not played it, so correct me if I'm wrong. How old is Ashley Birkin? I think it is in that game. How old is Ashley Birkin? Because we might have a slam dunk right out the gate, because I'm kind of sure she's not 18 or older. So if he's right off the gate arguing that, like, why were you against nude mods or whatever for this character who's underage, 19? Okay, so she is. Okay, well, never mind. I thought we had a slam dunk right off the bat here. She's not underage? Yeah, my bad. I thought we had a slam dunk. I haven't played the game yet. I will eventually play the Resident Evil 4 remake. I heard it's very good. But, like I said, haven't played it yet. Ashley Graham? I thought it was Ashley Birkin. I thought it was the daughter of Ashley Graham. Oh, maybe I'm mixing up Resident Evil lore. I've only played like a handful of Resident Evil games, okay? You gotta be what's the word for it? Compassionate to me. What is that noise? Those are slimes. You see them all around me? They're everywhere here.
You're wondering why I did... What are you referring to?
For Resident Evil 4, you were in support of Leon mods, in support of gay Leon mods, acting like they were no big deal, and you were again, and then you called people that were pro Ashley mods. You were like, "Oh, they're weirdos."
What if it's women playing the Leon mods? Is it gay?
Weirdo. I mean, if you have the tweet, we can go over it, or whatever the tweets are.
Yeah.
Do you have that on you?
So what I have here is...
I love how so much of what these people argue about, like their entire basis of their channels, is on like, guys, we have less material that we consider optimal for fapping. We need to form a movement around this shared anger that we can't goon, or that it's slightly less hard or less easy to goon. I don't even know. Like, is it impossible to goon? Is that what the issue is here? Were like mods removed from the thing or something? I don't even know. Yeah, no gooning allowed. Guys, I'm so fucking mad. I'm so mad. I never fuck this process up, by the way, except for now when I'm live, because my brain is focused on entertaining. I've reached my mental bandwidth and not fucking up this mining machine.
This is my opening. Why are you?
This is your This is my your project file.
This is my Google Doc. So I thought this was one interesting tweet. You said,
yeah, so I mean we can start off with this stuff. By the way, like,
dude,
I'm down to freeform.
Dude, I'm just going right into it, and feel free to ask me a question whenever you want. But I think a lot of people are familiar with the Nexus mods scandal. How they're banned. So.
Wait, no. Andy Pants Gaming, Shadow Raven Studios might actually just straight up be a disciple of Andy Pants Gaming. That might have been Shadow Raven Studios. This is the same shit that dude was arguing with me about. They might actually be related in some way. The dude who was just talking, or at least Andy Pants and Shadow Raven they might know each other. I wouldn't be surprised. They're making the same kind of drivel content, it seems.
People just wanted to remove LGBT trash from games, and Nexus was banning them and not allowing them to. And then
okay, I just want you to like close your eyes and imagine for like half a second how this guy would react if any progressive on this planet with any level of a platform in the gaming industry ever said straight trash when referencing like a straight couple. I just want you to imagine how this guy and his ilk would react if that same energy that they bring right now in this conversation that he is bringing towards the LGBT community, if any left-wing figure said that about straight people, how he would react. How his ilk would react as well. The death threats would be numerous. Like, so many death threats. It wouldn't even be a fucking joke, man. Yeah, also, you gotta love the whole, like, we're mad about women playing certain games that we don't like. We hate that the mobile game industry exists. Women are propping it up. This is how women are hurting gaming. It's like, this is the most, I believed this when I was 14, argument ever. It's, like, actually embarrassing, because it reminds me of when I was a literal minor who did not understand the world or have any understanding really of like broader social dynamics between men and women, and fell into this like cringe incel logic.
The reverse was not possible. So basically people are not allowed to remove LGBT stuff from games. And what you said here was this is false. Nexus Mods is not working to delete mods that remove pronouns from Starfield. And then there was a clarification note that said from Nexus Mods that said this is actually.
Dude, someone should make a meme. I would love a Wojak meme. Make this meme for me, okay? Because it's so accurate. Someone make a Wojak meme where it's one of these like Chud Gooner guys like soy facing when they see a mod or a character from a game where the like character is super scantily clad and like what they would consider to be like sexy and whatnot. I need a meme where it's that, like the Chud soying at that, but then screaming and being angry at a cosplayer of the exact same character because the cosplayer is a real woman. I need someone to make that meme. I need someone to make it for me, guys. You would be so goated if you did that for me, okay? It's so accurate too. Just screaming in response to the same exact character but cosplayed by a real woman. Like, just screaming, oh, you're a whore, oh, Twitch thought. It's so perfect. It's so accurate. Also, it seems 4 is the perfect amount of coal to put in this thing. I mathed this out perfectly. Quick maths. Alright, and we make absolute sure not to leave this behind this time. Yay! We're going on an adventure! Resume.
True. If we think someone is uploading a mod on our site with intent to deliberately be against inclusivity or diversity, then we will take action against it.
Yeah.
Based?
Okay.
Based department?
So you think this is some kind of like gotcha? Like,
I mean,
when I admit to mistakes, like.
So do you not see the double standard that people are allowed to put like gay stuff in there, but aren't allowed to remove it?
Are you talking about Nexus Mods double standard?
Yeah.
Because, well, I mean.
Because people's like identities isn't actually a matter of freedom of speech. Like, if you're making mods that are designed to remove a group of people, a race or sexuality from a game, that is not just a program you're making for people to voluntarily download. Like, you're hosting it on a website where, let's say it gets to the front page. Like, let's say, like, the message that sends is really disturbing. The idea of platforms allowing what are basically, like, shitpost, hate-fueled, like, memes to be hosted on their site so that, like, normal users have to deal with it. It's normal content moderation, like on any other platform, and they're molding about it like they always do. Nothing is new here. Nothing is surprising, hypocritical, or anything. It's not like they have an ideological... I mean, there's definitely an ideological lean more left if you care about hate speech in the first place, don't get me wrong. But just say that. Just why not just be honest and say they recognize hate speech as a thing. That is woke. They ban hate speech, and so... I'm against them. Like, why not just fully lean into it and be like, no, I'm pro-hate speech. That's why I'm anti, whatever company.
They're an independent company, aren't they?
Whatever company's behind
they're allowed
Nexus
to
Mods.
do what they want. Of course, there might be a double standard there. But there's also the idea that no matter what they choose, they're going to piss some group of people off, right? If they allow mods like that, they're going to piss off one group, but if they take them down, they're going to piss off the other. So it's really a no-win situation for them.
Yeah.
And that's kind of up to people's own interpretations. But yeah, I believe I corrected that mistake that I made. Maybe a quote retweet or something. So if that's all that can't be all the ammo you have. Surely you've got something stronger.
Oh, no. My other question is, does the fence ever hurt? Do the splinters ever hurt from sitting on the fence so much, bud?
Oh, so is this the route you want to go down?
I'd actually argue that Actman is not much of a fence sitter. It's also really funny to me because this is the talking point that has been the ruination of so many progressives trying to reach large, like, griller YouTubers. Like, so much of the time it's like lefties saying, oh my god, you're such a fence sitter, you never talk about the rise of the far right, and it always ends up pushing like normie YouTubers like the Actman further right, if anything, because they don't want to be pressured into pretending to care about something they really don't care about, to be honest. That's a lot of their positions, like a lot of these griller YouTubers' stances on the matter. And so it's funny to me to see this like anti-woke dude who, you know, has spent years tailoring his everything to appeal to like normie viewers and to get them on board with his more far-right shit. It's just funny to see that all fall apart now.
This is the route I want to go down. Let's go.
Are you sure?
Dude, just unload the ammo on me. Dude, I'm ready.
Are you sure about this, man? Because I don't think
what's
you're cut out
Actman
for
got
this.
against him?
I don't think you know how this game is played.
Sweetie, I am. I'm so cut out for it.
Sweetie.
Then why,
oh my God.
why have me on when you have done such a terrible job of purging your digital footprint?
Oh.
Go ahead. I had an old Xbox channel that was stupid. Go ahead, pull it up.
And an old Twitter account and a few old YouTube channels. And, I have your permission.
Go ahead, dude.
Okay.
You want to call me homophobic now or later?
I don't care about that shit, bro. I care about you.
For the record, by the way, for like far right people like this guy, they consider themselves to have automatically won the argument the second you correctly call them racist or homophobic. They think of it as like some kind of how long can I say racist, homophobic things to this lefty till they say I'm racist or homophobic? It's like a weird aha gotcha thing for them somehow. Don't ask me how that works. That's the way they think.
You being a fake, and that when the people find out who you really are, the leopards will eat your face.
Go for it.
Go
for it.
Dude, what does Actman have, man?
I'll be super transparent on what I've changed my position on and what I haven't changed my position on. I've always talked, even on my old Xbox channel, I talked about the woke garbage. It's just people didn't want to hear it at the time. And now my new channel, people want to hear about it. So I talk about it more.
Yeah.
But, okay.
You certainly do.
Does he have, like, a history of being anti-woke or something? Or anti-woke?
Before we get into, like digging
was he a lefty once?
digging up junk
and
on each
Actman
other.
Figured it out.
Dude, look, I loved your videos from like 7 or 8 years ago. And do you agree that there has been a steep decline in masculinity in video games since that era of like 06?
What? Okay, I've been playing video games for a long time. Would you agree there's been a steep decline in the amount of masculinity in video? He's talking about this with the level of gravity, sincerity, and seriousness that one might talk about like rising crime rates or like increased poverty in a given like area of the nation, you know? It's just so silly to hear this weirdo arguing about video game culture war shit with such like vigor and anger and like but did you've been exposed because you're in favor of this thing that I don't like with games. And it's like, man, this guy really thinks this is the most serious thing ever, or is pretending to. I really am still not fully convinced he isn't a troll. Maybe I too quickly jumped to the assumption that people are trolling, but I wouldn't be surprised if Andy Pants Gaming is completely playing a character at this point. He's coming off as so cringe and insincere that I genuinely don't know if he even believes the hate that he spews. It might all just be for money.
Devin, like, I know you love that era of games. Do you agree there has been a steep decline in masculinity since then in games?
Steep decline? I mean, there's obviously still
steep decline
instances of games that have masculine protagonists, sure, but you know, I would have to watch your masculinity video in its entirety. I think I watched about 7 or 8 minutes.
Okay.
And yeah, that one hit the algorithm. I noticed a change in the type of content your channel has. But to answer your question, if there's been a steep
decreasing working class wages, get that shit out of my face. I don't care about any of that. I want to hear about the decrease in masculinity in video games. That's what matters to me as a normal person who has real problems and isn't a 14-year-old incel on the internet. You know, this is obviously what I would care about.
Steep decline? How do you quantify masculinity? I mean, like, the Doom games, like 2016, well, dude, Doom Eternal, Doom the Dark Ages coming out. We just had Space Marine 2. That's pretty fucking masculine. I mean, Leon Kennedy, Resident Evil 4 remake. I think Leon Kennedy's a fucking badass, pretty masculine. Isaac Clarke, the Dead Space remake, pretty fucking masculine.
Exactly,
these are good examples.
Which is a remake of a 2007 game.
So right, came out today.
Remakes released within the last couple.
I like this. The sort of like, it's not always the argument they put forward, and it's always like this, where they make a claim that's very strong, and then they'll say, okay, well, but there hasn't been any masculinity in games if you don't count any remakes of older games, which, of course, in an industry that is killing masculinity and hates it, why would there be such a massive trend right now in favor of remakes of older games? Especially, like, the more faithful remakes, such as Dead Space. Like, why is this such a big thing in the industry right now, if supposedly the industry is trying to kill off that classic masculinity? It's a rhetorical question. They're not. The fact is these characters, these ideas are still as popular as ever. The fact is that there's just more games now than there ever has been. And now that there's more games than ever, it's very easy to push certain narratives. A lot of people try to keep saying, like, oh, the gaming sucks now. Gaming was best, and then they always list what was obviously their childhood. You know what I mean? Like, how many times have you seen that? Like, I said recently on stream, I would say that modern day is the best time ever for gaming, and the more time that passes, the better gaming is going to get. Because every classic will be out, and possibly more available than ever, and on top of that, we'll have new games to enjoy. My logic is very sound, I think, that, you know, developing tech, new games, the gaming industry is in a better place than ever. But nostalgia goggles, man, they are strong. And a lot of people fall into this idea that, like, the gaming industry is falling off. Most of it is that they've gotten older, particularly the target audience of this guy are the people who feel that games have gotten worse as they've gotten older. And so, yeah, this is a deliberately... this type of logic, much like most conservative propaganda, is meant to take advantage of people's nostalgia for what they consider to be this mythologized better time. Only now we're seeing the equivalent for Gen Z gamers who are in their, like, early to mid-20s, maybe their 30s.
Years, all featuring protagonists that we all consider to be fucking Giga Chads. So, right, obviously there's some contention around your premise that masculinity has fallen off on a steep decline or something. In some ways, sure. Maybe there's more pandering. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that we had Medal of Honor, we had Sam Fisher, we had Ghost Recon, we had all of these great like,
Medal of Honor
characters in games, and it seems like everything now is either a remake. Like what?
Like it's this really weird, bizarre nothing speak. Everything now is not a remake. Objectively, that like it's saying things that if you call out these things, it sounds like a nitpick, but in reality, he's just blatantly lying. He is using dishonest wording that if you call out, he would no doubt accuse you of nitpicking to create a non-argument, rather just a vibe instilled in people based on how they might feel the gaming industry is currently, how it currently looks.
New, very masculine character has come in a game recently.
New?
I'd actually, if I were Actman here, a better question would be, why do you care? I do hope Actman pivots to that point instead of, like, trying to argue with him on the grounds that, like, if there was less masculinity in games now than then, that would be the end of the world. It kind of, to a degree, feels like he's sort of giving him that point, almost, like, implicitly, if that makes sense. But, you know, there's still time for him to pivot to, like, calling out, like, okay, why do you care so much about this shit? Like, what is your obsession? What is your deal, dude?
Yeah.
Are you talking like entirely new franchise?
Right, it's not a remake of a 2007 game, because that just proves my point that games back in the day were more masculine and everything's feminine now.
I think you're just moving the
femininity is
goalpost
bad
because
and
you were talking
evil.
about masculinity in video games, and I gave you several examples of protagonists, but now you're saying, what about new characters? So you're kind of just moving the goalposts on
Moving
this.
the goalposts.
I don't have to
Good
move
call
the
out.
goalposts. Dead Space is a remake of a 2007 game, so that proves my point. So, but you disagree.
And it came
you
out
disagree
today.
That games are
So is the
have
gaming
been
industry
feminized.
getting less
You
masculine?
disagree that masculinity is in decline in video games. Is that what you're saying?
I disagree with some parts of what you've said. Yeah.
Okay. Has the check cleared for Payday 3?
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
Wait, what? Dude, something I've noticed that's really interesting is that the most dishonest, and Andy Pants is one of them, of these like anti-woke grifters, cannot conceptualize a scenario where someone likes a thing that they don't like. A really good example is I always get shit anytime I indicate that I like Rings of Power, mostly from people who haven't even seen it. Or people whose complaints about it are like downright deranged, you know. Like a good example of like an objective wrong complaint is that like the sets and like outfits and costumes look tacky and cheap, and it's like, dog, that's Weta Workshop, the people who did all the props for everything live action Middle Earth related for the last 20 years before this point. So are they just all of a sudden garbage now? Is Weta Workshop garbage? Howard Shore helped to compose the music, and you hear people say the music sucks, and it's worse. It's like, you love the Peter Jackson movies, and yet you hate the music here. It's Bear McCreary and Howard Shore, and you're pretending it's bad music. So when I hear those complaints, along with like your standard, oh, it's woke, oh, it's badly written stuff, it's like, okay, so you're deluded at some point. But on top of that, you get the people who say you must be paid, you must be a bot or a paid shill to like this thing that they consider like a woke failure, right? I've gotten that quite a few times.
Okay. All right. Hit the bank account.
Yeah, sure did.
Okay.
It's great that someone is like, you can finally confront me on that, man. Oh yeah, go for it.
Good. Because it was trash. I don't see how you could justify. I mean, right now there's like 5.
Do you want an actual
Was
explanation,
Payday 3
or are you
trash?
just looking for cheap gotcha moments? Because
I like Payday 2.
No, I
my,
do want
my closet is clean.
Dude,
okay?
I do want.
And I have found a lot in yours.
Oh boy.
Okay.
I do want an actual explanation.
Oh, okay. Well, the explanation is that the version of Payday 3 that I played in New York, I was told by certain people at the company, like, you know, I guess the word liaison would be the right word, like the creator liaison, the person who's talking to the content creators and telling them the plan and all that. And
I assume you guys saw what happened. I did not notice with the mini-map that there was lava. I thought the lava was there, but there was one lava there. Damn.
I had gotten back from the New York event, and I had checked the footage because they sent us all home with.
I have to make a new one.
Flash drives. And I checked the footage, and it's all corrupt. And I started talking to the other guys who were at the event. I was like, dude, do you have any working footage for this? Because mine is just totally fucked up. There's no audio. So there was technical problems at the event itself. Then when it came time for the beta, I think it was the public or the closed beta, they had 2 of them. I played that, had more technical problems with the servers. And I asked
of course,
them,
Larry
hey,
Banks,
is this what the game is going to be like when it comes out? Because like, I'm having server issues, and what I was told is that the version we played in New York was a new...
Dude, the movies removed... Okay, for one, the Lord of the Rings movies removed the biggest badass, possibly in all of the world of Middle-earth, all of the planet of Arda, all of the realm of existence in that world. They cut him out of the fucking movies. Like, people were pissed about that back then. No one cares now. It's gonna be the same shit with Rings of Power, obviously. Yeah, same
newer
bullshit.
build.
People complain about those movies back then, too.
I went into that with the impression that, okay, you know, I'm going to post this video. I'm leaving for a trip, and I'm going to post this video before I leave. And I hope it doesn't turn into a shit show. And I feel like if I do have serious regrets about that, because if I had just done a better job in the intro of saying like, hey, the game is not out yet, this, you know, please wait for reviews. I wish I had done that. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Repentance. We all have to repent, you know, for our mistakes and ask for forgiveness.
Yeah.
You're a religious man, aren't you?
I am. And I appreciate that. Because
I do like
several
the
people had brought that up
condescension
to me, and it's good for you to hear an explanation for it.
I mean, that's the simpler explanation is that maybe it was a miscommunication from this guy. Maybe he was told something by someone higher up, and he relayed that to me, like, "Oh yeah, don't worry, it's a newer build," and so like, you know, these people had, the event was professional, everything except like the small technical difficulties. I hadn't ever really done like pre-release reviews before.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't often get invited to those things. I think I've done Halo Wars 2 and Payday 3 are the only two events where I think I've been actually invited out to.
Mm-hmm.
I talk a lot of shit, so if you want to accuse me of being a shill, I don't get invited to a lot of things.
So you truly liked Black Ops 6? You truly like the new Call of Duty game? Because that feels like we're waiting.
So much of these people's like careers have been built on creating hate for things even before they come out. In a lot of cases, Rings of Power being a good example. Like before there was even promotional material, no one was willing to give it a chance. You know what I mean? But they do this where it's like, you didn't actually like this thing, right? If they consider it like a woke failure or whatever.
Waiting for the check to clear from Activision as well.
You must be paid if you like this woke thing.
See, the funny thing is that parts of your audience don't know that you're joking.
No, I'm not joking, brother. I swear to God.
I hear you laughing. Like
I'm laughing at the fact
he's
that
definitely,
I think you were paid.
The reason he's laughing is because he knows he's being dishonest here, and he's doing that like Smuckle Sargon does. A lot of like your like weird Chud troll wannabes, like they argue things sincerely and pretend it's trolling types. They do this weird like Smuckle, you know? It's very odd. He's doing it right now. You know it's because he's like, oh, I'm trolling him so good. Oh my god, I'm such a control. Oh, that's probably what's going through his head at this very second. Oh, son of a bitch.
I don't think you're an idiot, bro. If you're familiar with my content, you have a very good understanding of why Activision does not pay me or offer to pay me, nor would I accept offers for payment.
You're talking about their game. You're still talking about their game, and you just said, what did you say? Treyarch is cooking with this one.
Yes.
So has the check cleared? That's my only question, because the game is dog shit. I've played it. The game is dog shit.
Objectively, of course, right? Your subjective opinion. Yeah, you're fucking with me, bro. And it's like, it's so easy to sniff it out, man. If you're gonna, I thought this was satire at first. What you were doing, I thought you were making fun of video game critique, or video game. Sorry, go ahead.
No, just because I'm chuckling doesn't mean this is a joke. I 100% think the game is trash, and
and you honestly, legitimately think I'm being paid by Activision,
dude. I do wonder if it's second.
He doesn't.
You're a smart guy. You're not retarded.
He doesn't.
Let's not.
He doesn't. He's attempting A, to troll to an extent, or pretending to troll, I guess would be a better way to put it. And B, he's like tongue-in-cheek, without really making a serious argument, kind of in a joking way, accusing Actman of being like bought out by a multi-billion-dollar corporation in the gaming industry. Which is obviously ridiculous. The companies that this guy's accusing Actman of being like bought out by are companies who make games that this guy is mercilessly ripped apart. But this guy's entire premise is that because Actman hasn't attacked these games on the basis of having minorities in them, that he's actually being paid by those companies to only criticize the gameplay and things that like any gamer would actually care about, rather than some culture war nonsense. I don't know how many times I can repeat this argument, but this is just brain rot on this guy's part. Like, he's obsessed with attacking a YouTuber for not being obsessed with race.
I'd insult both of our intelligences here, okay? If you genuinely think I'm being paid by Activision, you have never watched a single Call of Duty video I've made.
You're still talking about the game, though, so I'm trying to piece a lot of these things together, like why.
And you're doing a really bad job of it.
Why
by the
you
way.
don't talk about woke stuff? Why you there's certain rakes that you avoid stepping on, and I wonder if it's to be more palatable to your corporate handlers. Okay, all right. I knew you were going to deny that, so it's fine.
What?
Here's my other.
No.
He moves forward pretending like it's a
I'll
real
answer that. Why do I avoid?
thing.
So I watched about 2 minutes of your woke YouTubers video, and I could not stop laughing. And I was like, I gotta sit down, get some popcorn, and really enjoy this. Right. I especially liked the part where you were like, why don't these YouTubers talk about racism directed towards white people?
Yes.
And you know what? You're right, bro. I started working on a new video. It's called "Why is the Great Replacement Theory So?"
At the end of the day, most of the people like this are everything that the right claimed the SJW, quote unquote, is, but for the right. You know what I mean? Like, the level of obsession that these guys have with supposed anti-white racism and fighting against it actually borders on SJW tier, assuming this was a real, like, let's assume, like, racism against white people is a real problem, in the same way that, like, racism against black people is, for example. He would be an SJW for caring so much about it by the standard of people on the right, such as himself.
Bad. And I think the fans are gonna love it. We're just hard pivoting to political content on my main channel.
Like, that's probably the best way to respond to that argument, by the way. Like, okay, sure, let's say racism against white people exists. Why do you care? Why are you so obsessed with fighting racism? You fucking SJW? You woke? You wokeologist?
I'm all in. I'm like you, man. I'm all in.
Dude, I get it. You want to protect your money, you want to protect your cash, and the way you do that is by playing both sides.
Is he literally not going to let up on this the whole time?
I want to protect my money too. I get it.
I know, at the cost of
not
your
even
own
an ounce
soul,
of sincerity in this guy's voice.
You are sacrificing something that when you go up to the man upstairs, he's gonna know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I've gone.
Oh my god! Wait, okay? Actman low-key cooking there. For one, calling out this guy's no doubt fake religious beliefs. Two, saying just simply, I love that line. You know, you're giving up something right now. When you get up there to the man upstairs, he's gonna know what you're doing. I love that line. I don't know what it is about it, but that line genuinely cooks to me. That simple, yeah, you're gonna get up there, God's gonna know what you're doing. I like that. I like that a lot.
Through your history, I have all the archives. I have the community posts you deleted
assuming
yesterday
he is a
about
Christian.
us. You're so bad at deleting things and hiding things from your audience, bro. I have it all.
Because he knows he's a liar.
Are you familiar with poker terminology?
And I want to see all of it, and I want to see all of the ammo that you have on me.
All right. Well, I mean, you're in a position where the leopards might come to eat your face.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait.
When your audience sees
I love his bluffing when you know.
Go for it.
They will.
I love the bluffing when you know that he's like, he gets owned so hard here, he's deleting comments and like taking the video down and re-uploading it to clear out the dislikes.
Turn on you. Some of them will.
Tell us what I've hidden from my audience. Go for it.
All right. Well, we could start off light, but you're a huge fan of Starfield, aren't you?
At one point, I was a big fan of Starfield, and I'm
where's that check? Where's that Bethesda check, buddy?
Fights with my own audience sometimes.
Where's that Bethesda check?
Sometimes there's aspects of Starfield that I will justify, and I was a big fan of Starfield at one point. And over time, as I've played the game more, I've played it more, and I've realized that, so if you're talking about my pro Starfield Xbox video that I made at one point,
he's literally like,
I'm talking about that and the
stumbling over himself right now. He's scared.
It off. You want to talk
one
about
question? He's scared.
Man.
Jesus.
Go down to Andy's Xbox channel and look at all the undeleted community posts he has sucking off Starfield.
Dude,
go check.
No, absolutely.
If you want to talk, you want to accuse me of being a corporate shill, bro, we can play that
Dude,
game.
I just like the game. I like the game. I wasn't paid off. I wasn't paid off by Activision the way you are.
They pay you.
He's so, dude. He's such a little bitch, dude. Like, I just like the game. I'm not paid off by Activision like you. Oh my god, dude. It's just not even. He's pretending to lack self-awareness and to be this shameless, because, frankly, to the audience that he is aiming for, this will either come off as sincere and 4D chess somehow, trolling, or just funny, depending on who needs to get that interpretation.
$5 for each of those community posts, bro.
No, go for it. Everybody can go look at it.
Look,
right
you're faking this confidence, and I've seen through it. Okay, I see through this facade.
Go for it.
Your audience might not at this point, but if they watch the video that I create, they will. Some of them will, you know.
Go for it. So one question for you: Concord had 3 black females in it, and not a single white man.
Oh my god!
Did you
3 too many, isn't it?
Did you think that was strange at all? Did you think that was strange at all that it had 3 black females in it and 1 white man, or are you just gonna ignore like obvious stuff?
This is the hard-hitting stuff.
Are you gonna ignore obvious stuff?
No, it's just a question.
He's just asking questions, dude. Don't you think it's a little weird that this game has more black characters than white characters? I need you to understand, there is a audience out there that hears that sentence and picks up on nothing. There are no, like, alarm bells that go off when they hear the way he said that, the argument he made, the words he used to say it. Like, there are people who genuinely fall for that line of logic. I am absolutely sad to admit to you guys. That just asking questions, just pointing things out logic.
Can you
I'm just asking questions.
He says females a lot.
No, I was more distracted by how unappealing all of the character designs were. Imagine, like, see, the thing about you, Andy, is that I've seen older videos of you.
Yeah.
I've seen things, and you are capable of having good, like, nuanced, well thought out takes.
Ooh,
what you're but what you're hard pivoting to right now is built on a foundation of lies and hatred. Okay, and you're pivoting to this
hatred towards what?
Towards anyone that's gay, all the LGBTQ community.
Did you say that you're a Christian earlier?
That's interesting. I didn't expect, honestly. I honestly did not expect for Actman to like explicitly call out that it's hateful. You know.
I would not say I am a Christian. I'm not like a practicing Christian, but I do at times talk to friends, and what would it be like? Not necessarily practicing Christianity, but you talk to your friends and you understand.
What's he laughing about?
Actman, this is what people say online. You have no integrity. This is what we're talking about.
What?
You have
that
zero
I'm not a
integrity.
Christian? Because
You're
I'm
trying to play both sides to make money on your YouTube channel. You have
wait,
zero
hold up.
integrity,
You just asked me if I was a Christian. Where were you going with that?
I did.
What does that have to do with my integrity? Only people with...
It had. Do you stand on your... Are you a Christian
All
or
right.
not? And do you stand on those values?
Andy Pants is definitely faking the religious thing, for sure. Even like the most cunty Christians that you'll meet that are super judgmental and super preachy and try to get you into the religion, even if you're not interested, most of them will still accept if you say something along the lines of what Actman said about having, like, spiritual beliefs, but not wanting to, like, dig into it and define it too hard. Like, most religious people, even when they want to preach to you, won't, like, claim that's fake religion. That's not really being spiritual. This dude is absolutely lying about being Christian. 100%. Bet my bottom dollar.
No, I'm not a practicing Christian.
Okay.
No, I don't go to
Andrew
church.
Jackson, they did...
All right.
What?
Small stun lock for praising Rings of Power. I like how the show takes what's, like, by the letter in the lore and technically follows it, but in a different way. Really good examples what Andrew Jackson brought up there, about how Adar attacks Eregion and brings an army for Sauron against Galadriel's recommendations, which mirrors the book events where Elrond and Galadriel refused to let Anatar into Lindon, and he's turned away. He's also not allowed into really any other elven kingdom. The only place he's accepted is a Region for no reason really, besides like Celebrimbor's not really looking ahead much and being manipulated by Sauron, so he's made a little smarter in the show. But I like how there's a parallel there. Like, technically, the same events happen in a way where it's like Galadriel warns, don't let Anatar in, but it's not really Anatar, it's Halbrand. It's neat. I like it. I like how they technically tell the same story, but in a slightly remixed way. It's a neat thing.
Why do you ask?
People give it too much shit.
Well, no, you just started, you know, it's...
Do you think I'm like, you know, I'm a big fan of the 9th commandment. I'm sure you're familiar with it.
What is that, coveting?
What?
No.
Wait, what?
My other buddy
Did you just say,
said
what is that?
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. I'm a big fan of that one.
Oh, okay, did I lie?
Hold on. Andy Pants is a Christian who does not know the commandments. I don't know the 10 commandments, to be clear, but I'm not a Christian, so I don't need to know the 10 commandments. But why is this supposedly Christian guy accidentally revealing that he doesn't know the 10 commandments? Dude, I think I was right. I think he's completely full of shit about being Christian.
I somewhere?
Where you've done a lot of lying, buddy.
Okay, where did I lie? This should be good.
Where did I lie?
Yeah. Let's see. We have a funny quote from you. Let's see if I can... I found your old video on political bias in game journalism. And again, it's like, this is a good take. But see, like, the audience you've cultivated is not going to like something that you say here.
Oh, great. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Did he say
these
something
are your
woke?
words. The more gay, lesbian, trans, and female characters we have in games, the better.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dude. You think the stranger's Saruman? It probably wouldn't work. They'd have to go against the lore in a really blatant way for it to be Saruman. But then again, they're kind of already going against the lore with... Although then again, Gandalf did have a previous visit to Middle-earth before his full-on visit that he would spend most of the Third Age during. So I guess it's technically possible that like this adventure could fit into that space, what he's doing now. Because in the actual story, Gandalf arrives and like immediately Círdan gives him Nenya, the Ring of Fire. I think that's the right name. Sometimes I mix up the Elven Rings names. Fake fan, I know. But that hasn't happened and doesn't seem to be happening anytime soon. So that suggests to me there's a pretty good chance that that's what we're seeing right now, is like Gandalf's first trip to Middle-earth, and that he might end up going back to Valinor and coming back again at some point. Or maybe they just have him stay. I don't know. They're technically already breaking the lore with that, so it could be Saruman. But then again, Saruman kind of explicitly doesn't know about the Shire or hobbits, and it kind of looks like the stranger is going to witness the sort of cultural start of modern-day hobbits as we know them. Because in the books, it's the Harfoots who invent like living in holes in the ground, and they figure out what we consider like modern hobbit life. Anyway, back to it. You got me stun locked on the Rings of Power stuff. Also, Saruman was not necessarily a good guy, Andrew Jackson. You got to remember, pretty much not all, but a lot of Aule's disciples did not end up being the best of guys. And if I remember correctly, Saruman was one of the Maiar under Aule, as was Sauron. And you know, they had a mind around like creation. They had much more creative mindsets, and that tends to be what leads Maiar and Valar to becoming evil, basically. You got me stun locked, damn it!
Anyway,
Saruman was always a little fucked.
The more perspectives we have in games, the
point.
better they will always be. This isn't really lining up with the direction your channel is going in, does it?
Yeah. What I will say is that about a year ago, I was backing Xbox, and I think it's pretty commonly known that I used to have an Xbox channel, and then I think in those moments of me backing Xbox,
where are those Microsoft Xbox checks, man?
Stuff at some points, and you know, if anybody wants to find that or Google that or whatever, I don't really give a
is that
shit.
one of
Okay, was he paid by Xbox? Is that what this is going to end up being? The only way I could see this guy just being really stupid but sincere, if that makes sense, would be if in reality he had an Xbox channel and was paid by Xbox to say positive stuff about, or paid by Microsoft to say positive stuff about their products, and thinks that every other YouTuber must be doing that too. That is the only line of experience that would justify him thinking and behaving the way he does without it all being a grift.
those stupid things you don't think?
Yeah. Well.
Oh, so you completely 180 that?
So yes, it was stupid. And so what I think you need to understand is that I formerly had an Xbox channel, and when you're going down that logic of like, oh, I have to support everything Xbox does, you start to say stupid stuff, and you grow. And you become a better person, and you move on from that. And so,
are you become a better person?
Though?
I am.
You think so?
He's becoming a more hateful person.
Do you
but
wanna,
also like,
do you want to go ahead and call me?
I love how this guy's talking about like having been a fan of Xbox, like it's having been like an ex-Nazi or something. You know, like he's describing it like, oh, I became a better person, and understood that like being a Microsoft fan is bad. It's like, okay. Like, it's a funny, if you say that as a joke for a bit, but if you actually say that with full sincerity and no shame or irony, it's very silly.
Call me homophobic now or later.
You said that twice. Like, is that your?
No, go ahead. Well, yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Is this your fetish? Are you into that? You into the humiliation kink?
I'm in.
Yeah, you like that, you fucking homophobe?
All right. Well, just know whenever
I like that Actman's not taking him seriously, because you know that's making him mad.
Ready for you. So whenever you want to do that. So here's my next question.
You just know I've got a response ready if you call me homophobic.
LGBT are a tiny 3% of the population. Is it strange at all to you that their depravity is being pushed in 100% of games now?
100% of games. Okay, that's the type of quote that feels like it has to be coming from a troll, right? Like, how do you feel about the fact that gay people make up such a small percentage of the population, but their degeneracy, they're being pushed in every game and movie now? It's like everything like turned up to the max in terms of you know, I guess offensive ways to word things, like being as wrong and offensive about it as possible. It feels like a troll who knows better and is deliberately crafting these things to be as obnoxious and bad faith as possible.
Let's go back, because this is a pretty radical thing you've said. The more gay, lesbian, trans, and female characters we have in games, the better. I want to focus on this, because...
Can you answer the question? Not something that
what question? There's 3% LGBTQ plus. Why is there more representation in games?
They're 3% of the population. Do you find it strange at all that they're being?
I'm pretty certain that 3% is incorrect, by the way.
100% of the games, all of them.
Oh yeah.
Everything's woke now,
dude. It's
everything.
It's homo flags are in everything. Yes, homo flags are in everything.
Being pushed in every single game. Obviously, like you're like 100% of the games that like you. No, come on. Let's be real. Do I think it's strange?
I get it.
I don't necessarily.
I get it.
I don't necessarily
play both sides. You have to play both sides so that you can keep making money off both audiences. I just want the right-leaning audience to know that you have zero integrity and you're full of shit. That's
there. It is. Oh, there it is. There it is. I just want the right-leaning audience to know you have no integrity and you're full of shit. He's trying to snipe Actman's conservative fans. That's all this is. He is just desperate. Oh, yo, a polar bear. He is just desperate. So desperate to suck fans off of the Actman, because he knows the Actman has a decent amount of conservatives in his fan base because he's one of the bigger gaming channels, and he does tend to give commentary on games that are like in the fire for being supposedly woke, but that's because those games are bad. You gotta remember that anytime a game is bad, that's when these chuds are extra on top of... Wait, what? I just placed this thing backwards? I've never done that before. I didn't even know that was possible. I thought it was based on what direction you faced when you placed it. Odd. Okay, back to it.
Boy, you don't know what you're doing, man.
Yes. Okay.
You're too.
So moving
You're too
on.
pure for this, man.
So moving on. Why do you?
Whoa! I didn't answer the question.
Okay.
Do I think it's strange? You want a real answer? No, I don't think it's strange. I think corporations do what thinks will make them money, and as you see with Concord, clearly didn't work out. Didn't work out. They didn't make money off of that. Do I think it's strange? No, it's a noticeable pattern.
Funnily enough, Concord was famously supposed to be the future of Sony. I have to admit, I have my misgivings about the celebration over any like game completely failing on launch. Basically, if it's a sincerely made game with like a real team of people behind it that are. I guess I can try flipping it around, but it just seems weird to have to do that considering... What? Okay, this has... I mean, you've watched me do this a dozen times now, so you know that, like, I know how to do this. There's an insane bug afoot here, clearly. Maybe if I face this way? Is it, like, directionally based now for no reason? I guess so. And I'm trapped under every time I place... Okay, let's hope that never happens again after this run. Yeah, my Sisyphusian struggle to make create machines work seamlessly. Unfortunate.
You could trace at least... Well, not just back to 2020, but after the BLM protests, riots, after all of that, that's when a hard push began where corporations started being like, wow, there's a lot of popularity behind this movement. Let's capitalize on that. Let's, like that famous fucking, what was it, a Pepsi ad, at least?
Wait, what? Wait, what's he referring to?
Zero integrity and you're full of shit. That's all I want them to know.
Boy, you don't know what you're doing, man.
Yes. Okay.
You're too...
So moving on...
You're too pure for this, man.
So moving on, why do you...
Whoa! I didn't answer the question.
Okay,
Do I think it's strange? You want a real answer? No, I don't think it's strange. I think corporations do what thinks will make them money. And as you see with Concord, clearly didn't work out. Didn't work out. They didn't make money off of that. Do I think it's strange? No, it's a noticeable pattern you could trace at least... Well, not just back to 2020, but after the BLM protests, riots, after all of that, that's when a hard push began where corporations started being like, wow, there's a lot of popularity behind this movement. Let's capitalize on that. Let's, like that famous fucking, what was it, a Pepsi ad?
Yeah.
So, no, I don't think it's strange that they're pushing.
So not only is my machine completely borked now for really no reason, like I'm actually low-key kind of freaked out right now, like, did the server just break in a way where machines don't work anymore? Because nothing has been broken or fucked up to make this happen. So I might as well go to the surface and depot. But also, I think he's got his time frame wrong there, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty certain, correct me if I'm wrong, that Pepsi ad happened after... the Floyd protest, which you mentioned. I don't think it was like, oh, companies respond to that. You gotta remember, like, the BLM protests that happened were already immensely popular as they were happening. They actually lost popularity and favorability over time, as all movements do. Same goes for, like, the Gaza movement, right? Where it had, like, very high favorability, very high, rate of people caring. And, using it as a metric for who they're going to vote for, but now it's one of the lowest ranking issues in the election, right? So you see pretty big swings in that respect, but generally speaking, progressive values sell better than anti-progressive values, if we're talking about the general public. Though that's the thing, there might actually be a decent case to be made that gamers aren't the general public, and that a lot of these games... maybe are advertising at, like, an audience that isn't likely to buy their... Like, if they wanted to make the case that making games more diverse is dumb because games are mostly played by white dudes and you should cater to that audience so you make money, like, they could just make that argument, but that's not their problem. They don't have just a purely, like, business-minded issue with, like, the idea of having inclusion in your game that is unnecessary. Like, they're not going at this truly from a business perspective. The go broke, go woke thing is simply referring to the fact that they want to make a moral argument and a financial one. They want to tie good progressive morals with being broke and having no money, because apparently, like, good ideas don't sell, while simultaneously making the case that there is if someone is broke, so to say, or if something fails financially, then it must be because it's some kind of like moral karmic punishment for that media. You know what I mean? Sorry.
Pushing it. I think it's strange that they push it as hard as they might have done in Concord, but that game failed for a variety of other reasons. Not just because it had gay people in it, and it's like, I mean, you're using all the right dog whistles to get the certain audience and crowd that you want, and it's like, and sorry, you know, I can respect the grift to a certain extent, but you have absolutely no grounds to question my integrity when you have none.
Dude, you play. I mean, I get why you play both sides, because you can grow a bigger audience.
You keep saying that. I don't play both sides. I make fun of both sides.
Not pissing off the gays.
Yes, yes, that's how I grew my channel. But obviously,
you have zero integrity and you play both sides. I get it. That's classic.
That's what I do, buddy. I mean, I play both sides. That's why both sides hate me at times, because I make fun of both of them, because I don't restrict myself to 50% of the.
I mean, to a degree, though, at the same time, I have to admit that is kind of playing, that is kind of like a good example of someone who does kind of play both sides. So I would actually argue that Andy Pants does have a bit of a point in this respect. I don't think that Actman is as much of a centrist as Andy Pants like makes him out to be, but I definitely, you know, I can see some places where it feels as though Actman just kind of pretends there's not a discourse happening about something, for example, because he doesn't want to get involved in the political side of a certain thing, right? I've definitely seen that before, so I can... If I thought that Andy Pants was sincere, I could see where that argument is coming from. Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah, this thing's just full-on broken, dude. The mining drill might be lagging the server. It's not. It's not. I really don't need there to be any tech problems with my thing while I'm trying to do a segment, though, because I need to stop interrupting the segment right now, and this is getting really frustrating. I thought you were going to call Andy a centrist? No, Actman. Actman definitely does come off as someone who says things... or doesn't say things that he would say because he doesn't want to upset an audience. There's definitely an aspect of truth to that, but that's every YouTuber. Like, to varying degrees, obviously. And this accusation from Andy Pants is, like, very disingenuous and evidently projecty. Or projecty? I don't know exactly how I would describe it, but it comes off as projection. Yeah.
The material. Why would I do that?
When have you ever hated on the LGBT community in any
One
of
my most popular videos is feminism and SJWs versus video. What are you talking about?
It's like a 10-year-old video.
It has 5.4 million views, bro. What are you...
People are like, what happened?
Yeah, remember, Actman was part of the original, like, Gamergate crowd, back when the whole thing was, like, keep politics, or, like, keep your politics out of pre-existing games. That was, like, the stuff. Like, stop attacking, like, The Witcher 3 and saying it needs more diversity and make your own games. The thing is, Actman is not on board with the once, quote-unquote, woke people make their own games, attacking those games as if they have no right to exist, which is what this guy does.
You keep moving the goalposts on everything. It's like, when have you ever made fun? The Hogwarts Legacy shit was last year. You don't know anything about my channel, bro.
People are like, what happened to that Actman? That's honestly what people are saying now. What happened to that Actman? Because he went away. He disappeared.
No, he didn't. I made the Hogwarts Legacy video last year. What are you talking about?
Questionable.
What questionable? What do you mean? That video's still on my...
I love that tone of voice and the simple questionable. No argument, just Just like the snarky troll voice, you know what I mean? Just pretending like he said something with that.
My channel, you can check it out right now.
I'm telling you what the audience is saying about you. They're saying that you fell off.
Yeah. So you're just regurgitating what your audience is saying. I don't care what your audience thinks.
Is he just reading
think. I want to hear
arguments
your
from his
opinions,
chat?
okay?
Well, dude, and I told you, I think it's incredibly strange to talk about Concord and not mention the clear woke slop. And you make fun of people who use the word woke, and you never use the word, even though it completely describes what's going on right now in gay games.
Oh my god, this guy is, like, he's so ridiculous. It makes me hope that Actman will get more overt with signaling that people like this are just a genuine blight upon the gaming community. Because you got to remember, Actman is a very well-respected, figure in this space. So him calling this out as, like, a real cringe issue online will have an impact.
So the thing about the word woke is
like the gaming community takes him seriously.
To that old story we all read and were taught when we were growing up, the boy who cried wolf. These days it's the boy who cried woke. There is so much disingenuous criticism using the word woke. The word is so liberally applied to everything because there are so many online grifters who produce daily outrage content that are saying, this thing is woke, you should be angry, you should be upset. Tune in tomorrow for episode 4169 on why Star Wars is woke now and why you should hate it and be mad.
Real. He is calling out one of the most annoying subsections of the anti-woke community, which is the solely Star Wars-focused anti-woke community. This grift, this racket is so financially successful that you can make a career off of solely calling Star Wars stuff woke.
And angry and upset. There's so much of that going on that the ending of the story of the boy who cried wolf is that at the end there was a wolf out there, but because there were so many false claims of there being a wolf, the people didn't help him. So that's what's happened with the word woke. When I hear somebody, so it's what happened to the words racist and sexist a few years ago. People were saying like air conditioning sexist and,
right.
All the.
Okay. Most of these YouTubers that reference this stuff from back during Gamergate, unfortunately, were either lied to or did not do their due diligence and research. I remember that classic, the air conditioning is sexist thing, as well as a lot of the other classics as well, which have a lot more context behind them than a lot of the Gamergate era YouTubers would have let you know. A good example, obviously, is this one, the air conditioning thing. So if you're not aware, in most, business environments, more likely than not, you are going to find that it's really cold. Most of the people in the building are men. Most of the people in the building that are men are wearing kind of thicker, kind of more all-encompassing clothing, usually dress pants, dress shoes, a dress shirt, and maybe even a dress jacket on top of it, like a suit jacket, and a tie. That's a pretty standard that is the uniform for working in an office setting, right? And if you're a guy, especially since most cis guys run at a hotter general thermostat level as a base level, so I can say from experience I like it colder. If you've ever had a girlfriend before, then you'll know of the infamous arguments over what temperature the thermostat should be set to. My argument has always been, in the house, we should keep it colder because you can always wrap a blanket around yourself or something to warm up. But if you are swelteringly hot while sitting and trying to work or just enjoy your day, there's nothing you can do about it. There's no cold blanket you can put over yourself to deal with that. And that's because women run it at a generally lower temperature, and women's clothes tend to be thinner and less, warming, less insulating. And so famously, there's always been that meme argument between men and women and what temperature the thermostat should be, right? However, in work environments like offices, what comes to mind when you think of a woman's uniform? Usually a skirt, like a knee-length skirt, and pantyhose, what are they called? High heels, and a blouse, right? generally something that's going to be a lot colder. Wait, did I... Someone in my... Okay, sorry. I can't tell if I'm being talked to in the game. They don't all know that I'm streaming. Anyway, as I was saying, the clothing that women typically wear as uniform in these office settings, not going to be as warming. And so women experience the cold worse than men do, and in these work environments are typically wearing thinner, more revealing clothing. It's going to exacerbate that issue, while men are, generally want to be colder. They want the air to be colder on a general level, but then they're wearing choking, sweltering suits on top of that. And so men, naturally being the majority of these spaces, make it so that the usual temperature inside of an office building is uncomfortably cold if you're not dressed for it, and a guy, even as a guy, when I walk into like an office building with like a t-shirt and shorts on, I'm immediately like chilled and want to go outside. And so that entire story that started the air conditioning is sexist, wow, SJWs think air conditioning hates women, thing was simply about, it was a BuzzFeed video, of course, it was a BuzzFeed video, that maybe it did a bad job at making the argument, to be fair, but from what I remember, it wasn't even that bad at making the argument, but the case that was made was that, women have a bit of a sexist, situation, the fact that they have to go into work environments and offices and be less comfortable than men because men have decided that these spaces should be optimally set for men. And so women have a harder time in these spaces just existing, just sitting in the air. They have a harder time than men do. But of course, that argument was, abstracted and essentialized down to air conditioning is sexist, simply because if you actually engage with that, it's not crazy. But you know what is crazy? You know what can get you millions of views with a clickbait video? Something like the SJWs think air conditioning is sexist now. Feminists say air conditioning is sexist now. So, yeah, that was a very famous one back then. Amazing how that got boiled down to SJWs hate air conditioning. Yep, that's where that comes from. It was a BuzzFeed video about the temperatures in office buildings and the clothing worn, and it got boiled down to the air conditioning is sexist, and that's how people remember it too. Half a decade plus later.
This stupid shit is racist and sexist, and it destroyed the meaning that those words are supposed to have. The boy who cried racist, the boy who cried sexist, the boy who cried woke. These are 3 books in a volume, okay? That all have the same ending.
Dude, so it's I mean, you're a video game critic and you do video game analysis, so I find it shocking that you don't see the pattern in a game like Concord having 3 black females in it and not a single white man. As a very astute, very talented, very good at making videos, it's just wild to me that you don't. It's wild to me that you don't put together a couple, string together a couple of the dots, and even mention like, hey, I think there might be a pattern here in all these dog shit gay games that keep coming out.
A pattern. So you're.
I love just the non-argument way he refers to things. These awful gay games. It's like, what? Like that just resonates so well with your average Chud, but that means nothing. There's no argument there.
You're equating black people in video games.
No. It's not about black people in video games. It's about constant shoehorned, stupid diversity of everyone.
But you just talked about there's 3 black people in this video game and no white guys. Excuse me, and that's the biggest reason you think why Concord failed.
No. I'm giving you a tiny example of a larger problem that everyone on the internet agrees is going on everywhere right now.
But
you
the problem,
to be blind to it, and you just seem to turn your head the other way. And I'm saying that's what's annoying your audience, is that they're just like, Actman just denies all this stuff because he wants to hang out with leftists. And I'm sure you have a lot of leftist friends in the industry and all these homos, and you go to pride parades. And I get it, dude. No, seriously.
Bro, dude.
He's at this point just trolling.
I get
no
it.
sincerity.
You're about your money.
Not even pretending to be honest. It's just for the conservative fans
in order to keep
that'll
both sides
consider this
happy,
late
but I
epic
think it means
trolling.
you have no integrity.
Didn't work
That's
out for him.
And you're right.
Can you go back? Wait.
No.
What did you say just 25, 30 seconds ago.
Dude, you're right.
Wait. Can you just reiterate what you were saying? I kind of spaced out for a second.
Really? You want me to repeat what I just said?
Yeah. Just really hammer it home.
I said that you are playing both sides. You have no integrity. And I know that you're gonna cut together a video of me a year ago saying something stupid, and I'll be the first to say that I've grown since then and I've moved on from former views.
Yeah, you've moved on from the Xbox console warrior grift to the
100%.
Anti-LGBTQ
100%
grift.
Sure, if that's what you want to call it. Have you?
That's what it is, man.
Can you admit that you've moved on from making based videos to making play both sides puss videos? Dude, seriously.
See, you're not being fucking serious with this, bro.
Serious.
You keep laughing because you know what you're saying is so ridiculous.
Yeah, he does.
Like
he knows he's just shitting right now. He's not sincere.
Okay, I play both sides.
You have splinters in your ass from sitting on the fence so much, dude. You have splinters in your ass from sitting on the fence so much.
All you're doing is just taking comments from your comment section and just throwing them at me. You're not giving me like your honest actual opinions. You keep saying like,
you gotta understand, Actman. He's a man of the people. That's all it is. He's just a man of the people. He's speaking for the conservatives and your audience that you won't represent.
No, that is 100%. That is 100% my.
Well, the
opinion.
audience is saying this. The audience is saying. I'm not saying it. I'm just asking questions. Fence sitting. So
yeah,
how do I sit on the fence? Point.
I mean, I get it. It helps you make money as a YouTuber.
No. I'm not asking. I'm asking for examples of when I've sat on the fence.
Dude,
and when I've played both sides. When do I do that?
Okay. Look, I get it. I just watched a political video you made a couple weeks ago, and you talked about how I don't get into politics.
Will not answer the question. This guy's not sincere in the slightest. I honestly want to say he might be trolling wholesale, but there's not even a slight bit of sincerity. He's like fully like pretending to like just troll.
Because I think politics are toxic, and I just want to talk about games.
Talking to
and
my
that's
friends
fine.
in Minecraft chat.
And that, as given your type of content, that makes sense because it helps you play both sides and it helps you make as much money as possible to not talk about politics, and it's smart.
Politics in the real world, okay? I'm not going to make a video about gun control, you know what I mean? I'm here to talk about politics in media, in storytelling. That I'm fine with. I'm not going to tell you how the fucking country should be run, okay? I make video game videos, so what do you mean sitting on the fence when I say, okay, I'm not going to turn into like a political channel that talks about, you know...
What I love about this has always been like the left's biggest downfall with dealing with large popular YouTubers. A good example is the Hogwarts Legacy thing, right? Where they insisting upon aligning with progressive politics when it comes to a big YouTuber just pushes them right-leaning. This feels like the reverse, where this insistence that Actman is a woke, gay, whatever, if he doesn't like hate all the brown people and insert new game or complain about racism against white people or whatever, it feels like it's gonna have the opposite effect. It's gonna push him left, if anything.
Free speech and Second Amendment shit. Like I do that shit on my Twitter, but that's separate from the YouTube channels. Like I say dumb shit on Twitter all the time, but so this isn't really an example of me sitting on the fence when it's pretty clear cut like what the intention is. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Maybe reiterate it for me one more time.
Okay, you spaced out. See, it happens. So the video on my second channel about everything is fine in America. I thought that was a good title.
Yeah.
The point of that video is essentially like, hey, it's a really toxic time in America. There's a lot of heat in the rhetoric and discussion going on, and I don't want to divide my audience by. I don't want to divide my audience into and turn it into some like political channel where.
All right, so here's why that is fence sitting, but the like accusations of fence sitting from Andy Pants are ridiculous and cringe. The core of it is the fact that when it comes to issues like current politics in our real world, right? Like how the country should be run. one of the situations that you could comment on is, for example, whether or not, like, gay marriage should be allowed, or whether or not, like, people should have the right to free healthcare. I don't really think that's, like, some, oh, you're getting me involved in politics thing. Like, I think it's reasonable for people to be like, hey, you have a big platform. What's your position on whether or not we should have, like, say, universal healthcare, for instance? Like, do you think that people have, like, a right to live? Someone like the Actman would respond, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to get into politics. I just want to talk about video games and stuff. And on one level, it's like, yeah, no, fair enough. I mean, he's just trying to make gaming videos, you know? Like, that's it. He's just trying to make gaming videos. He doesn't want to talk politics. He doesn't want to get involved. But at the same time, it's hard to look at someone who is blessed with such an enormous platform, while simultaneously just going, well, you know, I guess he has no responsibility, I guess you could say, to discuss it. Ooh, I got a diamond. And I hate that wording to a degree, the idea of, like, a YouTuber having a responsibility to talk about, like, current affairs. But it's interesting that he did choose to make a video about it, but he took this weird, things are crazy right now, like, just vaguely talking about the state of politics, like, two insane sides are duking it out. And that's probably what he would actually genuinely argue is the state of politics if I asked him. But in reality, what we're seeing is Donald Trump and his entire administration actively running on the idea of eliminating our democracy, basically destroying one of the most fundamentally awesome things about America, period, which is us having the right to vote. He's running on taking entire groups of people's rights away. So it's really weird when someone like Actman words it as, things are just really crazy right now, when in reality it's the right, aka Donald Trump, are pushing to take away an unprecedented amount of rights from America, or Americans, and bring our country back decades in social progress. To describe it in such a weird way, it's odd, you know what I mean? It's odd.
I, like, start preaching about, right, you know, whether they're going to take our guns away or First Amendment, or I'm not here to talk about policies in the real world. I'm here to talk about video games, why they're awesome and bad, and politics in those games is part of that analysis, if they're awesome and bad. When you say, oh, there's 3 black people in Concord, I look at that and I say, okay, that's on, like, a very, very, very low list of things I think are wrong with Concord. Right?
There's actually, like, 5 or 6 black people in Concord. I said there's 3 black women in Concord.
Oh my God!
Even
beyond parody,
even
dude.
Worse.
He's got to be playing a bit of a character here too.
It's funny that you bring this up, because somebody on your server actually called a black person a monkey. It's funny that you bring up
way.
No.
One person in my fucking.
I do love when eventually conservatives can't help but argue as if they are against racism because they want to try and find hypocrisy. My God, a YouTuber with millions of subscribers had one person in his Discord server who was racist? Call the fucking Guinness Book of World Records. How could this have happened? I don't know. Like, obviously there's going to be a racists in any large YouTuber's audience. Why? This guy's actively complaining about there being too many black people in media and trying to accuse him of racism to try and get, like, a gotcha. That is how these people argue. There's no sincerity.
Discord server said something racist once? Oh my God! Oh my God! He's so based! Are you for real, bro? Are you for real? Don't come at me with this fucking weak shit.
No. And look, I will be the first person to say that there's stuff on my Discord that happens that I don't know about. My only point in saying this is that there's nobody more racist than leftists like you. Nobody is more racist.
How the fuck did you extrapolate that? Do you have brain damage? How did you extrapolate this from some fucking random? This is what you come at me with, bro? Oh my God. So this is weak.
No, dude,
you ain't no Giga Chad, bro. This is.
Dude, I'm just telling you that somebody on your server, there's a black guy from my community on your server, and he got called a monkey, and then somebody said that he lived in a mud hut. So, I guess
this is definitely not real.
These are the people that you.
Well, thank you for bringing that to my attention, because I can talk to my mods and take action against this. if action hasn't already been taken.
Yeah.
Well, this is the hard-hitting stuff. The Discord messages from random users in a public server.
Yeah. So
wow.
no, I thought it was funny.
I thought it was funny because it shows how racist you are that one person got in your server and said something racist, and that I'm putting all on you. And you're a leftist, and you're like, are you retarded, Andy?
He's locking in. This is what I like to see. He's locking in.
You're not retarded. There's no way you can make this possible connection through any logical means and actually believe it.
Dude, your friends that go to the Pride Parade are gonna hate that you said retard right now. They're gonna hate.
I don't give a shit.
This is why I say retarded, and I just like ban or ignore anyone who gets mad about it. Because to be fair, that is a point that vibes with a lot of people. Is that whole like, oh, you said retarded. The woke people are gonna get mad at you, and it does not feel good when they end up being right. Does not feel good when they end up being right about that. About how like, you know, your language has to be so controlled. In a lot of these social spaces. And that's why I built a space where you're able to say retard and no one's going to give you shit about it. And I will die for your right to do that, chat. I will die for your right to say retard.
Your
I don't give a shit.
Friends are going to hate that you said retarded.
I know. You guys should check out my leftist friends from the Unsubscribed podcast that I was just on. Those guys, man, they really want to take away our guns. And, yeah.
No, I guess I get, but I
shout out to the guys on Unsubscribe. Those guys are fucking awesome. I had a great time.
I think they're conservative, by the way.
I just thought it was
That's
funny
why
with Concord.
he made that argument.
I love black characters in games. I think it's great to have black characters in games. My point is that it's odd to be like,
does he now?
hey, here's 6 black characters in a game and not 1 white character, and it shows a bias. And I think you do your channel a disservice by like never talking about it, and it's like you specifically avoid ever talking about these
well, I can
things
get
like
my
the
Discord banned as
uglification of women, dude. Like
that's not my role. That's Discord.
Did you come up with that word? That is
true. Dude,
the uglification.
Are you gonna sit here, dude? Are you gonna sit here and deny that women are being made ugly in games? Like you're chuckling about it, but you know it's true.
Yeah, Samus ain't a babe no more. She's if you want to like again, if you want
they're making women less fappable.
Like cheap gotchas that are not gonna work. Okay, you're firing blanks at me, bro. I mean, and
both. I mean, if you'll answer them, I'd like real answers and gotcha answers. But
gotcha answers? Well, fuck, you got me. Women are super ugly in video games.
No.
How have I not seen the light? I'm just now seeing it, Andy.
I just find it very strange that you would deny, dude. It's like,
whoa, to be clear,
deny what? Finish that sentence.
Who knows what's going on in Andy Pants' life? I genuinely think that this is complete insincerity. I don't think he means any of what he's arguing here, but the audience that watches Andy Pants, they fall for this shit. They believe that logic. They actually think that way.
I find it interesting that you would deny the obvious like uglification of women that's going on in games right now. Like,
okay, really so do you remember what I was talking about with the boy who cried wolf? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so when people come out and I hear about this game is woke, this blah 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 blah, hear that shit. If you go on Twitter, you will see something new every single fucking day. I don't make videos just because one person on Twitter said it's woke or wow, look at how ugly they are. And all that shit. It's like I'm going for substance. I'm not just here somebody to obsess over the graphics of every single video game female character and like analyze how big her boobs are and whether she's got camel toe. Like I try to cover important shit about video games, and that's fine if people want to cover that shit, like and talk about that.
Dude, but
I'm not obligated to make videos about the uglification of women.
No, I'm not saying you're obligated to make videos about it, but
so like this is part of that whole like audience he's trying to appeal to, right? Like mostly young men, a lot of them, let's be honest, porn addicts. You know, the types of people like. Okay, I think a good example is like Stellar Blade. I hear it's a great game. Apparently, it's a great game, right? Same goes for like it's the thing. It's a spiritual successor of Nier. I hear a lot of good things about that. However, you cannot deny that a lot of dudes, a lot of young gooner white men in this gaming community genuinely and openly view women, particularly fictional women, because it's easier to get away with talking about fictional women this way, I guess, as nothing but sex objects, right? Like, to them, they think it is a fully sincere and serious argument to make that people will ride with, that, like, isn't it a problem that women are getting less fuckable in these games? Not really, right? Like, unless it is a serious issue for you that, like, games need to have the most fuckable female characters possible, then no, not really. I mean, I guess it's better to see on screen attractive people across the board, but, like, we're talking, like, the kind of things these people are wanting more of is, like, you know, no hate to Nier, but, like, how that game, whenever you run, the camera, like, tries to pan for an upskirt constantly, and you have to fight against it to not let it happen, right? Like, they want more of that simply because they want to nut. They just want to goon.
But
You're saying, why don't I? Because I'm interested in other aspects of video games. Like,
right, that isn't going to piss off the lefties. I get it.
Yeah, yeah. I would never want to piss them off, you know, never.
So let me just confirm.
Let me take a tip from you. I should start scrubbing my stuff, like the feminists and SJWs. I should get rid of that. I should get rid of the Hogwarts Legacy video so that I can really lean hard into appealing to leftists.
I mean, if you
good strategy, Andy.
Dude, I wasn't very good at, you know, I clearly wasn't very good at scrubbing my stuff.
No, you weren't. You left a massive fucking paper trail, and I have no idea why you agreed to talk with me when you left so much evidence behind.
Dude, I grew as a person. Can you say that?
You're gonna have to flip flop on a lot of things, man.
I will 100% say yes. I flip flopped and I grew as a person. Are you?
I flip flopped. That's not growth.
Yeah.
Flip flopping is not when you grow as a person. Flip flopping is when you errantly and aimlessly flip between positions that are most convenient to you at a given time. That's what. So he's admitting to flip flopping without recognizing what flip flop means in this context.
Are you willing to admit that you went from catering to an alt-right audience and now you're talking to lefties?
An alt-right audience?
No. What are you talking?
Listen, I've covered Actman's videos going back like 4 years now because he's had like videos that were a little bit more on like the anti-woke side. But even then, he has never made alt-right appealing content. He is a normie YouTuber with immense broad appeal, left and right, just generally being a respected and loved figure in the gaming space. He's taken very seriously. He's not like right or left wing in a general political sense. I would definitely say he leans more right than left, but clearly not so right that this guy aligns with him or he aligns with this guy, right? He's just sort of a griller. You know, he just wants to make gaming videos. He's like that video games should be about escapism and entertainment. They shouldn't be about sending a message. He's like that mindset, which is not perfect, but he's never been alt-right.
When did I cater to an alt-right audience?
Your audience is saying you used to be based and you're not
again, your audience, what do you think? Don't talk about my audience or your audience. This isn't a debate between me and your fucking chat, okay?
I think you're a lefty now. I think you've gone left.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hardcore.
Dude, yeah.
I want
like
communism.
Activision, if you want to rub elbows with the Activision execs and all those people,
you're just recycling all this dumb shit that isn't sticking at all. Like,
okay. All right.
Like,
but hang on, back to the women thing.
Andy, let me ask you a question.
Reminder, by the way, just because I feel now's a good time to bring it up, Andy Pants is mass deleting comments and re-uploading and taking down this video just so he can reset the like-dislike ratio and make it look less bad.
Yeah.
Has God taken the anger out of your heart?
Why do you ask that?
I just curious.
I mean, if you're...
Do you think... I want you to be... You don't have to be honest with me, but you got to be honest with him.
Well,
do you think where you're at right now,
you're not a Christian,
God has taken the anger out of your heart?
Wait, are you a Christian now? Do you believe in God? Because it sounded
I didn't say that. I'm asking you, man. I'm asking you.
Well, but what does it matter if God doesn't exist? What does it matter?
What are you talking about? You think God doesn't exist now?
No, you said that you're not a Christian earlier, so I assume you don't think God is...
Fully aware Actman is going into troll mode and just being, like, disingenuous with this guy now. Fully deserves it, though. Actman's done nothing wrong. He's matching the energy of the conversation.
God exists, so what does it matter?
Oh, so you're just making assumptions.
So you do believe that God exists?
I believe a God exists.
Okay. So you're not a practicing... Would you call yourself a Christian?
No, I don't go to church. I don't practice religion.
Okay.
I mean, you know, there's like non-denominational people who don't ascribe to like, at least from my understanding,
right.
You know, different denominations. There's so many interpretations of Christianity, but I'm asking you.
I will pray about that, and thank you for bringing that to my attention, and I will consider that.
Consider what?
That your question about me being hateful, and you know, like as a Christian, I do have to consider that stuff. Like I don't want to be hateful. I don't.
You have to look. But you have to decide how you want to pursue internet fame. What path do you want to go down? Because like I've told you, I've seen some of your other older videos that you've tried to hide from your audience, and some of them are good. Some of them are good. You know, you had a video about how Fallout New Vegas has the best quest design, and you know, it's like, yeah, fuck yeah. You know, you should do more stuff like that and not pander so much.
I'm guessing that video got what 10%, maybe less, of the viewership that this guy's average anti-woke video makes. No, this guy's following the money, and he's not going to make videos about how insert game had good quest design, because that video is not going to get as many views or make him as much money as this awful game, woke garbage, hates white people, failing, going broke, like some clickbait title like that.
To the gays are destroying our video games crowd.
Well,
it's like, sure. Yes, but the boy who cried wolf, okay? So it's hard to find the wolf when every fucking time a new game comes out, it's woke, and the gays are ruining it. Every fucking time a new video. You just said 100% of the games that come out are woke. Every single fucking one of them, okay? This is a boy who cried wolf scenario, and it's...
Okay,
I can't... How am I supposed to take... Am I just supposed to believe in what you say blindly?
Dude,
are you the ultimate arbiter of what's gay and woke and all this? You know what I mean? Like,
dude, I'm just saying it's odd that you never
talk
about it.
Well, not trolling, but
never talk about it.
He's just trying to
when
troll.
I feel like it's an actual issue, or when I have like the Hogwarts Legacy stuff, bro.
Okay,
that was a huge deal. That was a huge deal. I've talked about this before. I did a video. It was like Ocarina of Time is a gay coming of age story. I did a response to this random article, and it was so bizarre, and it was just, see, what I've always made fun of and criticized on my channel is bad faith critique of video games and the medium of video games. And people make bad faith arguments on the left, people make bad faith arguments on the right. Okay? I don't discriminate.
Technically true, but not even close to the same. As someone who might have spent, I'd say I spend like 75% of my time dunking on the right, because I am a progressive, and a good quarter of my time dunking on the left. The left definitely has reasons for it to be dunked on. You know, the biggest figure in the online left is Hassan Piker, a literal terrorist sympathizer, pro-Russia, in favor of anti-Ukraine, pro-China, friends with people who are now claiming that the Tiananmen Square massacre is fake and never happened, literally claiming it's manufactured, and alleged rapist. Well, I don't know if Hassan... I don't think that allegation against Hassan is very strong, but the actual allegation, like the actual thing he did, is he went to a brothel in Germany, if I recall correctly. It was some European country he visited. He went to a brothel, place where brothels are legal, and a couple years later, the place got investigated, and I believe found guilty of sex trafficking, if I'm not mistaken. And so... yes, Hassan did get services from a sex worker establishment that later, at least, was found to have been doing sex trafficking. But yeah, no, they were found innocent. Okay. Well, there you go. Well, that's where that claim comes from. If I'm not mistaken, the claim that Hassan's a rapist is the false claim, to clarify, that Hassan went to a brothel that was later found guilty of doing sex trafficking of apparently minors.
Against either of those.
But
it's
that
all
was a
fair game.
Lie,
okay?
supposedly.
It's all fair game. So I don't fence it. I don't play both sides.
Dude, of course you do. You said you did in a video. You said, I don't want to talk about politics.
That's politics in the real world, not in video games. Come on, bro.
It's the same thing, dude. You're still...
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
How because you don't want to piss off the leftists, because that would interfere with your bag. I get it.
That is the dumbest fucking thing I've heard.
Okay.
Why would I not look at the views you're getting on your audience? Why would I not cater to that crowd? What are you talking about?
Because you don't want it. Because you would lose.
Yeah, I would lose. Yeah, I would lose the lefties. That's why when you're
somehow simultaneously go woke, go broke, but also Actman is trying to appeal to woke people for money. Somehow those two ideas can coexist and be true at once without any issue, according to Andy Pants.
saying your audience is wondering why you don't cover this. Yeah, it's when people unsubscribed.
Right. And no,
it's not the leftists.
Dude, I do.
The enemy is both weak
your
and strong.
From earlier, but the reality is,
do you want to focus on that?
Even in my old Xbox videos, I talked about woke stuff. I talked about woke stuff on my old Xbox channel. It's just that happened to be an audience that didn't want to hear me talk about the woke stuff, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna follow the algorithm and make content that my audience wants here. But I still 100% have always believed the woke stuff. I've always been very passionate and outspoken about my faith.
Yeah, but you had
changed in that regard.
You had nuanced takes though. That was the difference, is that you would say things along the lines of, yes, you know, I think more trans, gay, lesbian characters in games is a good thing. However, that doesn't mean
actually
you
believed
get to
real
criticize,
things and wasn't an insincere weirdo.
I'm paraphrasing
like
what you're saying, by the way. But I have the, you know, we have the videos. But you would say, however, that doesn't mean you get to criticize Kojima for fetishizing women in his games. And I was like, you know what? That's a nuanced take. Like, you are hard pivoting to a very specific crowd, and
I'm not.
Notice, by the way, I really love this conversation because it helps to draw a line in the sand as to where the like anti-SJW community schismed. You can tell that Actman is still on that like old school, just let games be games mindset, while this guy is ironically enough arguing with the same logic as an SJW in insisting that Actman has to envelop himself in politics. I actually think, like I've always said, you catch more bees with you catch more flies with honey than vinegar, right? If you're trying to get people interested in being part of a political movement or group of any kind, or even just align a certain way, unfortunately you have to convince them that they're not going to be part of like shitty, cringe social spaces if they do, right? And unfortunately, a lot of people are under the perception that if they like even lean left or want to lean left or get involved in spaces that lean left, then they're going to be getting themselves in for like a lot of bitching and complaining and micromanaging of their language and how they act and everything, right? Because unfortunately the left is a lot like getting into the left is like trying to enter Fort Knox, you know? While getting into the right is like trying to enter the supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy. One is a incomprehensibly powerful sucking force that wants more to be gained, more mass, give me more people, while the other is like about as secure, locked up, and gatekept as you can imagine.
Pivoting to anything, this is stuff that I've always talked about. I'll show you
you have always talked about it, but you were not as far gone as you are right now. That's what I'm trying to say, is that that's why I ask, you know, did God allow, has he taken the hatred out of your heart? And you don't have to answer that to me or your audience or anybody, but you will have to answer that to him, you know?
Dude, there's certain activities and actions that
True,
God says are shameful and says are sinful. And so
and the ninth commandment,
I'm taking a stand for Christ every single day that I make my YouTube channel and that I make videos. I'm taking.
Dude, I hope this guy's really Christian. I want to debate him, and then just to, like, fully, like, the second he starts talking about... I'm going to do this from now on anytime I debate a religious person. You guys better not get mad at me. Anytime I debate a religious person from now on, if they believe in God, I'm going to look up into the air, and I'm going to yell, Satan! Take my vessel! I give you consent to use my body for whatever evil you wish to achieve on this plane. Just, like, fully lean into it. Like, maybe even get some, like, foam packs to, like, blow up in my mouth so it looks like I've got rabies or something. And get some green foam packs. And just fully make it look like I'm inviting demons into my body. mid debate with like a weirdo. Like, no, if I'm dealing with like a crazy Christian homophobe, I'm not going to argue with them about the merits of religion. I'm just going to start requesting Satan to use my body as a vessel to achieve evil and see if they really believe that shit or if it's all just talk, you know? See if they start freaking the fuck out.
Taking a stand for truth. I'm taking a stand for God, and so I don't have to be ashamed about any of that.
No.
As a Christian, I don't care. It sounds funny.
And like kind of claiming to be a lukewarm Christian and like, oh, I'm gonna
lukewarm Christian? No. Don't misinterpret. Don't.
Like, I don't actually believe anything versus like I'm standing on God's word. I'm a Christian and I'm standing on those values and I make videos about it. But I get it, look, dude.
Zan, how do these people rationalize JD Vance wanting to completely ban porn? They don't engage with real politics. They aren't backing any candidates besides Trump. You know that, right? Like the only thing that these guys get involved in regards to real life electoral politics is like championing Trump. That's it. Because Trump's the meme guy. Most of the audience watching these videos only care about like video game culture war shit. They don't actually care about real politics.
I get it. You don't want to get into religion. Nobody ever wants to talk about religion, so I'm not going to talk about that.
I don't mind. I brought it up for a reason.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
I mean, I
will say I am fully in favor of banning porn, though. Some of y'all motherfuckers need a break.
In one video I found, you said you used to debate atheists.
Dude, I was debating atheists yesterday. People on my channel hated it. So my channel is maybe like 70% religious people and like 30% atheist agnostic. And I was debating with atheists on my channel yesterday, and I lost like 22 subscribers because I was debating atheists, and I shouldn't have done it.
Damn, so, 22
anyway,
subs.
I do find it interesting that you keep note of exactly how many subscribers you lose.
You do.
True.
I remember a post on
dude, come on, brother.
No, I don't. Not really.
That's why you're playing.
I'm pretty sure the Actman sub count is so high that he on the back end wouldn't be able to see if he lost 22 subs or gained 22 subs. Just for a little reference on like how big Actman is, I don't think he could even notice on the back end losing 22 subs, because once you're past 1 million, I think they start cutting off the amount of zeros you can see.
I think both
the amount of digits
because you're looking at your numbers. I get it.
My numbers are all up right now. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
And it's not because I'm catering to leftists. I would have made some fucking shit.
Wasn't the Hogwarts Legacy harassment thing being agitated by Nazi Twitter? I won't deny that there was probably some far-right people psyoping it up there to make the left and trans people look really bad, but in truth, the reality is the left just ate it in that drama. Just absolutely just shat the bed hard. Basically, for those who don't remember what went down, every streamer and YouTuber who was going to stream this next big game that was going to be like the month's big game or the next couple weeks big game, Hogwarts Legacy, who had trans or LGBT fans that were not big on J.K. Rowling's hate, had a problem with their favorite YouTubers or streamers playing the game or streaming or making content about the game because they want their favorite YouTubers to take part in the anti-J.K. Rowling boycott. And this basically led to an array of some of the biggest gaming streamers on Twitch having clips come out of their trans fans going as far in some cases as to send them death threats for streaming Hogwarts Legacy. And so it was basically just this massive L the left had to take with that whole situation where, yeah, it was the lefties and trans people sending innocent streamers death threats and nonstop harassment because they were going to stream a game. And it wasn't like the broader trans community as a whole. It was like LGBT fans of those content creators. And so it's just this situation where like J.K. Rowling did a really good job of making herself into such a divisive figure that like normies who were going to play the game and stream it had no idea why their trans LGBT fans were like, you have to boycott this game. You can't support anything Harry Potter related. And it ended up being this big schism because, let's be clear, none of the trans or LGBT fans of these YouTubers were doing a great job of explaining the situation. Like they just basically said you have to boycott it. J.K. Rowling is hateful, and most people were not as good at explaining why the game should be boycotted as I explained it here. It was mostly just I mean, look at like Jessie Gender's video, for example. I covered a few of her videos back when Hogwarts Legacy came out, where she was just saying like, yeah, if you stream this game, you are hurting the trans community. I was like, okay, yeah. You didn't buy Hogwarts Legacy because J.K. Rowling is transphobic. I didn't buy Hogwarts Legacy because I think Harry Potter is boring. Yeah. I pirated Hogwarts Legacy, and I kind of got bored of it after a bit. I'm going to be real. I think it's a fine game, but it's just not my cup of tea.
It's your excuse for Concord, if that was the case.
I mean, I acquired it through completely legal
if
means.
If you talked about woke stuff, you'd lose
Minecraft.
like 1 million subscribers right now. So I get why you can't talk about woke stuff.
Do you actually believe that?
I can prove it. Dude, prove
you can
wrong,
prove it.
Actman.
Oh, God, bro.
Prove us wrong and make...
Oh, yeah, unironically, though, Harry Potter gets mogged by Percy Jackson 1 million times over. Do you want to hear like just a really wholesome thing I heard about the I think his name's like Rick Riordan, I think his name is, the author of Percy Jackson. He wrote Percy to have ADHD and dyslexia because his son has ADHD and dyslexia, and just said, you know what? I'm creating a character that my son can look up to. I feel it's so crazy that character ended up being like world famous after the fact, not just like a project that would be something that his son could, relate to and find cool. I find that extremely sweet, obviously, but it's also kind of a commentary on the thing that this guy is complaining about. This guy, Andy Pants Gaming, would call that woke and evil and an agenda. The idea of a dad like writing a character in his story that's meant to be disabled so his son has someone to relate to, that is woke. That is this supposed agenda-driven inclusion that these guys are so mad about.
Make an alt-right video tomorrow, and I promise you'll
you want
subscribers.
So you want me to make a video about something I don't actually think or believe?
Okay, so you
want me to start grifting?
Dude, earlier you were acknowledging that there is a push for LGBT stuff in all the games now.
Not all the games, not all of them.
Not all the games, but
Helldivers 2. I mean, that was a pretty fucking masculine game. You're talking about.
To be fair, though, Helldivers 2 has body type instead of gender, and is made by a team of lefties. That's something most gamers don't know, but that is true. I've had inside scoop on that front. So
I guess you're talking about new characters. I guess
God damn it.
Helldivers.
My nicotine vape's dead, guys. It's
franchise, over. But if we're going back to that example, sorry, I cut you off. What were you saying?
Hang on, dude. And by the way, you never answered this question. I just want to get it on tape. You saying that women, the attractiveness of women in games now compared to 10 years ago has not gone down. Female attractiveness has not gone.
This guy's such a fucking gooner that he considers that like, will you say that again? I just want to make sure that you say that, and I've got a clip of you saying that women are not getting less attractive in games, as if it's like some career-ending. He's talking about that quote being the same as like a regular YouTuber saying a slur or something. You know what I mean? It's wild.
Gone down in quality in video games the past 10 years.
Oh, you're giving me a script now?
No, I'm not giving you a script. I'm just asking you.
You just told me you want me to say that on tape.
No, look, whatever.
Come on, bro. Come on, man.
Look, it is simply a question.
That wasn't a question. You said I want to get this on tape. Can you say this?
Do you agree or disagree that female attractiveness has gone down the past 10 years in video games?
How do you quantify that?
Dude, it's true, man. Women look like garbage in games.
I mean, if I were to look at like recent video game releases, I'm sure there'll be a mix. I think
why are you
here's the thing. Here's that. You remember that?
Okay, obviously attractiveness is a complete like what's the word for it? Like subjective measure. So the idea that you could objectively say for a matter of fact that women have gotten less or more attractive in games, if it mattered at all, it would be basically an impossible argument to make because it's a subjective opinion-based thing. Like, for example, what if you're really, really into fat women? Like you just love chubby women. That is your cup of tea. But games don't typically have a lot of chubby female characters to begin with, certainly not as protagonists. What if that's what you want to goon to? What if that's not just what you find attractive for some, like, virtue signal thing, but you that's just what you goon to. Yeah, Roose Bolton moment. That's your goon stash material right there. Like, does that mean that games are actually less attractive because they don't have more less conventionally attractive women? Like, we could go down this path, but obviously know that this guy's metric for what makes an attractive woman is just like big boobs, slender waist, all that.
Overwatch diversity chart that leaked.
Yeah.
So stuff like that, stuff that is tangible. I cover stuff like that. Not like, oh, this female character doesn't have rockin' double D boobs. Wokeness? Woke? I don't make shit like that, okay? But when it's something tangible, when it's like an internal document at Blizzard that shows that they're grading their characters based on a set of diversity charts and numbers.
This is true, by the way. Yeah, that was real, apparently. From what I've heard, I looked into this claim when I heard it for the first time. Apparently, yeah, Blizzard does have, like, diversity quotas and charts when it comes to their characters and, like, Overwatch and stuff. Because they do have, like, and it has leaked, that they have, like, meetings and like documents where they are trying to make their games look progressive with representation. So yeah, there is an element of truth to the idea that these companies like are purposefully making the games come off as more progressive just to try and make like a bottom dollar. Yeah, it's rainbow capitalism explicitly, but these guys aren't claiming rainbow capitalism is bad. In fact, they're claiming rainbow capitalism doesn't exist. Their claim is go woke, go broke. So that doesn't really prove anything of what they argue other than the fact that companies are trying to make games more progressive. Something that's never been up for debate, by the way.
Yeah, I'll cover that because that's fucking insane. That's actually something for me to point at and say, wow, this is like a really bad mindset to make video games with instead of like some creative inspiration where now we're tokenizing everybody and giving them a score, a diversity score.
Dude, careful.
Yeah, I'm gonna piss off the leftists. I'm gonna.
You feel like you're going alt right now. I love it.
Oh yeah. When are we getting to the final solution? You know, when are we gonna get rid of them all?
What, kill all the white people? Kill all
the gays. The gays.
Kill all the. Well, they want to get rid of all the white men.
Can we just skip the bullshit and just go right to the final solution? I mean
they're talking about killing all the white men. So
no, but I'm talking you and me. Like, how are we gonna start the great
Oh, how are we gonna survive it when they come for the?
No. How are we going to kill them all?
Who are we talking about?
The gays. The people.
I love this. This is actually pretty
celebrated everywhere. Every single corporation will pat you on the back and give you 20 promotions if you're gay and trans and
so true.
So like,
famously true.
From getting patted on the back for being gay right now.
Here, I've got some gay friends watching on the server right now. Did you know that in America you can just get free money, pats on the back, and everything you want just for being LGBT? I don't know if you were aware of that, but apparently, yeah, just everything you want. Like, guys, any gay chatters here? Go outside, walk up to the first person you see, and say, "I am a homosexual. Give me all that you have." And if they don't, then you can press charges. It's a hate crime to not give a gay person your money and everything you own when they ask. It's true.
All right, dude. Well, I'm gonna wind the video down here, but I did want to ask you one last final question that's not edgy at all that I am curious about.
Sure. I mean, like, if you still want to have like a real conversation, but if you want to just shoot blanks at me, I'm down to deflect each and every one.
I, like you, am a huge, and you might have talked about this in one of your videos, but I didn't see it. I, like you, am a huge Halo fan. What is the best Halo multiplayer game?
Okay, is he actually gonna just start talking about like unimportant, like random shit now or something? Or is the debate over or whatever? Anybody who's seen it, are they just gonna talk about Halo or something? Oh yeah, you gotta get your free gay bucks for being gay. Yeah, that's the I forgot about that. Yeah, gay bucks. It's worth just under $1 USD. Just under $1. Oh, son of a bitch. Well, I don't know if it's pointing the right way now, but it doesn't matter until next time I place it, and I can always just fix it. Don't matter. They actually have a wholesome convo about games, but it's kind of relevant. I don't care about them having a wholesome convo about games. I want to see them kill each other. God damn it. I want to see them fight. Blood. Damn, did I really forget to bring, like, any fuel with me? I'm sure I'll get a ton of nether sulfur doing this anyway. Yeah. Anyway, I guess that's where it wraps up. I mean, unless they just start talking about, like, Halo, like, I'm guessing that's probably where that debate winds down if they're just kind of chatting. But, dude, I don't care about a wholesome convo about games. I want to see them kiss. True. They should just make out already. They should, yeah. Toxic Yowie. Old man Yowie. Alright, let's see how much oh. Guys, I think I fucked up. I didn't make enough room. Now there's room, though. We'll be fine now. Fujoing out in Xander chat again? Based? Fujoing out. I don't know what that is. But I've heard that word, but I don't know what it means. I'm sure I'm about to find out what it means. People are gonna act like I'm insane for not knowing or something. I'm gonna Fujo, what you mean? What does that mean, chat? I don't know. But based if I was. Okay. I'm guessing they mean Fujoshi, basically just meaning girls who really like yaoi. Oh. Oh. Isn't that like all women that aren't gay? That's like saying straight men who like lesbian porn. What? What? It's like mostly guys consume that, which is odd when you consider it's a category like that you would think logically would be for women. Like you would think gay porn would mostly be viewed by women or by gay guys, but it's mostly viewed, well, it is viewed by mostly gay guys. And then lesbian porn is mostly viewed by men. I think most porn is just viewed by men. I think men are just kind of gooners in general in comparison. That's why we have a whole word for when women... Yeah. Most pornography is made for a male audience, yeah. I wonder, like, if that's... This is something I've always wondered about, especially because we're going into the Gooner graphics with, like, the whole, gamers being mad about women not being fatable enough in games. I wonder if there is something inherent that makes it so men are the #1 consumers of pornography and the #1, like, goon posters. Then again, women aren't immune to it either. For another gaming-related example, Val will like that I bring this one up. How many of you in chat played Baldur's Gate 3 and had sex with Astarion? How many of you had sex with Astarion? I want to see answers before I give my my opinion on you. I imagine a lot of the women in chat who've played it have. And that's actually outright the wrong thing to do. And that's a situation where a ton of female players of the game sexualize a character that the writing of the game, at least, outright says you shouldn't. The game still sexualizes to a degree, but, like, the story says you should not sexualize this character, and yet mostly the female audience does. And I've heard... I haven't played the game yet, but I know that, like, you're not supposed to... riz up the vampire guy. And so I wonder if it's just like the way that the like game industry does sexualization that's made it so that it's mostly a male dominated like gooner space. And I wonder if it would be possible for us to have an alternate universe where instead of like neckbeard guys complaining about women in games not being fuckable enough, we've got like I guess you would say Fujoshi women who watch nonstop yaoi and like gay porn, I guess, and complain about the male characters in games not being as fuckable anymore. Like, is it possible through a different line of historical waypoints for us to have that alternate reality? What would have to happen for that alternate reality? For this to be an argument between two women about whether or not the other woman is, like, woke because she doesn't believe that men aren't, like, fappable enough in games now. Like, it just makes me wonder. I've always thought about that. Like, what line of lore would we have had to go through to get to that point? That alternate timeline. Anyway, with all that said, this debate was absolutely ridiculous. This has been 2.5 hours. God help Ethan's computer when he has to edit this shit and render it. He's not going to be happy. He's not going to be happy, guys. He's going to be upset. Anyway, with that said, I appreciate you guys watching this segment. I hope you enjoyed. Leave a like, subscribe, and ring the bell icon if you haven't already. And follow my social medias, link down below. Join my fan Discord, gift a sub, or donate on my website if you want to support me directly via financial contribution. It always helps a ton. And with all that said, I hope to see you again. Thank you for watching. That was a long-ass segment, guys, but what did you all think? I feel like it came out pretty good. Hold on, someone in chat's saying they're mogging me? No, they're not. Yeah, I mog you, okay? I mog you guys. No one in chat's mogging me. Let's be real. No one in chat's mogging me. I mog you. Anyway, Perry Icefire, thank you so much for the $5 donation. How kind of you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It says, this might sound weird, but in the Minecraft server you're on, what is the mod that made the area look wet when it was raining? It looks so cool and relaxing, I need it. It's part of the complementary reimagined shaders. You have to enable the setting, and a lot of mod packs have it, but I had to enable it. It's usually optional, where when it starts raining, there can be like a puddle effect. The only mod pack I know that has it by default, and you don't have to like enable it in the shader pack settings, is Seuss Renewed. Seuss Renewed and Seuss version 11 both have like default puddle gathering whenever it rains, so that's neat. But otherwise, use Complementary Reimagined, your game will look like mine, and enable puddles in the settings, because they're off by default. Anyway, thank you, Perry Icefire, for the $5. I appreciate it. And then Slashy, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said, need to re-up again. Also, please cover the college students' own Charlie Kirk video from Jubilee. Unfortunately, Jubilee will strike me. They're heavy-handed with the copyright. You'll notice no other lefty figures at all cover Jubilee videos anymore. That's why. They'll live strike you, like while you're reacting to it live on stream, before you can even get your video out, or end the stream itself. Val joined the server and simply said, I heard Astarian. Yep. The vibrations through the earth finally reached the Philippines. It was like, someone said Astarian. Cirrus and Riverboat Jack both covered it this morning, and they both got struck on YouTube. Yeah. No, YouTube will outright strike you. Good Segizan, I enjoyed the Actman whooping Andy Pants's sorry ass. It was a good time. Jubilee cringe, and they've been criticized way too many times from the left, lol. I mean, yeah, they're pretty cringe, but it's the thing they've done that's so bad is the copyright shit, you know? Andy shit his pants. True. Anyway, thank you for the tier 2 sub, Slash. I'll consider adding the Charlie Kirk owned by college students thing to the list if I can, like, find a way to bypass. But for now, unfortunately, I probably won't be able to cover that considering the, the situation with copyright. I'm sorry. Man, I hope Cirrus managed to get that copyright strike dealt with. He does not deserve a fucking copyright strike, dude. We have Andy and SRS, the dynamic dumbass duo. True. The dynamic dumbasses. Okay. Really quickly, I'm going to use the restroom and grab myself a Monster Energy because, good God, Do I need to use the restroom? And am I already getting a little bit tired, considering it's already 6:25 p.m. and we're only one segment down? Oh boy, God help me. I'll be right back, chat. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. So chat, I was away and I was thinking, I should make my channel a right-wing politics channel. We should just do that, guys. Wouldn't that be funny? Just one day, all of a sudden, the Xander Hall channel is just anti-gay content. Do it for April Fools. So true. I just put out like April 1st next year, why I left the left. Second video of the day. Like gay bad. Just title it gay bad or something. Get your bag from Tenant Media. Yeah, just for April 1st. That'd go hard. Xander Hall, could we look at the trailer for Everybody Still Hates Chris before the next Segi? I'm going to watch that. I think I'm going to react to that during the watch party tomorrow, because we're doing a watch party tomorrow, and I want to keep stream fairly focused, especially after all the stun locking that we did and how long that last segment took. But I get it. We will watch that trailer, and I will react to it blind for you guys when we do the watch party tomorrow. Especially since most people who are going to be in that watch party are going to be people who are going to show up for, like, that want to see me react to that, right? I recently rearranged my room. Now I have more space to work out and play with Beyblades. What a combination. More room to work out and play with Beyblades. Amazing. I just imagine you, like, glistening with, like, that workout body oil, like, sweaty, ripped, wearing, like, one of those weightlifting tank tops, just absolutely shredded and massively huge, and just, like, hunched over this comparatively tiny little Beyblade setup, and, like, you have to use, like, your pinky finger to pull the ripcord on the Beyblade, just a pinky finger, because, like, all your other fingers are too big and muscular to fit in the fucking thing, the little loop that you ripcord from. I'm just imagining, like, you're just absolutely yoked playing with Beyblades next to your workout setup. Now make what I just described completely real, please. Make that real. All right. Here, let me bring up the next topic, Reno. I'm going to mark this one off the list, and it's time for us to move on. Why is my eyelid itchy now? That's a new itch. The eyelid itch. Xander Hall, I'm in my new apartment and I have a kitten now. Hell yeah, Cammy Whammy. Congratulations on your new place. And congratulations on your new kitten. What's their name? What is their name? What should I go? Cat? Nami. Do you play League of Legends? Do I need to ban you from my chat? Wait, that's not from... Well, yeah, that is from League of Legends, I think. Right? Yeah, I think that's a name from League of Legends. I'm pretty sure. Maybe it's not from League of Legends, though. Maybe you got it from somewhere else. But I think League of Legends when I heard that, because I'm pretty sure there's a champion with that name. I know there's, like, Yumi, I think, which is the cat one. That would have been a fitting name. I hope that's not a League of Legends reference you just made in my chat. IDK, I've never played League. I got it from One Piece. Oh! The One Piece! The One Piece is real! You guys remember that meme, right? From like a year ago? The One Piece is real? Alright. What topic should I move on to next? I've got some pretty good ones, but I don't know which one I should do. Let me see if I can get a good video for us to put in the corner so we can do some nether mining for this next segment. IDK, I've never played League. I got it from one... Oh yeah, I already read that message. Why did I read that message twice? Like my temporary memory folder got wiped or something in my brain. Alright. Alright.
KSI.
Alright, everyone. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, guys. I'm finally talking about MrBeast. Finally. This big drama with MrBeast. I tried multiple times to make segments about this, and the last time I tried, my stream started to fucking die from an OBS issue. And by the time I came back, I was like, man, it's kind of old news at this point. Like, everybody's already made videos about it. There's not much else to say about it. There was like 2 or 3 different attempts I made to cover that, and there were reasons why I wasn't able to go through with it, and one of them, the most recent, was my stream just dying on me, which sucks because, like, I have a lot to say about it, and, you know, from the YouTuber kind of utilitarian perspective, covering MrBeast's seeming downfall is definitely not bad for the channel either, you know? But people were like, Zan, why haven't you covered the MrBeast thing? What are you, biased or something? I'm like, no, I tried to. Like, I just couldn't get the full segment done without my stream dying. But now we can finally, hopefully with no tech issues stopping the stream, finally talk about this. Not just the news that's already been news, but the more recent developments and how I feel all of these revelations about MrBeast come together to create a narrative, a story that I think we can all learn from. Let me rewind you guys back a little bit before we get into the video we're going to be watching and give you some backstories so you understand what we're talking about here. I've watched MrBeast, a man who now stands, I believe, as the largest single creator on all of YouTube. Maybe not the biggest channel, because I believe like T-Series and some company channels still beat him out in terms of total subs, but like that doesn't count in comparison to single person owning a YouTube channel with their name. How many subs do they have? MrBeast is the top of the list. And I've watched him for years. I think initially watched his trolling videos, like, way back. I can't guarantee that I did, but the name MrBeast already rang a bell, like, in the first place, when I, like, found him once he started making his viral content, so I definitely already heard of him before. He's above T-Series. That's crazy. Okay. And then on top of that, like, I enjoyed even his viral content, you know? Like, I remember one of the first videos that really got me to be a regular MrBeast viewer when I was, like, 18. I definitely didn't watch as much after, you know, turning, like, 20 or whatever. But, like, when I was, like, 18, I watched a fair amount of MrBeast. And one of the videos that got me hooked was during Fortnite's peak when Tfue was, like, the top of Twitch because he was so good at Fortnite. Tfue and MrBeast had collabed, where MrBeast had bought this old school bus and then painted it blue and completely overhauled it into basically like a Fortnite battle bus. Like, it turned it into the battle bus and made it like a party bus as well. Like, it had a console on it. It was all lit up with like lights and LEDs. It was super cool, right? And they drove it across the state or across like down the coast from like North Carolina where MrBeast lived to Florida where Tfue lived to give it to him. And that was a great video. I always liked MrBeast stuff. I thought, especially once they started to get into the philanthropical stuff, it was very good. And I was one of the OG MrBeast fans, you could say. Not like a super hardcore fan, but I followed his stuff, and I liked it enough to watch it. It was entertaining, right? I watched as he took the like front spot or the top place as you know, first YouTuber or best YouTuber, biggest YouTuber. Any metric you could really measure him by, he met the number one place for. You know, he was the top of this totem pole. And everyone liked him. And when I say everyone, I mean everyone. No big YouTubers were out there making MrBeast call-outs. I guess, except for Jacksepticeye, who dared to have the, at the time, very controversial take that MrBeast kind of ruined YouTube. Looking back now, though, he was 100% right. And he was right to say it. Let's be real. Well, MrBeast recently had some big things come out against him. And it ended up cascading in a line of events. The first big event, the event that really broke and cracked the foundation so MrBeast's reputation could fall on YouTube, was when MrBeast's, at the time, good friend, Ava Tyson, came out as trans, and MrBeast, in response to the controversy, basically just said he doesn't care and supports his friend. The conservatives online and the conservatives in his audience did not approve of this by any means. They were very upset, as you can imagine. And their response was to immediately start attacking MrBeast. And we saw a big schism in the online space where you had most people calling MrBeast a saint, and a lot of people, particularly the more conservative people, calling MrBeast like woke or even like pro-grooming. And the allegations got pretty serious. And it really stemmed from the fact that MrBeast was not even pro-trans, just not anti-trans, right? And from there, things that were far more damning started to be dug up about MrBeast. And I promise you it was no coincidence that once MrBeast came out as more on the left than on the right on this particular culture war issue, all of a sudden these potentially career-ending things start coming up about MrBeast. And to be clear, these weren't things that were hidden or had to have been like made public by somebody. These are things like people figuring out that on the wall in MrBeast's old videos at Ava Tyson's house, one of the art drawings on the wall was a Shadman art, Shadman being a lolicon artist. And I believe the art itself was lolicon. So viewers going back a decade all saw that, didn't care, until the same month MrBeast came out as pro-trans. Or came out as defending his trans friend. And so my immediate reaction was, this is a good guy. You know, he's doing charity, he's pro-trans, he's a big YouTuber, doesn't seem to have done anything wrong other than potentially have been part of the massive group of content creators, mind you, who enabled and made excuses for and normalized Shadman at the time. Notably, the guys behind Smiling Friends were friends with Shadman at the time and backed him up in dramas on Twitter and stuff. Most of animation YouTube did, to be honest. Nuxtaku is a good example of a big YouTuber who himself is also a Gooner degenerate. but a big YouTuber who was like a defender of and friends with Shadman. So this was not anything on its own super crazy. Like, I know by today's standards, absolutely yes, but for some reason, much to my dislike, at that time, much like Nuxtaku's entire brand, if you don't know who Nuxtaku is, then my point won't really get across to you, but if you do, then you get what I mean. Much like a modern-day Nuxtaku, Shadman was just this supposed edgy memer, right? And people did not consider him the blatant pedophile that he was. And so the Nuxtaku effect took hold. And, the standard for who is okay to have been cool with Shadman and who isn't okay to have been cool with Shadman made a very clear show of itself. I think it's not good to have ever been cool with Shadman, but it was interesting to me that Chris or Ava Tyson and MrBeast were getting shit for having been in any way associated with Shadman for that art piece, but people who are still very popular today were like big defenders and friends with Shadman at the time, and no one cares, right? What bothers me is the double standard, and the fact that double standard is there suggests to me that most people talking about this don't really care about protecting kids or calling out groomers so much as they care about, like, drama and a political side, maybe even that as well, right? But things began to develop further, and people went back to long since supposedly debunked allegations against MrBeast and relitigated them, and found that these accusations sound a lot more realistic now than they did before. They look a lot more real, especially when you consider that more recent allegations were coming out at the same time that made new claims but substantiated them better. Famously, a guy who appeared in a recent MrBeast video where he's locked in a store for like 30 days or something came out and talked about how awful the living conditions were. A ton of MrBeast employees, ex-employees and stuff have come out to talk about a variety of problems, from MrBeast outright staging videos, many of the videos were fake, to hiring registered sex offenders onto the team. Basically everything, which, mind you, many of these allegations were either public, the evidence was public, or were already out there to begin with, and they all caved in, and everyone started taking them seriously within 2 months of MrBeast coming out as pro-trans. I just think that's a nice little detail that's worth remembering about all of this. Cancel culture isn't real unless you're a perfect target, and MrBeast was not a perfect target until he came out as pro-trans. Before that, he was unassailable. Now, though, most of the internet, it seems, that's like involved in discourse. Mind you, MrBeast's sub count has barely taken a hit from all this, but in the realm of YouTubers and the discourse, MrBeast's reputation has basically been nuked at this point, left and right. And it feels as though he doesn't even care about keeping his sort of image intact. It feels like he's leaning fully now into the douche-tuber, clouded-up public figure money racket. He's leaning fully into it, with a variety of products. Feastables and MrBeast Burgers seemed like reasonable business position or business moves made in order to make a little extra money on the side to fund the YouTube channel, because he famously would always say that he reinvests all of his money into his channel. Like, he reinvests all of it into outdoing the last video, right? And so more income streams make sense, right? He's just doing ghost kitchens and selling chocolate. Doesn't seem like that big a deal. Until it turned out, as people have now discovered, mind you, this was always available to find. People only started looking once MrBeast became the perfect target. That Feastables, while yes, initially the factories and the people making them were, checked to be like kosher safe. They were checked to be like cruelty free. Go down the list, right? No slavery involved. Like that whole like big list that MrBeast touted as being why his chocolate was so ethically made. Turns out at the last moment, they switched manufacturers to a manufacturer that does not meet any of those standards. And then had the majority of the chocolate that has been produced since then has come out. Or since, the majority of chocolate from MrBeast that has been bought was from that company, not the original factory that they were able to tout all these achievements of, right? And so All these things just kept bubbling up to the surface. And now, the big new news that just feels like MrBeast giving up on making himself look like a nice guy. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he stops the charity stuff soon. Is he is now collabed with Logan Paul, a crypto scammer, and KSI, another crypto scammer, I believe, and also just general douche tuber. Like, he's been on YouTube a long time. There's a reason people don't like him, and he's popular with, like, young kids. The dumb young kids who've always funded these douche tubers that are such awful people. It's amazing that they still have a platform. Yeah, basically MrBeast is leaning fully into it, taking the Jake Paul KSI route and collabing with them to make a crossover of their products. Logan and KSI's Prime Energy Drink, which you might know because it was made fun of by South Park with their Cred energy drink episode. The Prime Energy Drink and the Feastables Beast Bar have been... They've collabed to make Lunchly, a Lunchables knockoff that is being advertised as a healthier alternative, which obviously doesn't mean it's healthy, but the wording healthier alternative is meant to make parents who think they can buy processed foods for their kids and still keep on top of their health think that they're doing well for their kids. And obviously for kids to use as an argument when begging their parents to buy it in the store so they can have MrBeast's product, their favorite YouTuber's product, like, oh my god, please, I need to have it, it's healthier. You know, that it's all for that, right? MrBeast, KSI, Logan Paul, who basically the three of the four horsemen of the apocalypse on YouTube have come together to make an unholy product simply marketed at kids in a dishonest way. And apparently, there could be some health concerns about it as well. And on top of that, the marketing for it has been just massively douchey. And I felt, let's watch this Dr. Mike video that goes into the health concerns about the food, while also, no doubt, killed. YouTube won't let it happen. YouTube can't let it happen. Are we back? You could hear the bubbling, I'm sure, from the OBS pop-up saying stream died and came back. Are we back? I told you guys, there is a curse on my channel. I am not allowed to stream if I'm talking about MrBeast. As I said, though, where was I? What an unfortunate timing thing. Oh, yeah. We're going to start the video because I feel I've given 15 minutes of preamble too long, and I don't feel I needed to give much background to most of that stuff. Because most of you guys probably already know, but I feel it's worth it because I never really got to make a video giving my takes and all that before. My general position is MrBeast is getting valid criticism for all the stuff he's getting valid criticism for. I'm just upset that most of this stuff has only become a problem seemingly after he became this perfect target who has dared to come out in favor of trans people, right? I just thought that was interesting and warranted some calling out. So let's watch the Dr. Mike video. I'm excited to find out what health concerns this Lunchly product has. Let's get into it.
MrBeast and Logan Paul have announced they were teaming up and launching a new food product called Lunchly to compete with the uber popular kids brand Lunchables. And the reception has been less than...
There's so many things I'm going to call out about this that are going to come off as maybe even reaches, but I need you to understand they're not. Like, this is insane content creator brain, is what MrBeast, KSI, and Logan Paul have. It's how they got to where they are. They understand viewer psychology absurdly well. Make no mistake. So, here's the situation. I think the only reason why they decided to make this Lunchables competitor is because in the last couple months, in about the amount of time it would have taken them to organize this, Lunchables being accused of having lead in their meals not only was a big news story, but also a big meme. Lunchables itself is a iconic, recognizable, and classic, like, memed food snack, you know what I mean? Like, you grew up seeing Lunchables commercials nonstop if you watched Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon as a kid, right? And so everyone knows Lunchables. So why not take something that's already a meme while also playing on a health concern parents might have and create like the ultimate trend product. Prime was already a trend product. Now they've made like the ultimate trend product.
Stellar. Many creators took to social media to criticize the product and the creators themselves. Logan and Jimmy were quick to push back on the critics with their own posts, and in the process created newsworthy headlines like,
YouTube stars are coming for your kid's lunch. It's a move that has MrBeast, Logan Paul,
they're coming
and
in my
KSI
lunch?
teaming up to take on Lunchables.
And I usually don't make videos discussing creators' products, but when terms like healthier or better for you get tossed around, I feel it's important to set the record straight. So, in the spirit of avoiding personal attacks,
he's going to make this argument for sure because he's a doctor, and this is like the point that has to be pointed out. Healthier does not equal healthy. So when you're shopping for foods, particularly health foods and diet stuff, you do not want to like assume that healthier option on a box or on advertising means that you're shopping healthy. You need to actually educate yourself about the fundamentals of like nutrition and meeting your macros, getting the proper amount of nutrients and vitamins you need, you know, keeping a decent amount of calories in and calorie out ratio so you don't become morbidly obese to an unhealthy extent, or anorexic, I guess, or what's the term for it? Like, is it anorexic? Is that when you're like really skinny? Like, is it obese and anorexic? Or are those opposites? Because I thought anorexia is like also a mental condition, or just is. Yeah? Okay, maybe. I don't know. You don't want to be underweight or overweight. We'll just use that, ideally. So you kind of have to put work in there, but unfortunately, a lot of these processed foods, things like Lunchables, take advantage of two groups of people that are almost a circular Venn diagram. People who are low income, and people, kids, I should say, whose parents can't really afford to prepare them meals. You know? If you're getting Lunchables for lunch every day, chances are your parents, if you even have two parents, you might be a single parent household or just have one guardian, work a lot, can't afford to cook you food or make you a breakfast or pick you something up that might be, you know, a little more substantial, and instead have to buy prepackaged processed food that lasts a while and can be easily packed and taken to school because there's such a rush, there's such a hurry, and it lasts a while. And it's, in the short term, seems cheaper, but in the long term, you end up wasting a lot of money on these like packages of processed food when you could meal prep, and if you had the time, you could meal prep and have lunch, dinner, and breakfast for weeks, maybe, or a week plus, you know, depending on how many people are in your household. This entire type of food, this processed food industry, takes advantage of people with no time and no money. Those are the people who buy processed food. It is like downright predatory with how much like dishonest advertising, how comparatively unhealthy the food is. It's a big problem. Processed foods have been time and time again proven to be not a good thing to have as the majority of your diet as a human being. You just shouldn't. So at the end of the day, Lunchly is just not healthy for you. It's not going to hurt you to eat it every once in a while, but like just processed packaged food in general that you're like, that has a bunch of preservatives and shit in it is just not really good for you. You should be eating like real food from time to time.
Let's take a look at the science of Lunchly, including a true issue with their kits I don't think anyone has correctly pointed out yet. For those who may not know, Lunchables are basically these pre-packaged do-it-yourself meal kits. They've usually got things like crackers, deli meats, cheeses, treats, and come with a little drink. And since their inception, they've been super popular with kids. However, it's been known, especially by experts, that while these kits are fun and tasty, their nutritional value is just not good. They're often too high in sodium, saturated fat, and added sugars, and don't use healthy whole food ingredients. And because they fall into the category of ultra processed food.
Yeah, oh, sorry. Not processed foods, ultra processed foods. There's actually, I forgot, I literally thought I misremembered that phrase when I had heard it before. I haven't seen this video, but I've heard this term a lot in reference to this drama. I thought I'd misremembered it because ultra processed foods just sounded so silly. Yeah, they literally have a word for how many preservatives and whatnot are in this stuff, how much they put, like, I'm pretty sure there's just a ridiculous amount of salt, just sodium, in the Lunchly thing. Like, Prime is just loaded with sodium. The Lunchly food itself is just loaded with sodium. And that's how they artificially inflate the claimed amount of electrolytes it has. So it's like full of salt, full of other preservatives, not all that good for you. Probably, like, anything sugary in there has high fructose corn syrup.
Foods, they aren't healthy to consume often, period. Studies actually show that those consuming high amounts of UPFs can have up to 50% higher risk of developing obesity, and some specific UPFs
higher chance of
are
cancer,
linked to
too.
increases in cancer. I see
Yes!
even in my
Yes! I swear I have not... I couldn't even read that text, for one, because the screen is so small, and two, I have not pre-watched this, I swear to God. But yeah, no, like, processed foods famously have a connection to higher rates of cancer, which is why, by the way, you can literally look at statistics and see the Venn diagram lines of likelihood of developing cancer and income. Not only if you are lower income are you more likely to develop cancer, but you're obviously more likely to lack the means to have it treated.
My clinic, so many of my pediatric patients are over consuming UPFs, and it's becoming a growing problem across the country. Consumer Reports even dedicated a special feature highlighting the problems with Lunchables and why they shouldn't be consumed regularly due to health risks. My own take on Lunchables, I don't recommend parents pack them for their kids on a daily basis. A low quality food with poor nutritional
Holy
value.
shit.
But now what about Lunchly? Starting with the first claim, in the press release announcing the product, Logan Paul was quoted as saying Lunchly is a healthier alternative and that it's a better for you lunch option compared to Lunchables. In fact,
Better
throughout the
for
Lunchly
you.
website,
Very
and the
careful
social
wording.
media promo posts, you'll see
I'm sure they have the
countless
lawyers look it over.
comparisons being made to Lunchables. To be honest, some of the comparisons are kind of cringe and don't make much sense to me, but maybe that's because I'm not the target demo. Flavor.
Yeah. Very important point. I'm so glad he calls out here. He's not the target demo, but the reason why some of these points are going to seem weird is I bet a bunch of them are based on memes. Oh my god. Holy shit, I already see it. Mid. The lowest option is mid. And they're like, they use the word mid in their branding and shit. Yeah, absolutely. They're using like even Gen Z brain rot language in their like marketing and advertising in order to appeal to like the brain rotted Zoomers, like I guess Gen Alpha that would buy this or beg their parents to buy this.
Full combos versus standard picks. The meal kit combos are nearly identical to Lunchables. Big gestures versus mid moments. I certainly don't remember that lesson in my nutrition classes. I was more concerned with the nutritional comparisons being made anyway. So if someone was to make a healthy meal kit for kids, I would find that incredibly valuable. And in looking in the comparison, I'd be most interested in calories, which they have, protein, which they have,
viral
sugar,
product.
which they have, saturated fat,
As opposed to
which
a
is
viral
missing,
video.
and sodium, which is not only missing, but replaced by electrolytes. And unlike all the other macros, is only labeled potassium and only in the Prime bottle in the kit, comparing it to the Capri Sun in the Lunchables. This is a pretty weird marketing choice to label electrolytes in food products. It's such a strange choice that it even stunned fellow doctor Brian Suterer, who tweeted,
"Sodium getting rebranded as electrolytes will be taught in
Yep.
marketing textbooks one."
Yep, I talked about this literally earlier. This has been one of the biggest points that people have been talking about with this Lunchly product is the high sodium. And you don't really need to, like, you can just look at that 400 milligrams of sodium and be like, oh, that's a lot of fucking sodium for one meal. That's a lot. Also, sodium is not a valid electrolyte. It's not. When you put that stuff in your body, you are losing more from it than you are getting out of it.
One day.
and sadly was ashamed to see Logan attack instead of starting a meaningful dialogue with the doctor, given that 400 milligrams is not the amount of electrolytes in Prime, at least in the image that Logan shared.
It's gonna be
400
more.
milligrams of potassium plus 5 milligrams of sodium equals 405 milligrams of electrolytes. It's not about
Also, potassium is a good electrolyte.
nitpicking. It's just about being reasonable and honest to help further the conversation. Look, if I want to decide if a food is right for me, I like to be able to compare the entire electrolyte profile, which would have to include sodium. It's like having a PB&J sandwich label that says what's in the sandwich, you know, protein, fats, calories, but then the sugar line only tells you what's in the peanut butter as opposed to the jelly in the entire sandwich. I wanted to go further and do the comparisons myself using the nutrition facts from the Lunchables.
To give you an idea, I'm pretty sure if you ate like 3 Lunchleys, like a Lunchley for every meal of the day, you might be able to go to the doctor and have a measurably higher blood pressure. That's not a joke. I'm not even joking. If Delancer is here, because Delancer's a doctor and wants to confirm this to me, I'm pretty sure you could go to the doctor after having like 3 Lunchleys, like at the end of the day, and they will be able to measure a slightly elevated blood pressure. I'm almost certain.
And Lunchly websites, and it's honestly really hard to draw perfectly clear conclusions.
Yeah. Drinking salt water is bad because, assuming it's ocean salt water, the ratio of salt to water means that when you drink it, it sucks more water from your body than the water that you're drinking, because yeah, it's so saturated with salt.
Several reasons. One, I don't have nutrition facts for each part of the kids. For example, how many calories come from Feastables versus the food component? Second, some of the portion sizes aren't the same. The turkey cracker kit from Lunchables is 82 grams, while Lunchleys is 72 grams. 3, there are so many varieties of Lunchables that just swapping out the flavor of Capri Sun caused significant differences in sugar and calorie content. What I was able to conclude is that Lunchly has less sugar and therefore less calories than Lunchables in comparable kits. That's probably due to the drink component of the kit, as Capri Sun uses sugar and Prime is artificially sweetened. Lunchly has significantly more potassium than Lunchables because of the Prime drink, which I guess is good, but not something I'd regularly use in deciding if a food is an ideal.
At the end of the day, no matter what, like, there's no real reason to compare the two outside of, like, the obvious, like, meme value and being like, oh, okay, let's evaluate if Logan Paul and MrBeast and KSI are lying about Lunchly and how healthy it is. That's obviously, you know, the angle there, but at the end of the day, we all know that this processed food that's being marketed at kids is not healthy. We know that these processed foods have always, ultra-processed foods, I should say, have always been marketed at lower income, rushed, usually single-parent households, or if they are a dual parent, they've got both parents working nonstop, very little time to cook for the... Oh, what the hell? Oh my god, they added mosquitoes to Minecraft. What the fuck? Nightmare fuel, literally. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, achievement. Not incorrect. Back to
lunch for a kid. Lunchly has slightly less sodium and saturated fat than comparable Lunchables. That's definitely moving in the right direction. However, both differences were fairly small. Lunchly does use real cheese as opposed to cheese product, signaling that at least one ingredient is less processed than in Lunch.
Okay. I wish that, I hope that Dr. Mike reads the MrBeast tweet, but it doesn't look like he's going to, because it just looks like he's moving on through this point. But the reason why that cheese instead of cheese product point was brought up is because MrBeast, and I wanted to bring this up so bad during the segment, so I'm glad I got reminded to. MrBeast, have you ever noticed MrBeast speaks when on Twitter? Like, look up MrBeast and look at his tweets, and then look up Elon Musk's Twitter and bring up his tweets. Now, purely, I want you to look at the way they speak, the way they tweet about things, and tell me there is not an uncanny similarity. As you can imagine, it did not surprise me to recently find out that MrBeast has gone on record saying that Elon Musk is his biggest idol, like that he looks up to, his biggest inspiration, and he wants to be the next Elon Musk. That should not have surprised me in the slightest, and it really didn't, to be fair. It honestly seemed accurate at this point. But yeah, dude, like, a lot of this is literally MrBeast desperately wanting to be the next Elon Musk. Like, it really is actually just that simple. Okay, this thing should actually be good to run on its own. I don't need to micromanage the inventory now. It's got plenty of room to pick up any netherite it finds. I just gotta follow it.
but the entirety of the kit is still considered an ultra-processed meal. Lunchly has higher amounts of A and B vitamins, which can be good, but also can be problematic as vitamin A is a fat-soluble vitamin, and kids can easily overconsume it, leading to toxicity. Being that it's fat-soluble means that you can't just urinate excess out. This has actually been raised as an issue by...
Oh. Yeah. Shit. I hadn't even thought about that. Fuck, dude. And on top of that, that was a big part of the Prime drama, too, because Prime energy should not be drunk by kids. It's literally not healthy for kids. That was, like, a big part of this, and Logan Paul had to walk it back by saying it's not advertised to kids. It's advertised as a sports drink for adults and athletes. But, oh, fuck. Obviously, it's advertised as kids. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. No, this is bad. This is bad. This is so bad. Oh, my God, this is so bad. Oh, shit, what do we do? Oh. Oh, did we? I think we killed the lava. It killed our furnace thing, though. Damn, I couldn't save it.
Experts with Prime in general. Despite these legitimate upgrades, social media posts are slamming Lunchly for not being perfect. But Lunchly does not need to be perfect to be valuable for kids. It just needs to be significantly healthier in order to reduce risk. As a doctor, I use risk reduction all the time, essentially taking something harmful and replacing it with something less harmful, but still imperfect. As an example, I would never recommend starting vaping, but getting someone to replace smoking cigarettes with vaping is generally a good step down in terms of health risk. Knowing all that, is it fair to say...
Dude, people still argue about this. Like actually, I've still seen people argue that vaping, we don't know enough about vaping to know if it's more dangerous than smoking, and that it might be more dangerous. I think there's a possibility, but at this point, it seems like most medical professionals have settled on the like consensus that vaping is almost certainly better than smoking. Like to the extent that doctors recommend if you are a smoker and you just can't quit nicotine, then they would rather you vape, you know, than smoke. Aw, shucks, guess we can't eat polar bear livers anymore. Oh yeah, too much vitamin A.
That Lunchly is healthier. I guess one can say yes, but honestly, probably more so as a marketing tactic. The reason why? Well, let's look at the recently passed nutrition standards set forth by the USDA for school lunches and see how Lunchly compares. Going line by line here. Less than 10% of calories should come from saturated fat. Lunchly turkey, 23% of calories come from saturated fat. Less than 10% of calories should come from added sugars. Lunchly turkey, 10.4 comes from added sugars. But this is where things get really interesting, and for some reason, no one has pointed this out. You see, USDA caloric guidelines say that a lunch meal for kids K through 8 should contain around 625 calories. Kids need energy to function, and calories give them that energy. Lunchly turkey contains only 230 calories, which would mean a kid would need to eat about 2.7 portions to consume enough calories. And if they did that...
Also, isn't turkey like one of the leanest meats you can possibly eat? I might be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure turkey is like... I mean, there's leaner meats, I know, like rabbit's pretty lean, but like turkey, as far as stuff you'll find on American shelves, isn't turkey like really lean? Which to a degree might be good if you need to be on a diet, but like, we're assuming we're making a healthy product for kids to eat. If the meat is good, it's fine if they eat a good amount of calories of that. It might even be better. Like, a lot of calories isn't bad as long as you're living an active lifestyle. Most kids are living a pretty active lifestyle and can handle like a good amount of calories of like meat. That's what they should be eating, like a good bit of meat and carbs. They need the energy. The problem is this processed shit has so much artificial sweetener, which itself, that can range from like 0 calorie sweeteners that can genuinely be very like diet healthy, and are like a good way to add sweetness without gaining pounds, or it could mean added sugars like from high fructose corn syrup. And that's what's been a big cause, as far as I'm aware, to the obesity epidemic, the childhood obesity epidemic in America, is that high fructose corn syrup shit. It's addictive. Like, it literally, these processed foods don't just have like the marketing, the you know, the situational aspect of things going for them. On top of that, you have to consider that they're addictive. You have, like, same goes for fast food. You ever like get into a stint of like one night, like you just feel like shit and you cannot cook. Like, you just can't cook. Like, one night I was like really sick and I just could not stand up to cook without feeling awful, and I dared to order myself Uber Eats. Cool. I dared to open up Uber Eats and order myself some food with it. And next thing I know, I have ordered, like, the next 2 nights, 3 nights in a row, I've ordered fast food without even thinking about it. I'm like, what the fuck? These processed foods and, like, fast food and stuff is, like, chemically, like, they had labs designed to make this shit as addictive as possible, particularly these, like, ultra-processed foods. So it's not even just a factor of, like, these kids are going to want it because YouTuber. All they have to do is get it once, and they're going to get hooked on it, because these things that are added, these additives, are literally drugs, basically. They have addictive outcomes, and these kids are going to get addicted to it. They're literally peddling addiction to kids. According to food theory, Prime isn't even good for athletes. The only thing it would be good for is brain power. Yeah. Obviously, drinking like 300 milligrams of sodium is not good for athletes. Yes, you should not. Gatorade and fucking Powerade and all that shit is probably not good for you when you're exercising. Nothing is better than water. I promise you. Your body needs water. A lot of it.
They'd get nearly 1,300 milligrams of sodium, which is also significantly over the USDA standards. So they'd be either under-eating calories or overeating sodium. Finally, the grain guidelines state that 80% of lunch meals must be whole grain, and Lunchly Turkey does not list any whole grain ingredients. It's clear Lunchly, just like Lunchables, misses the mark too many times to be considered meaningfully healthier, at least in my opinion. That being said, I do think many criticisms pointed at Logan, KSI, and Jimmy are unfair. Attacking them for trying to create a successful influencer product isn't...
Nah. See, all right, now is where we get into... Here's the perfect segue into the final big point of this entire drama. The fabled YouTube Civil War. So, another figure... A large, respected, old-school YouTuber, just like Jacksepticeye, who recently called out MrBeast, Logan Paul, and KSI, was Dan TDM. Dan the Diamond Minecart. Not really my cup of tea, personally. That's Ethan, who just joined the server, by the way. Not really my cup of tea. But, you know, very beloved guy. I don't dislike him or anything. I wasn't like a big Dan TDM guy. I watched a few of his videos, but his mod reviews weren't really the thing I watched particularly. But everyone loves the guy. He is like a legend. He is like a staple of so many Gen Z adults' childhoods, right? And he came out to say, I believe the tweet was like, what happened to YouTubers, man? We used to be about making content. Now we're like peddling blah, blah, blah to kids. Like, it was a very strong point, you know? Basically just overtly calling out the bizarreness of the fact that it is just normal for YouTubers. We went from this era where YouTube had this big problem where you would, as a creator, get endless amounts of shit if you even, like, receive donations from fans. Did you guys know that? That, like, go back to 2010, 2011, around that time, if you received donations from your fans, that was considered, like, the lowest scum you could be online. Like, you were considered like an e-begging scumbag. Then streaming kind of normalized the idea of live donations with the subscription service and donations, and the internet slowly started to realize, like, okay, maybe it's all right for fans to, like, contribute financially to their favorite creators. It's not, like, necessarily the worst thing in the world. It's not always e-begging, you know? And so the internet got a little more chill with that. Nowadays, though, we're in this area where some of the biggest content creators out there are just using their platforms as starters for businesses they use to shill shitty, overpriced products to their fans. And, like, it's normal. So Dan TDM called this out. Logan Paul, KSI, and MrBeast responded. And MrBeast kind of kept to that really friendly, like, old Elon Musk is actually how I should describe it. Not like how you imagine Elon Musk tweets nowadays. Like, original OG Elon Musk back when most people liked him. He tries to continue tweeting like that and, diffusing things and keeps it PR-minded, but Logan Paul, like, accuses Lunchables of having, like, lead in them and shit. It's just... I appreciate the calling this out, and this schismed YouTube to a degree. If you go on Twitter right now, I believe it's still trending, but it was trending before, YouTube Civil War, where, like, it seems like half of YouTubers are calling out that, like, a bunch of YouTubers are still making excuses for MrBeast and KSI and Logan Paul after the crypto pump and dump schemes, the lying, the just years and years and years, not in the case of MrBeast, but in the case of KSI and Logan Paul, of being complete cunts, just the biggest douchebags on YouTube. Now MrBeast is collabing with them after all this comes out. And there are still people defending them because Logan Paul, KSI, and MrBeast are kingmakers. They can... One video, like, collabing with these guys could make your career. No one for so long wanted to be the person who stuck their neck out to criticize, no matter how valid, MrBeast. If you go back to 6 months ago when MrBeast wasn't even getting shit for being pro-trans, go back to then and look at how any criticism of MrBeast went for the people who criticized him. You were treated like a genuine psycho if you had a problem with MrBeast back then. And, fair enough, I guess, but it really felt like he was unassailable for so long until he became the perfect target. Until he became the perfect target. One who had dared to offend some of the most dedicated people on the internet, that being conservatives. So yeah, that's pretty much... That's not even close to all I have to say about this, to be honest, but it is pretty close to everything I have to say about it. I imagine there's some things I've forgotten. I'll probably have plenty more to rant about in future segments and videos and streams. However, that's mostly what I wanted to talk about. This era we're entering where some YouTubers are still bending the knee to MrBeast, KSI, and Logan Paul, despite how blatantly awful they are, while many other YouTubers are just fed up and calling them out. And I am on board with calling them out. I am tired of the last 4-5 years of precedent that's been set where particularly Logan Paul and KSI have just gotten away with everything. I don't like him too much because he's had some weird tanky takes based on what I've heard from chat, but the Cavernacle made a video about this and I watched it recently, and his argument was that cancel culture was never real unless you were a perfect victim. And I was like, damn. Or a perfect target. Not perfect victim, perfect target. And I was like, damn, that is low-key looking pretty true right now. Like, look at Dr. Disrespect returning to YouTube, or becoming... Dr. Disrespect is now the biggest, period, YouTube live streamer. Obviously, YouTube doesn't care about the fact that Twitch banned him for messaging a minor on their platform inappropriately, nor do his fans or much of the YouTube gaming audience, because he is now the biggest YouTube live streamer there is and has returned with record numbers for his all-time career since his return. I mean, hell, like, how many content creators can you think of that got mega canceled after being exposed for awful things that probably could have just kept going if they hadn't chosen to leave the internet? You know what I mean? Like, look at Onision. He's still around. That guy has literally had over a decade of non-stop hate videos made on him, and he's still around. You know what I mean? Like, cancel culture was always just a tendency to harass people, and whether or not you could be a victim of cancel culture depended on, A, whether or not your income relied on people's perception of you, because then you could just be made homeless if you got canceled, maybe you get fired from your job, right? But, like, outside of that, it just seems like if you just grit your teeth and go through it, then you'll just end up in situations like this where you can just push through and no one will really be able to do anything. YouTube won't even do anything. It's really frustrating. Like, YouTube loves pretending they care about their audience when they really don't.
Inherently problematic.
Or
I
their
just think if a
creators or the
company
people
was
that watch.
truly interested in creating a healthier lunch kit for kids, the USDA standards should be the minimum starting requirements. Otherwise, we're simply propagating the problem even further. One of my hopes is that in navigating the future feedback on this company, the guys hire a health professional to guide them in making messaging more accurate. I just saw someone ask about heavy metal contamination, and Logan responded with a video of an X-ray machine checking for
you wouldn't be
foreign
able to detect
materials.
that.
That checks for stray objects accidentally getting into the meals, not heavy metal
Not
contaminations
particulates.
like we discussed earlier with Lunchables and lead. And
Yeah, the lead that is thought to be contained in Lunchables aren't literal, like, shavings or chunks of lead that you could just, like, see on an X-ray or whatever. They're little particles, like lead dust, basically. Not even lead dust, like microscopic red dust. You would have... X-rays aren't magnifying glasses. You can't see something tiny bigger on that screen. It's already invisible to the naked eye. An X-ray wouldn't change that.
And saying a food has more electrolytes, therefore it must be better or healthier, is just not true. Foods with an incredibly high sodium content and electrolyte are not considered particularly healthy. In fact, many are considered unhealthy for that reason. I can't expect non-medical people to get this perfect, but if you're gonna stand by a children's food product being healthy, you need to...
Like, electrolytes are important for your body to function, but if you're eating a normal diet, you'll get plenty from your diet. It's one of those things, right? Why do I keep hearing Westside Tyler's slugs noise? What? I think it's just the sound of me walking on Netherrack. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah. Most of the things that a lot of, like, processed foods are advertised as having, like a lot of as a selling point for some, like, health gimmick, you have to remember, if you eat a good diet, you're getting plenty of it from your food already. So electrolytes and sports drinks are, I'm pretty sure, just a grift. Like literally like a psyop, pretty much, right? Like, correct me if I'm wrong. Oh my god, that piglin has a gun. I need to kill it. Really? Oh fuck. Hornlin? Die! Oh, he's reloading! Hog round. Those guys had guns. Yeah, there's guns in this mod pack. Also, oh my god, look what it did to my armor, dude. That was also burning to death to a degree, but shit, man. Not good. Okay, hopefully there's no more lava waiting to fall onto my excavator.
To hold your messaging to a higher standard. Eating a diet full of UPFs can lead to weight gain. Click here to see the harsh reality of life at 800 pounds, and as always, stay happy and healthy.
Oh, okay, that's the end of the video. Yeah, like I said, though, like, this product is just a blatant cash grab that is selling... Like, they were already selling burgers and candy in the first place, but everyone knows burgers and candy aren't healthy. This, especially with what we now know about MrBeast and everything in particularly in hindsight, it just feels so much more insidious than any other product, especially considering who he's collabing with. Another thing that's come out that was always public, by the way, and people just ignored because they didn't care about it until MrBeast became the right kind of target. Did you guys know that MrBeast and Logan Paul collaborated on a crypto pump and dump scheme years ago? And have done basically, like, they've had podcast appearances, they've talked about it multiple times in the past. They literally did a pump and dump scheme on MrBeast, notably's fans, when you consider that so many of those people no doubt came from MrBeast. No fucking way, dude. No fucking shot. Nope, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Oh, did it go out? Are we good? Oh, we didn't even lose the thing. Okay, I think we're good. Alright, I need to... Oh. Please. Please. No. Did we? No way. No way. It incinerated my fucking button. No way. We have to go back to the overworld and get a button, dude. Holy shit, bro. No, 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 no. Someone bring me a lever, please. There's no way I'm going back to the overworld for a lever, dude. No shot. No shot. No shot. Am I going back to the overworld for a fucking lever, dog? That's insane. A button won't work, unfortunately, because it's not continuous. Sorry, guys. Button won't work. It has to be a lever, I'm pretty sure. Oh, yeah. I can't type for shit behind my mic. You guys got... I wish you guys could see my setup and how fucked it is, but, like, I can't see my keyboard at all behind my mic. I have to, like, feel around, and I can't touch type, so it's really hard. God, that shit pisses me off. God, I just want to mine. Let my mining machine run. Why must create shit be so frustrating? Why can't it just be good? Why does lava in the nether have to be a problem no matter what? Redstone torch, don't have any redstone. Trust me, I racked my brain for every possibility in like a microsecond and figured out I was fucked if I didn't go back to the overworld. But Maddie's bringing some more, so we're fine. Anyway. With that said, I think I've got everything off my my chest that I wanted to say about the MrBeast thing. Really, really upset that one of the seemingly best creators out there has gone down this road and basically been outed as just an awful guy, very disingenuous, and seemingly faking all of this like charitability stuff for a better perception. But I honestly shouldn't say that this is surprising. Looking back in hindsight, when was the last time a good person was the biggest YouTuber there is? I mean, I would say maybe PewDiePie, but I mean, even he's got some skeletons in his closet. I'd say Smosh, because they were at the top. The Smosh guys seem pretty chill. But it really seems like the meta for the last 10 years on YouTube has been the worst people float to the top consistently. And so I just hope people have a general higher level of skepticism about these content creators now that all of this has come out. Especially when you consider how MrBeast was seemingly untouchable for so long. Hopefully now no content creator is untouchable like that ever again. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment and agreed with or thought I said anything cool or good, then consider dropping a like. It really helps the channel a lot. Every thumbs up goes a long way to boost the channel in the algorithm and get my content out to more people. And on top of that, if you haven't already, consider subscribing, ring the bell icon, and commenting down below, following my social medias linked in the description, and joining my fan Discord in order to be a part of the main hub of my fan base and community. It's totally free to join, of course, and yeah, I do hope to see you there. Tomorrow I'll also be hosting a watch party there, so, you know, you don't want to miss that too. And finally, if you want to support the channel, with, you know, go the extra mile, you can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch at the Streamlabs link down below. Regardless of how you support the channel, though, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. I'm guessing he was influential enough for the guy say it before committing a crime. I don't know what that means. Professional autist. Good Segizan. Thank you, I appreciate that. Let me bring up the next topic on the list and mark off this one first. Hell yeah. Man, hopefully we can get some netherite in this stream. The Christchurch shooter who said sub to PewDiePie? Yeah, but that's not a PewDiePie thing. The Christchurch shooter did that for as much attention as possible. And also because at the time, Nazis did kind of think PewDiePie was one of them, but that didn't really end up panning out. PewDiePie... The most Nazi things PewDiePie did was, A, the, like... At the time, a lot of people considered this a haha funny joke, but the paying the guys on Fiverr to hold up the sign that says death to all Jews, very 2016, 2017 humor, like very like mainstream internet humor back then. So that was literally only considered a Nazi thing by people who are progressive and people outside of the internet. Online, people did not consider that a Nazi thing or a problem. And then also the bridge moment where he says the N-word, which I think most people just didn't care online. They just let him get away with that. They didn't care. And then the other thing was actually a lie. There's a claim that he was wearing a Nazi uniform when I believe it was actually a British officer's uniform. Like many outlets claimed that he was wearing a Nazi uniform in that famous shot where he's like in the military uniform. And it's actually, if I recall correctly, a British officer's uniform. You know, the officers who fought against the Nazis. Lefty Jenna, I know for a fact you have never inhabited the mainstream spaces online where that was the case. I guarantee you were not a part of those spaces at the time. Trust me, the entire like era of YouTube that followed after Filthy Frank, yeah, saying shit like that was absolutely mainstream internet humor. Mainstream internet humor back then was being as offensive as feasibly possible for the memes. We were literally just criticizing this because it was the same mindset that allowed Shadman to get away with being a pedophile for so long, because people just said, oh, he's just being edgy, he's just being a provocateur. Because back then, people thought like that. People heard people say things like death to all Jews or drawing lolicon and thought they must just be super edgy. Or if they claimed they were just being super edgy doing that, people bought it. Because that was internet culture back then. I'm not making any excuses for it, to be clear, by the way. I am giving commentary on how shitty it used to be back then, and how things are better now. There's actual, certain levels of accountability for, like, posting cringe and pretending it's just edgy humor now. I'm well aware of Gamergate, yeah. Well, it's not even Gamergate, it's more just, like, the way that internet culture evolved after, or devolved, I probably be better off saying, after that, Oh my god. The lava. Sorry. I had to get my machine. Look how annoying this is, chat. Look at this. Look at this. Absolutely no sign of it on the map at all whatsoever. Man, my armor is just getting annihilated. I'm not going to have netherite soon. I need to get more so I can repair it. Oh, thank you, Maddie. I think this line has to be... We definitely want to keep this here so that people know not to go through here ever again, because they'll know lava is here. That's definitely... Okay, well now we're not keeping it there. But I see what you're doing. We probably do want to just, like, have like a lava pillar there, just so it appears in the map and so people know. Don't put your drills through here, you'll get lavaed. Is Zan a lava magnet? Honestly, I don't know how it didn't show up on the map. I got kind of giga screwed, I'm not gonna lie. Patty, all you gotta do is place 1 to your right and 2 to your left, I think. Maddie, I have no blocks to help. Hold on, okay. Well, let me do some lava management magic here. Grab one more. There we go. Voila. Oh. Is it going away now? Oh, no, we still have some. Oh, geez. Alright, hopefully it doesn't burn. I hate netherite mining, but I guess the drill machine makes it better. Honestly, I'm wondering if it makes it worse. I genuinely wonder if instead going with the bed mining technique would be faster for getting netherite. Because, like, you get completely stopped in your tracks when you hit lava. I will remod you, Wingo. But not right now. Apparently someone commented on the last stream you did. The guy you showed as Nuxtaku wasn't him, but someone who was on his show. Oh. That's not Nuxtaku. Every image that comes up when you look up Nuxtaku IRL is that guy. Huh. Apparently there's still a good chance that Nuxtaku is a, like, weird goblin freak in real life. I'm sure he is. Like, that... It was weird that he was so normal looking, you know? Like that's unusual. Oh my god. Guys, look at this. Why is he not... Whoa! Now they're attacking. Server lag moment. Oh, I'm gonna die. Okay. Cool. Nice, I get to die now. Epic. Full enchanted netherite. Hey, Maddie, at least we'll be able to spawn a wither, right? Oh, fuck it, I already got wither effect, why not? Yeah, you might want to handle those with magic missile. I can't hurt them inside of, What I really don't like about the combat mods Ethan added to this mod pack is that it feels like to get close enough to hit a mob, you've got to get close enough for them to hit you, especially with the lag. And so, I think swords and all forms of melee are just completely unviable in this mod pack. Like, completely useless. Cover the Arizona Kamala Harris office shooter? Yeah, I need to cover that tomorrow, probably. Do you hear the people sing? No? Alrighty. You hear the voices too? You guys are freaking me out. What are you talking about? Oh, y'all are fucking with me, bro. Y'all are fucking with me. Alright. Let me bring up my next topic on the list. What shall we finish up with today? What shall we finish up this stream for today with? I think it was actually a good story, considering it's a good segue from what we just talked about. Alright. They're in the walls. They're in the walls. Man, YouTube's being annoying today when it comes to news stuff.
Against a pencil.
Very annoying when it comes to news stuff and their UI. Huh. You can hear Maddie fighting all the mobs spawning around us. All right. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. We just got out of a segment where we were talking about Elon Musk's biggest fan, his #1 disciple, MrBeast, a man who talks about wanting to be the next Elon Musk, a man who has gone on record to say multiple times that Elon Musk is one of his biggest inspirations, who talks like Elon Musk, tweets like Elon Musk, has a fan base that is now as blind and bought into his fake character and hype as Elon Musk. honestly, he's achieved a lot of things in that respect. So what better of a segue than for us to talk about Elon Musk? Because it turns out the original fail-son billionaire, apparently he was saying like he's going to be the world's first trillionaire recently. Good luck with that, man, when you consider where his companies are right now. He's in a bad spot right now. If you remember, about a month ago, 2 months ago, X, aka Twitter, got banned in Brazil because Elon Musk refused to comply with Brazilian laws about, you know, the type of content that can be posted on the platform and accessible to their users there. And Elon Musk refused to comply with demands to remove certain content from the platform that spreads misinfo, that encourages violence, that kind of thing. Some of the content itself is just outright illegal, right? And Elon Musk refused to comply with these demands, and the site got banned in Brazil. And this is a big problem for Twitter when you consider the fact that Brazil made up a substantial portion of their user base. It was pretty fucking bad. And Elon famously said that he will never give in to these people's demands, no matter what, because he is a man of the people, and he is a man of free speech. So, he gave in to their demands and walked it back. And Twitter is now coming back to Brazil, unsurprisingly, after, like, what, less than a month? And on top of that, Elon is getting sued in multiple directions right now. And on top of that, Elon is also seeing record low profits from Tesla. Like, Tesla's hype is starting to fall out from under it. The lack of actual delivering on its promises and the lack of actually meeting the level of growth that it needed to sustain to continue being the kind of company that it's been for so long, it's fallen off. They can't do it anymore. Tesla and Elon Musk's other hyper overvalued companies are losing that value, even in the eyes of those that overvalue them. And so he's in a bad spot right now, and it seems like he's getting desperate, even walking back some of his biggest promises, like doing this.
World leaders gather in New York today at the annual UN General.
The only reasonable people. Obviously, a lot of this is also going to be dunking on Rising's dumb arguments, because I've never in my entire life watched an episode of Rising where I did not frequently spot really dumb arguments and points frequently being made. Not the biggest Rising fan, if you can't tell, but we'll give it a shot, all right? We'll give it a chance. Let's see if they can resist making any bad arguments for one episode.
Assembly meeting. Other notables, including Elon Musk, will be there too. He's set to introduce his friend and right-leaning Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni at the Atlantic Council Global Citizen Awards dinner. It's created some buzz around foreign policy types. Lady? Meanwhile, Musk X seems to be throwing in the towel in Brazil. The platform is complying with court orders that it had previously defied. For context, X and Brazil came to a head last month when the country's Supreme Court ordered the social network to take down accounts that Brazilian Justice Alejandro de Moraes ordered removed. Moraes insisted that the accounts in question threatened Brazil's democracy.
Fast forward to this past Friday, X's legal team in Brazil filed paperwork with the court that the network will comply with the court order, dealing a blow to free speech absolutist Musk. X had been blocked since August, but X's team hopes the courts will allow X to open back up in Brazil.
As if Musk weren't having a bad enough week, the party game Cards Against Humanity is also feuding with SpaceX.
Maddie, you're gonna want to see this.
With a $15 million lawsuit against that company, they claim SpaceX trespassed on a parcel of land on the U.S.-Mexico border that they purchased in.
So yeah, Cards Against Humanity is suing Elon. Like, bro, what did he do to Cards Against Humanity? What did he do to warrant the suit? it's I don't know what he did to Cards Against Humanity to earn a lawsuit there, but we'll see how that goes.
2017, after Trump won, planned to build his border wall. Cards Against Humanity crowdfunded a plan to thwart Trump's proposal. They raised money from 150,000 subscribers to buy the land on the border and prevent the wall from being built. Now they are alleging that SpaceX is encroaching on that land to house building materials for nearby project. In a statement, the games team wrote that after catching Musk...
That is amazing. That Cards Against Humanity raised money to buy up land and prevent Trump from building border wall there. And now Elon Musk is getting sued because he broke property law, which is pretty serious. Like, even for someone as wealthy as him, not as easy to just buy his way out and lawyer his way out of trouble here. I don't know. I just find it funny. I think it's just very poetic.
SpaceX on their turf. Musk team, quote, gave us a 12-hour ultimatum to accept a lowball offer for less than half of the land's value. We said, go F yourself, Elon Musk. We'll see you in court. So I did not know about the Cards Against Humanity purchasing of I guess they don't want the border wall built.
I guess not.
That's one way to do it is buy the land.
It's an option.
Yeah, what's the matter with that, buddy? I know that guy's conservative. What's the matter with that, though? This is America. I was under the impression that one of the greatest things about America is that you, some random ass whoever, can own land. Is that not like a big part of what makes America so dope? You know, that like anyone can buy land? There was a time when that was like a huge privilege, by the way, like a huge deal. Like one of the big selling points of immigrating to America, for example, just straight up, anyone can buy land there. That was a rare thing at a certain time in history. So I just think it's funny that they're now talking about the process of buying land as though it's, I don't know, just the implication there's something wrong with it in this scenario is just funny to me, you know? You know, one of the most fundamental American things out there, becoming a landowner. Somehow there's implied to be something wrong there if it's against the idea of building Trump's border wall.
I looked at it, and that's incredible to me that they would think that was a good PR move, is to stop the borders. I mean, it's like the #1 issue in the country right now is Americans concerned about the situation at...
I do love this, by the way, because he's technically right. This guy's a real cunt, I can already tell. I know, I've seen this guy once, and I already hate him. You can tell this guy is one of those, like, really smart, like, smooth-talking, slick back hair, suit-wearing, like, bullshit artists type conservative grifters. You can tell. He's using technically true statistics to push an incorrect position. Cards Against Humanity supposedly doing bad PR because the majority of Americans consider the border issue to be one of the most important issues on the ballot, and so why would they be against the border wall? If the border wall is so popular, why did Trump lose in 2020? If you even, this guy might not believe that Trump lost in 2020. Why is he projected to lose this year? Why did he leave office with the lowest approval rating any president has had ever in history? You guys know that, right? Lower than Biden's approval rating ever got. Trump had the lowest approval rating in presidential history leaving office. Just thought I'd point it out. This weird, like, technically true statistic about immigration being a high priority in the ballot, and then abstracting that to being the majority of Americans must be in favor of border wall. Having immigration as a high concern on the ballot could mean you're pro-open borders, and that's your #1 concern. That would mean that immigration would be one of your highest, if not your highest ranking issue on the ballot. Americans concerned about immigration does not automatically mean Americans anti-immigration. Otherwise, Trump would have swept in 2020, and he wouldn't have had the lowest approval rating ever when he left office, because he wouldn't have left office.
At the southern border, and what was popular in 2017 was to make that effort more difficult, but different times.
Well, the government can still, this is an immigration conversation, but the government can still build on the edge of their land because they still have the rights to do that. With that being said, it is fascinating I wonder if there's a sale on Cards Against Humanity, given how much they're taking on Elon Musk so aggressively. But listen, I mean, what's happening in Brazil? This is a huge market.
Is this like the Elon Musk fan hour? Like, are they? Rising has always been this like depraved attempt at appearing centrist and balanced, where you've got like the host that's supposedly left-wing and the host that's supposedly left-wing or right-wing, but the host that's right-wing is a fascist and the host that's left-wing is like at best a populist dumbfuck or sorry, at best completely incapable of defending like populist progressive positions, or such a populist that they're basically conservative. And it seems like that might be this lady right now. What point is she making? Well, you know, Cards Against Humanity must have a lot of money and must be doing really well right now if they're going against Elon Musk, because, you know, he's really rich and powerful, you know? Yeah, that's literally the entire point. It's just dick riding Elon. Yeah, that's all she's doing. It's like, oh my god, going after Elon? Are you sure? He's so rich and powerful. But as a defense of him, not as a attack on him.
Elon Musk. And he cried, he had a fit. I'm sure his legal experts around him and his lawyers were advising him to not stand down.
Okay, maybe she's not an Elon dick rider? I don't know. She might be trying to play the, like, centrist position. Usually the non-blatantly right-wing host just ends up being more of a centrist than a representative of progressive politics.
Initially, and here he is. He's
Yeah, I don't blame him for standing. I mean, it's not his fault. It's the authoritarian government's fault. Like, this is the same as when China says, okay, Google can be in China, but you can't have any unfriendly search results for Xi Jinping. And then the company says, oh, what do we do about this? And then finally they say, okay.
It is not the same thing. Elon Musk literally bought Twitter while claiming that he will only apply Twitter's bans, TOS, and like shadow bans and stuff on people who break local laws. So technically, his he could have followed through on what the Brazilian Supreme Court asked of him and not even have ended up walking back something that he claimed before, because he never claimed that he wouldn't comply with legal requests if something that's posted is against the law, because he's always said, at least I remember him saying, that wasn't included with free speech. But he has been protecting CP posters famously with the Dom Lucre guy. And obviously in this case, the content that Brazil wanted removed was blatantly illegal, violent speech, like speech that was meant to encourage violence. And Elon refused to, because it wasn't about complying with law. It was about appeasing the people who use free speech as a euphemism for hate speech. That's all it was about.
Okay, fine. Like, it's bad. It's not the company's fault. What you do when an authoritarian government orders you, do censorship or die, like, that's them. That's their fault.
Do censorship
I don't blame the
or
companies
die.
for going along with it in order to operate in these countries to some degree, or saying no, or throwing up their hands saying we refuse. Either choice is morally valid. It's just, again, to...
Does this guy even believe it should be illegal to yell fire in a crowded theater when there's no fire? Does this guy even believe in the concept of there being laws that restrict certain things that you can, not even restrict, but punish certain things you can say if after the fact a criminal court can find that there was malice and intent to commit a crime there? Because, like, that's how it works. Like, you can't just go to jail for saying something, no matter what. Like, even if you go to jail for, like, credible threats, they have to prove the threats were credible, you had means, you intended to actually follow through on them. A bunch of other standards have to be met to even, like, go after someone criminally for making death threats, right? Like, there's always been this extremely high standard for any speech to be found unlawful in the first place in America. So it's just so weird to me that this guy is implying that America is too, or Brazil even, is too harsh when it comes to, like, like, who cares? For one, this guy, I'm pretty sure is American. What the fuck's he care about Brazil's, like, freedom of speech? I mean, like, in all seriousness here, like, what the fuck right does he have to be like, oh, Brazil, how could they do this to their people? Brazil should change their laws around speech so that this is legal or that's illegal or whatever. It's like, really? Like, you're an American pundit. Like, this isn't your country. Like, aren't you conservatives the ones always arguing that America needs to be more isolationist? We need to not get involved with wars, not tell other countries what business they should be involved in. Like, I just find it funny that this guy's not keeping to the so consistently held standards of conservatives against the left in regards to, like, oh, yeah, they don't like getting involved in other countries, telling other countries what to do. We should be isolationist. Except when Brazil supposedly has laws that we disagree with because they're affecting Elon.
People hate Elon so much to, like, blame him. He put up a fight.
Yeah.
He lost the...
Did he just say people hate Elon so much so they blame him? Saying people hate someone is not an argument against, like, the validity of hating that person, you know? Like, is there just a vague kind of pointing at the idea that hating Elon is just a meme or a bandwagon? Obviously, to an extent it is. Like, no matter who a person is, no matter how valid the hate or criticism they get is, a good amount of people levying that criticism will always just be bandwagon riders, but I don't know, it just seems weird, you know? Like, why bring up that people hate him so much? Doesn't that make sense? That, like, yeah, people don't like him because his politics are shit, and the stuff he's doing here is a good example of people having reason to not like him.
The fight because in the end, the government is more powerful, and that's unfortunate, but I don't blame him for throwing a fit about it. And
the by the way, I'm sure this guy claims to be a libertarian because you can hear him say, isn't it awful that the government is more powerful than private corporations? Isn't it awful that the government can force private corporations to follow laws and regulations and restrictions, even if it's a foreign company? Isn't it awful that a foreign country can ban a foreign company because they don't like what's being posted there? Anyway, here's why America should ban TikTok. You know this motherfucker has made the case that America should ban TikTok. Meanwhile, Brazil's bad if they ban Twitter because the government of Brazil shouldn't have more power than the private corporation of Twitter.
And going along with it, he obviously still thinks it's bad.
Well, they were asking him to get rid of accounts like bots.
No, they were asking him to get rid of real people.
Disinformation and...
Well, they say it's disinformation.
I understand your reasoning.
They say it's disinformation. Yeah. He's referring to, like, vaccines and stuff.
With that being said, there's also an argument to be made that Brazil, a democracy, not an authoritarian, they have a complicated democratic system. It's not all Lula all day long. With that being said, this decision was to protect some of the disinformation that was being spread within the previous administration under Bolsonaro. There were thousands and thousands of bots. There were actors who were, acting in free speech but being paid to push those messages out. It's not as simple as anybody gets to say whatever they want when the platform's algorithm, as we know, skews in one direction, and then those people are being boosted, and some of those folks are paid actors to say those things. It's not just a regular person on the street expressing their opinion.
I always feel like they must, like, specifically hire less competent progressives, or maybe progressives just inherently in mainstream politics tend to be less competent with their argument making because they're not fed lines like this guy no doubt is. But she's making a good point here, and I do feel it's a strong one. Yeah, like, I feel that you got to remember that, like, we're talking about another country here and its laws. Elon promised that, like, if a country, particularly America, said that certain posts on the platform were against the law, he'd act against it. He didn't even promise to protect this kind of speech. Like, isn't that kind of funny? He never even promised to protect this kind of speech, and yet he almost killed his website over refusing to take down these posts. But yeah, of course he's got, like, his preordained talking points of, like, well, how do we know it's misinformation they want taken down? What if it's just inconvenient for the government? It's like all of the, like, court stuff is public so we can see what was asked to be taken down. It's not like it's a secret.
Opinions. It's somebody who has a stake in taking on their democracy.
I mean, some of the accounts that were ordered to be taken down were politicians. I mean, they were conservative right-wing politicians. I find that very authoritarian. Yeah, but they're people expressing their views on political issues. I think if in the U.S., I mean, this is impossible.
They're expressing their views.
First Amendment, but if the federal government ordered.
You'll notice something really neat about these conservative types is that as rarely as possible will they ever acknowledge the worst things that people can use their freedom of speech to say. You ever notice that? Or even when it comes to like defending what a conservative figure has said, they won't really like state it. Famously, one example that really stuck with me was when I covered the fact that Brandon Herrera, the big gun YouTuber, did an ad for a Confederate Heritage Foundation when he was like 20 or something. So there's this old video of him, I say old, it's like, like 6 or so years old, where he's wearing like this Confederate flag shirt, and he's standing in front of like a Robert E. Lee statue doing an ad for this Confederate Heritage Society, and he's calling the Civil War the War of Northern Aggression, and talking about how like the lost cause myth and shit, and saying like, oh yeah, these brave sons and daughters that died for the South and the freedom of states' rights and all that, and it's just like full-on Confederate propaganda. I brought up that video and showed it and covered it on stream. Obviously, the Brandon Herrera fans, the conservatives, and even the Nazis came in masse to defend this. Something I noticed, though, since the majority of comments were not from literal Nazis, just normal, maybe even just right-leaning, like Brandon Herrera fans, a lot of them defended what he said and did. They defended the fact that he was, like, making Confederate ads, and they attacked me, of course, for criticizing him, because he's their YouTube guy. But what I found really interesting is only the blatant Nazis would say what he had said, or acknowledge what he had said in that clip that I based my entire segment off of, right? Like, the Nazis would come along and say, yeah, he's right about the slavery being good and the War of Northern Aggression. Like, they just own up to what he says there and say, yeah, and he was based. But the majority of comments are from people saying, you're insane for thinking he's a Nazi for this. You're calling him a Nazi over some old videos. They refuse to say you're calling him a Nazi because he did an ad for a Confederate Heritage Foundation where he calls the Civil War the War of Northern Aggression. They won't refer in any specifics to that language because it's so blatantly awful. So instead they have to use this vague descriptions of it. I've noticed that in my comments when it comes to me showing stuff like that, like the Brandon Herrera example. I've noticed it with stuff like this guy, where he can't even just say, I believe in defending hate speech and misinformation because I'm a free speech absolutist. He's too much of a pussy to stand by the fact that free speech absolutism means you're in favor of hate speech and misinfo, because it's free speech absolutism. He's too much of a pussy to own it. He pretends as if he is only in favor of this, like, somehow magically ordained, only true, good, useful speech, I guess. Like, just own it. Just say, I'm a free speech absolutist. I believe even harmful speech should be protected, no matter what, even if it leads to real-world harm, even if it's, like, I'd respect him more if he just outright said, like, yeah, no matter how far-right, hateful, and outright, like, dangerous a certain person is and what they're saying is, I think they should have the right to say it. I don't care. I'd respect him more if he was just open about it.
Either under Donald Trump or Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. Let's say Donald Trump for fun. Trump is president, and he orders Facebook delete the accounts of these 800 people. Right. Some of them some of them Democrats, some of them political rivals, some of them just random people. We would all call that authoritarian. And you say, well, they're disinformation. I mean, that would still be considered authoritarian, right? Right. I think disinformation as an excuse is being weaponized by all parties, right? They're not getting to the real issue. And the real issue is that Twitter is not being run democratically. There are absolutely thousands, if not millions of bots out there that have agendas from you have big companies, you have foreign adversaries, you have democracies, you have campaigns buying these bots to boost their messaging and go after their rivals. That is not.
Yeah. I feel she's making a good point here, and I'm glad this seems to have stuck with her as something to bring up, is that, yeah, a lot of these conservative accounts are literally foreign agents paid by governments that, I don't know what Russia's current geopolitical situation is with Brazil, but considering Brazil, I think, is pretty friendly with America, considering, travel to Brazil and America is pretty readily available. So I'm assuming Brazil's not cool with Russia. So I'm going to assume Russia is a somewhat antagonistic nation to Brazil in this situation. Why should Brazil be okay with foreign agents, paid foreign agents, as we now know from the whole Tenet thing, using Brazilian Twitter to push propaganda that is harmful to their country? Why should they just be cool with that?
Not honest, that's not transparent, that's not democratic. Then you have the algorithm, which is not transparent or democratic.
Yep.
The moderation is not transparent or democratic.
True.
So the platform is not a true democracy, it's not a true town square. So if these governments,
she's cooking
whether
here.
it's our government or Brazil or anybody or China, if they really want to make this argument that this needs...
I feel so bad for shit-talking her earlier, because I have to say she might be the most competent, well-spoken, and reasonable left-leaning representative on Rising that I've ever seen. Like, legitimately. Usually, who remembers Crystal Ball? That was the old left-wing representation on Rising back in the day. Crystal Ball. Not very progressive if you know anything about her. She's basically just a left-ish populist. And then you had Sagar as well. I don't know whatever happened to Sagar. I don't know why they got rid of him. Is he, on Russia Today or something now? What does Sagar do now? Is he just gone? What's his deal? I've not heard about that guy in forever, dude.
needs to be a democratic place and that we believe in free speech, then it actually has to be a democratic place.
Well, but I would say, but the company is not required to operate in a democratic way. No company, in fact, does.
He promised to.
Right now, it's not a democracy.
Well, you're making excuses for Elon Musk. You're implying that it is unreasonable or weird to hate him, as many people do, which he indicated before. So, yeah, that is actually a valid argument to make, that Elon Musk did promise to run this platform like a democracy, freedom of speech, and the marketplace of ideas and all that. And he's not followed through on that. He is unfairly banned and moderated against progressives on the platform, giving blatant favoritism to conservatives. He has broken the law by hosting everything from child pornography and snuff films to misinformation and calls for violence on the platform. Yeah, he's earned this hate that he has gotten. Even his own fans are probably pretty fucking peeved with him when you consider the fact that he didn't really follow through on a lot of his promises. I mean, a lot of his fans were probably right. Well, I mean, yeah, a lot of his fans are pretty fucking pissed at him, actually. That completely stands. His fans are pissed at him. A lot of them expected that Twitter was going to be way better off than it's been. In fact, a lot of his even more dedicated fans beyond just the conservative sphere are mad at him because Tesla is facing record low profits, as I mentioned before, and this has meant some of the most loyal employees at Tesla. These motherfuckers who have been part of Tesla, working those factory lines since before it was even close to profitable, working for ridiculously low wages, with the only promise at the end of the tunnel being a massive stock benefit that they were going to get, that they would get like a bunch of shares in Tesla stock, which by the time the company is, at its destined point, would be worth an insane amount, and they would get free Teslas and yada yada. These Tesla employees were a different kind of Elon Musk fan because they based their entire livelihood on the hope that Elon Musk's projects were going to pay off and end up being the next big thing. And here we are now with massive layoffs happening at Tesla and numerous Tesla employees coming out to say, oh my god, I feel so fucking played. And it's sad. I don't even find it funny. Not even in the slightest bit do I find it funny. If I showed you some of the videos of these people giving interviews, you might, almost want to tear up. Because it's... I don't envy the situation some of these people are in. They got played. They weren't like the rich crypto bros on Twitter that are saying slurs and posting Elon Musk fan bullshit. These were people who thought that Elon Musk was a businessman who was going to get them in on the ground floor as employees of the next big manufacturing company in America.
There's a boss in charge, and you have a certain amount of leeway in terms of your. I mean, I have total leeway to say what I think on the show.
Oh yeah. Yeah, here's a good example of how he didn't follow through on the democracy that he promised as well. Oh, I didn't even notice that netherite in the wall. Glad the machine's getting it. He got a result he didn't like on a Twitter blue poll that he did, and so restarted it so that it would get and didn't accept the results until it was what he wanted. So that's the kind of democracy that Elon Musk does on Twitter.
He didn't like it. Eventually, they'd fire me or I'd stop working here. But it's not democratic. It's not like a vote of the people who work here. It's a business model. That's how the social media companies work. The democracy ought to be on the point of the government has to conduct itself in a democratic way or in accordance with democratic principles, one of which I would say, the most important one in fact, is free speech. And the whole, I mean, I obviously think the social media companies should be more transparent about how the moderation is done, in part because of how much we learned. We talked to Matt Taibbi about this earlier today, how much of the moderation was being done at the behest of government. So I certainly want more transparency around that, and I want more transparency around the algorithm too, but the algorithm...
All meaningless, empty platitudes from this guy. All just meant to acknowledge the criticism and point that she just made without actually acknowledging it. Like, to pretend to acknowledge it is what he's doing. Because this was a very good call out on her part, on Elon. Like, blatant hypocrisy right there. Lies, not following through on his promises, etc. And the excuse is, well, you know, you can't be perfect. You know, we grade Elon on a curve.
Is always, I mean, the algorithm is mostly serving a business interest, right? It wants to show you more of the kind of content you want to engage with.
That's not entirely true. Okay, the business interest is outrage, right? It is. They have psychologically designed these.
Yep.
I mean, there's so much research behind this now that the more you get somebody addicted, the more enraged they are, the more takedowns, the more outrage that's on these machines, the more people click.
Well, if it bleeds, it leads. That's the media.
Exactly.
There's nothing unique to that about social media. That's just how the media operates.
Well, it's aggressively accelerated on social media.
But I don't know. I see more.
And there's no editors too. So unlike The Hill or other news publications that are private, there is editorial oversight. Twitter doesn't have that. So, you know, their excuse is we're a private company, but we also think that we should have absolute free speech, but you're not actually an absolute free speech, you know, democratic platform. So if you're going to use that excuse, then you have to use it all around.
But I see more dissenting, contrasting opinions and articles and news and perspectives on social media, on X, than I do in the mainstream media. I see things.
These guys have always done this weird thing where it's like, well, I just see different ideas more from the right than from the left. The left is so monolithic. This has been like a long-running conservative point where they mythologize this idea of disagreement and diversity of ideas. And on the surface, it sounds real nice, but then you remember they don't actually believe any of that. You know that, right? Like, oh, these are raw. They don't actually believe that. I mean, look, for a perfect example is Gamergate. The entire point of Gamergate, really, like, if you're not falling for the whole, like, ethics and games journalism thing, the entire point of Gamergate was to basically defend already popular existing games from these supposed, like, crazy far left critiques claiming that the games didn't have enough diversity in them, right? And it was this fake idea that all they were arguing for was more like freedom and whatnot for these artists to not like have pressure on them from these woke activists to change their art. But now that entire community, not necessarily the same people, but definitely the community that spawned from that sphere, is now the group that like literally rallies against any piece of media they deem as woke. Basically the exact same situation as what they accused SJWs of doing back in the day, except now it's over, oh, there's a minority in this. There's too much representation rather than there's not enough. It's the same shit. Yeah, the mushroom guys are mean. We gotta kill those. Sorry. I'm sorry if you like them, but they're mean. They're so mean. I hate them.
Things going every which way. And sometimes you see things that, yes, are blatantly false, and it's fact-checked right on it. There's a community note under it saying why it's blatant.
No, come on. You can't claim that community notes mean that, like, you shouldn't do anything about misinfo, especially if you're gonna... Let's not pretend community notes can get to every single thing, and let's not pretend that every single person who leaves community notes is always this, like, objective arbiter who does their research and has no political bias. There are so many cases where progressives clearly are the ones behind a Twitter fact-checked thing, like the little community note, and it ends up being wrong because it was simply posted by someone with a left-leaning bias, and more often than not, that happens, but with conservatives. Community notes are a band-aid solution to the ridiculous problem with misinfo on Twitter. Community notes is not a solution to the problem. Community notes are evidence that the problem is just that fucking bad.
It's not where
I mean, it's not perfect, but it's starting to be like Wikipedia, I say, which is sometimes wrong, but it's usually highly accurate.
It is nowhere near Wikipedia right now. I could open up Twitter
Nope.
right now. And
It's going that way.
No, it's not going that way. See, meaningless platitudes, empty nothing comments that are just meant to just make him look good for now. God, it's so dishonest. This guy is actually like a skilled bullshit artist. I almost have respect for it.
And that's because having top-down, in my view, centralized control of information lends yourself toward massive error, and having bottom-up, crowdsourced, let everyone be their own fact-checker is sometimes
No, letting everyone be their own fact-checker is not what that is. It's remember, everything he says meant to sound good. When you think about it for more than a second, bullshit. Completely meaningless, empty bullshit every time. Are we gonna... Oh yeah, we need to stop this thing now. Ooh. About to hit lava. Yeah. Okay. All meaningless platitudes, all just meant to, okay. All just meant to, sound right to just your average normie, to be honest. Like, these are talking points that sound good, but if you know who's saying them and why they're saying it, it's like, I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing, and God knows what he's doing, too.
Have errors, but
he's gonna know. When he gets up to those pearly gates, he's gonna know.
That's the way I think social media companies should go. Or also just allowing more customization for the user experience. So, like, if you don't want to see what the mainstream media considers disinformation, you should be able to just check a box, and then fine, all of that is out of your content. And
yeah, so the reason why he's saying mainstream media considers disinformation is obvious. I mean, like, he's got his whole, like, alt media agenda thing he's got going on. That's why the right is so, like, heavy into the alt media thing. They try to convince you that you can only trust alt media, as if somehow dudes with absolutely no oversight or accountability for lying, who just have channels online where they make more money by appealing to the echo chamber beliefs of their audience, they would have you believe that is somehow a more trustworthy source of news and information than mainstream news outlets, which, for all of their flaws, and they have them, have, like, pretty strong ramifications for reporters even making honest mistakes. Especially so if a reporter was to knowingly lie. Like, if a journalist knowingly lies on any of the, like, mainstream news outlets out there, like, they're losing their job and getting blackballed from the industry of journalism. They'll only be able to make a living in, frankly, right-wing media from that point, because they'll have been laughed out of the industry, the space, I guess. Even Fox News? Yeah, believe it or not, Fox News, while they have some of the least strong, obviously they, like, tell their reporters, like Tucker Carlson, their people to push misinfo. When it comes just, like, their regular reporting, they have a general lean towards truthfulness when it's not, like, a politically... Like, if you look at, like, local Fox channels, for example, those count, too, as part of Fox. Like, they're generally pretty truthful, and the reporters there, if they were to, like, misreport, there'd be problems. And that tends to be the case for most of these companies, so... to imagine that's somehow less secure in terms of, like, truthful information than dudes in their houses making videos in alt media, it's been a lie that these people have pushed for a long time, basically to suggest to people that they are the only trustworthy source of information.
Instagram does it now, where you can choose not to see political content or to see political content.
I'm for that.
Which is great, but we're not getting there. And it doesn't even apply to the hate speech. The hate speech is still all over Twitter. You know, threats are all over Twitter, and he's not taking that on. Also,
you can't flip a switch and not be affected by, like, certain speech, right? Like, famously, the Christchurch shooter, when he wrote his big manifesto about, you know, why he shot up, like, 52 people at a mosque in Christchurch, New Zealand, he explained that he was radicalized through the internet, that on forums and through YouTube videos by people like Candace Owens and far-right figures like her, which is ironic, considering he got radicalized to kill brown people to stop the Great Replacement by a black woman. That's never not going to be a little silly to me, but, you know, it is what it is. that guy was motivated by shit he heard online. He named his manifesto The Great Replacement, which is the conspiracy theory pushed mostly by online figures that white people are being exterminated through the replacement rate in birth rates in white people in America, or in the West or whatever, being too low. And so this, like, narrative is what led to that mass shooting. Could those, like, people in that mosque in Christchurch, New Zealand, could they have, like, flipped a switch on an app to, like, just not be affected by that? Like, could they just, like, flip a switch on an app and not be victims of a mass shooting, motivated by the shit that has been left unadulterated and uncontested online in those, like, free speech forums like 4chan? The fact is, the shit that ends up radicalizing violence out of the far right, which is the actual concern, like, words don't hurt anyone, obviously. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never. Everyone knows that. The thing that people are complaining about when it comes to, like, hate speech is not the words hurting feelings, it's the very real possibility that those words result in actions beyond words being taken in the real world. The kind of thing you can't just turn off your computer and get off the internet to avoid. Actual threats, actual political movements blowing up whose entire motivation is to take your rights away, say in the case of abortion rights for people with, like, uteruses and whatnot, or even just the healthcare stuff, you know, like, obviously ectopic pregnancy treatments and like, just procedures like what my mom recently got, which unfortunately, well, I mean, in her case it's fine and I don't want any siblings, so, but, like, it's a life-saving procedure that for many people unfortunately removes their ability to give birth. They lose their entire reproductive system if you get a full hysterectomy. And so those procedures are no doubt going to be made, if not restricted, possibly illegal under Republican leadership. It's not just political arguments and culture war stuff for so many people. It's a lot more than that.
So it's where free speech brushes up against disinformation that affects national security and disinformation that perpetuates hate speech. And I think that's where they're really trying to go at this from. I'm not saying that they're doing it the right way,
right?
And these are real issues. There is a real security situation on these social media platforms, whether it's personal security or national security.
I guess I just often don't trust the people saying that because they have used those two twin justifications.
I don't trust anyone who says that because they always use those justifications as a reason for why we need to lose our freedoms and whatnot. Yeah, of course he's going to go down this line of logic. Literally nothing but trying to appeal to the general libertarian sensibilities of Americans and the, like, oftentimes free speech absolutist standard that most Americans have, because free speech is such a big part of it. But, of course, he still is going to support Trump, who ran on the idea of expanding libel laws to make it easier for him to sue journalists that talk bad about him. But somehow Trump is this free speech absolutist guy. It's all bullshit. It's all such bullshit.
Disinformation and hate speech in the past, not to go after just legitimate foreign threats, but to, you know, demonize, I mean, contrarians and conservatives and other people. And
absolutely,
that's why it's very skeptical.
It's an imperfect system, and they're using the loopholes in our free speech laws to go after anybody who stands in their way.
More Rising right after this.
God, Rising is such a pain to watch, but it was the only mainstream thing that's covered this Elon stuff, and I figured it would be fun. Oh, jeez, I hate that guy. I don't even know his name, and I don't want to know it. Don't tell me. Don't tell me his name. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Anyway, good God. I am so happy to see that Elon Musk is kind of nearing his downfall. We can only hope, at least. I do not like him. His name is Alex Haley. I do not like him, and I want him to fall. Yes, Alex Haley is who I'm talking about, myself. I do not like that guy. I hate him. I want him to fall off. Can they please just replace him with the next fascist that plays the conservative role on Rising, please? He's just such a, like, I don't know. I have this, like, particular irk for these, like, slicked back hair, car salesman type, smooth talking grifters. You know what I mean? Like, it's fun and it's frustrating even when it's some, like, barely capable of making a coherent sentence chud. But when it's someone who's in a suit and is really good at pushing their bullshit it's extra irritating to me for some reason. Dishonesty and like lack of sincerity just hits deep for me. Maybe I am autistic. Maybe this is like an autism thing where like because autism is a spectrum. You know, it's not like like maybe some people with autism really hard at picking up social cues, and other people with autism are like particularly good at it. Like can just pick up on when someone's being insincere, disingenuous easier than a lot of people could. I feel like because it's a spectrum, there's got to be like a reverse to that. Maybe that's where I am on the spectrum or closer to it. Regardless, yeah, I need that one shirt that says undiagnosed, but everyone's pretty sure. I need that. Undiagnosed, but everyone's pretty fucking sure. Yeah, I'm autistic, and yeah, I can't stand that. It's just a massive pet peeve for me, dude. I genuinely hate the people who I can just tell are being an insincere character. Just like that Andy Pants guy, just like, God, just so many of these Chud figures, like this dude, who I can just tell everything down to his appearance is thought out for his entire propaganda character he uses to push his shit onto people on Rising. Anyway, if you enjoyed the video or feel you learned anything from it or were entertained by it, consider dropping a like, subscribe, or ring the bell icon, and comment down below. It really helps the channel a lot, and it's totally, totally free. Consider joining my fan Discord, link down below in the description, as well as following my social medias if you want to be a part of my community on other platforms and see the other things I post and do. And finally, if you want to support me directly, financially, you can afford to, and you've got the money for it, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. But with all that said, thank you so much for watching, no matter how you supported the stream, and have a good one. Hell yeah. How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty damn good. And that's probably, well, definitely going to be the last one for today. I really do appreciate you all coming out. It's been a long stream today, too. I started a little later than I would have liked, ideally, but don't worry, I will be streaming tomorrow as well, and get excited because we're doing a watch party of probably Rings of Power, I think, after stream tomorrow, so you better be there. Be there or be square. Anyway, guys, I really need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do less of a wind-down, sort of cool-down segment for the stream than I usually would today. I'm just going to wrap up now. My bladder is very full. When Korra? Probably next week. Probably going to do Korra next week, so the week after, there's 3 episodes of From out, and we can do watch party this week of the next 3 episodes of Rings of Power. Next week, we do Legend of Korra. Then after that, there'll be 3 episodes of From Out for us to watch. And then after that week, there'll be the last 3 episodes, or 4 episodes, I think, of Rings of Power out for us to watch party. So if we do it in that order, then we're optimizing the amount of episodes for us to watch in one watch party of a given show. That's probably the best way to go about it. Rings of Power tomorrow, Korra next week, From the week after. Hopefully you guys are hyped. I'm pretty hyped, I must say. I'm here for it. Anyway, guys, I hope to see you all there. I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you so much for the support today. As always, you've actually been really supportive today and lately just in general, so I really do appreciate it. And with all that said, as always, have a good one. I love you all.